Chapter 299. The two hammers had completely covered Xiaoduo's body as they spun at high speed. What he needed to do was to follow his usual training and perform his usual hammering skills. That was all. Once the hammering skills were performed, there would be a natural inertia. Moreover, this inertia would only get stronger and stronger because the hammers were too heavy. What Xiaoduo needed to do was to maximize the control of this huge inertia. With the momentum of an indestructible whirlwind, he attacked powerfully and wiped out the enemies. Among the hammering skills left behind by Blind Hong, Xiaoduo had yet to finish two moves of the first hammering skill, hammer. However, the whirlwind created by the two hammers had already enveloped a radius of 15 zhang. No matter what weapon it was, as long as it collided with the hammers, even if it didn't shatter, it would be blown away. There wouldn't be a better result. The third move was smashed out like a ghost crying and a god howling. The originally airtight encirclement had been reduced by half in the blink of an eye following the descent of Xiaoduo's sledgehammer. A total of 30 people were turned into flying men by Xiaoduo's hands. Then, they all disintegrated in the air and turned into flying fireworks, decorating the snowy night sky. Mace, glaive, two-handed sword, all the so-called heavy weapons of the Umno Alliance were unable to withstand a single blow from the hammers. Each and every one of them was as fragile as grass, so fragile that it was unbelievable. The whirlwind rose from the ground and continued to sweep in all directions. Puff, 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 puffed out. More than 10 people were directly swept into the whirlwind and turned into blood and powder. The 7 innate experts who didn't participate in the siege were all swept in by Xiaoduo's hammering wind and were smashed into a bloody mess. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When a 7th move of the hammering skill was performed, there were only 3 people left who could still fight. These 3 people's faces were filled with fear and despair. More than 100 of them had joined hands to hunt down this brat, but now there were only 3 people left. Moreover, the 3 people who were lucky enough to survive were not because they were strong, but because of the direction. Xiaoduo had not reached here yet. As long as Xiaoduo reached here, with a woo sound, the direction of the hammer's wind changed again. It was still an earth-shattering power, sweeping up the snowflakes within a radius of tens of meters, and madly sweeping towards this side. Even though he was still 7 to 8 meters away, he could already feel that tyrannical aura. It was still irresistible, and anyone who touched it would die. "Stop him!" the leader shouted, but he himself turned around and ran. This kind of power was not something that he or the other 2 survivors could withstand. The mission to kill Xiaoduo had completely failed. The most important thing now was whether or not he could escape. The other 2 were ready to fight with their lives on the line, but they saw their leader running away by himself. Before they could even feel the anger in their hearts, Iron Hammer Whirlwind was already in front of them. A woo sound rang out beside their ears. 2 screams were heard, and the 2 of them followed in the footsteps of their companions, turning into flying people. Halfway through the air, they changed again and turned into minced meat, flying in the air, dead people in the air. Xiaoduo's hammer had succeeded. Seeing that the leader had already escaped more than 10 meters away, he roared loudly, and his body was lifted off the ground by the strong inertia of the 2 sledgehammers, rising 3 meters into the air. One of the sledgehammers left his hand, and with a thunderous force, it flew out with a woo sound. The sledgehammer powerfully broke through the wind and snow. The 2,000 gene sledgehammer was like a demon that suddenly flew out from hell, chasing in the direction of the leader's escape like a meteor chasing after the moon. Under the guidance of the huge inertia, the speed of the sledgehammer was even faster than the speed of light. In the small gap just now, the leader had used his fastest movement speed, and by now he had already run nearly 20 meters away. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the soul-stirring sound of the wind behind him. He hurriedly looked back and saw a huge sledgehammer rapidly growing in front of his eyes. "No!" he screamed, and despair surged on his face. The sledgehammer had already smashed into his lower back like lightning. With a boom, the leader's body, unable to withstand such a huge force, directly turned into a brilliant blood-colored firework, completely disintegrated. After the sledgehammer smashed the enemy, its momentum did not change, and it continued to fly forward like a hot knife through butter. In one breath, it flew out 2,000 meters and broke a large tree. Only then did it reluctantly stop and stay in the snow. After throwing the sledgehammer, Xiaoduo's body was carried by the inertia of the remaining sledgehammer, and his body spun more than 100 times before it came to a stop. "Damn, you're making me dizzy." Then he rushed through the wind and snow, and with a wave of his hand, the sledgehammer was put back into the space ring. So Xiaoduo, who had annihilated more than 100 of the Wizard Alliance's attacking forces, was slightly relieved. He suddenly realized that his shoulders didn't seem to belong to him anymore. He couldn't even feel any pain. He was completely numb. Damn it, it's still too heavy. The inertia is too great. So Xiaoduo grimaced. The hammer technique relied on inertia to hurt the enemy, and the hammer technique left by Blind Hong made use of inertia to the extreme. Once the hammer was swung, the inertia would form, and even the hammer user himself would not be able to control it. The hammer of the Mad Demon was well-deserved. Counting those who appeared, none of them should have escaped. This wave, there are no survivors. What a pity, what a pity. So Xiaoduo did not have much joy on his face. Instead, he was flustered and exasperated. These bastards, they really don't know any better. You should have stood still, lined up, and let Masters with dragon blood flying dagger stab you one by one. They really don't know any better. They can't even die, let alone live. This is so infuriating. Hey, there's still a ring. So Xiaoduo kept the leader's ring, then went back to clean up the battlefield. His heart ached so much that he could not breathe. So many people, so many Origin Elixir Realm and Embryonic Breathing Realm practitioners, but none of them were absorbed by the dragon blood flying dagger. My heart aches. More than 100 people, but only 17 space rings were found. The rest were all smashed by the big hammer. What a waste. This is so heartbreaking. So Xiaoduo felt that his heart ached so much that he was about to suffocate. It was not because the harvest was so little, but because he thought of a problem. In the future, when we face enemies, I'm afraid that most of the situations will be like this. Most of the enemy's space equipment will be smashed by the 9-9 cat hammer. This loss is simply too great. It's incalculable. So Xiaoduo was very sad, but he also felt very helpless. Why the hell did I choose this thing as a weapon? There must be something wrong with my brain. How much less money will I earn like this? Everyone else has looted, but here I have. A pile of broken pieces? This hammer, once it starts moving, it really can't be stopped. It's really... So Xiaoduo sighed and moaned. He lamented for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After collecting all the loot, he took a step forward again. In the heavy snow that did not seem to let up, he leaped all the way back to Phoenix Head. It's 9:30, so Xiaoduo thought to himself as he ran. A gust of cool air descended from the sky. His luck points had increased by 4.5 drops. His whole body suddenly felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. All the injuries and numbness were instantly swept away. There were so many people, and I only gave 4 drops. I'm simply too stingy. I'm enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, and I'm so good at foresight. I said there was a danger to my life, and they all died. I should have given 100 drops. Too little, too little. On Phoenix Head, Yuanyue was wrapped in a thick fur coat, and even the wheelchair was covered with a thick quilt. The fur coat was fiery red, and it was still steaming in such a snowy night. Obviously, it was a rare treasure. This is the best treasure to resist the cold, 5-tailed fire fox fur. Where did you get it? Yuanyue asked Jiang Zhongbin, who was sitting next to her. On Phoenix Head, there were 5 people sitting together. Yuanyue, Jiang Zhongbin, Sun Fengho, Bu Riyun, and Li Changjiang. I took it. Cough, cough. Jiang Zhongbin coughed, and there was a rare awkwardness in his tone. I got it from that cheap old man. It looks good, and I just got it. I was going to send it to you at the end of autumn, but I didn't expect it to snow so heavily in the summer. It could be considered to be used in advance. Everyone burst into laughter. Hu Ryun looked into the distance worriedly and murmured, "It's been a while since the message was sent. With Xiao Duo's current cultivation and strength, why hasn't he come yet? Could something have happened to him on the way?" Sun Fengho said, "It can't be, right?" Everyone's attention is focused on the star martial spirit crystal. What could have happened here? It's snowing so heavily, and no one flew him here. He only ran here on his 2 legs. It's not surprising that he's a little slow. Li Changjiang said. "I'm just a little worried," Hu Ruoyun said. "It'll be fine." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo is very lucky. Even if there are some obstacles, he won't really encounter any real danger. I think he'll be here soon." While they were talking, they heard the sound of someone stepping on the snow below. In the heavy snow, Zhuo Xiaoduo was not discovered until he was 20 meters away. "We finally came over," he sighed. "This heavy snow. How long has it been? 1.5 hours? Now it's almost over my knees. What kind of weather is this?" Zhuo Xiaoduo complained as he walked over. "It's a hot summer, and it's snowing heavily. Is this a rare thing?" Chapter 300. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said, "This can be considered a rare thing, but it's too much to talk about the creation of the world. The Phoenix Vein in Phoenix City is occupied by an ice phoenix. The birth of the ice phoenix is accompanied by cold weather. Even if it's a hot summer, as long as the ice phoenix is born, it's normal for the sky to be covered in snow. It's not surprising at all." Ice phoenix. Zhuo Xiaoduo was lost in thought. Thinking of Zhuo Xiaoyan, he couldn't help but think cat phoenix. He Yuanyue said, "Xiaoduo, come to me. I can't look at Qi now. Take a look at the Qi and tell me what you see." "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed straightforwardly and quickly walked to the front of the old principal. Sun Fengho, Jiang Zhangbin, Li Changjiang, and Hu Ruiyun were all gloomy. He Yuanyue had already said that she didn't have much time left. If she were to forcefully use the aura viewing technique now, then she was afraid that she would have to leave this world immediately after she finished reading it. She wouldn't be able to wait for the moment when the Phoenix Pulse Spirit appeared. He Yuanyue didn't want to leave this regret. Even if she died, she wanted to die after the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in front of He Yuanyue and looked at her. Between the heavens and the earth, there was only a vast expanse of white snow. The snowflakes were so dense that the visibility was almost zero. He really couldn't see anything. However, in the eyes of the Qi watchers, these snowflakes were completely non-existent. What they looked at was the Qi and Qi. The point of observation was never something that ordinary people could see with their naked eyes, but the general trend between heaven and earth. Even if the wind and snow were 10 times stronger, it would be difficult to have any effect. "How spectacular!" Zhuo Xiaoduo looked and suddenly let out a heartfelt exclamation. "How spectacular!" He Yuanyue asked. "Between heaven and earth, there's a vast expanse. There's only one ice phoenix, constantly flapping its wings." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Now, the heaven snow and earth fire have merged into one. It's probably time for wind and thunder to rise, heavenly fire to burn, snow to dance, and Qi to soar to the heavens." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked indifferently, "How is the ice phoenix?" "He's very calm. He's strolling around freely," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Are you taking a walk?" He Yuanyue asked seriously. "Looking around?" "Yes." "What's the frequency of flapping?" "It's soothing and very leisurely. It's slow and unhurried." He Yuanyue was relieved. She said, "To be able to be this calm and at ease, then the probability of success is higher. By the way, how is the Ice Phoenix's mental state? Is she excited?" Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him carefully and said, "Well, he doesn't look very excited, but overall, he looks okay. Aren't you excited?" He Yuanyue nodded. "What time is it now?" 9:57. "Okay, wait a while. You can read it again at 11 o'clock to confirm the situation." "All right." Everyone waited calmly and silently prayed for the success of this game. Heavy snow continued to fall, but the frequency of the snowfall didn't change in the slightest. The entire mountain range gradually became flat after the frequent snowfall. It was almost a flat plain. The heavy snow had filled up all the ravines that could be seen. On the other three sides that couldn't be seen, the fire still didn't slow down because of the heavy snow. Instead, it grew fiercer and fiercer. This was because countless black liquid gushed out of the ground like a fountain and turned into a pillar of fire. If the weather was clear, they might be able to see the truth of the fire if they stood on the phoenix head. But now, the heavy snow had completely blocked their line of sight. They couldn't see any clues at all. The snow was waist-high. Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho kept moving the accumulated snow around them and in front of them. They kept sighing. Phoenix City hasn't had such heavy snow for dozens of years. Now it's snowing, and it's even in summer. The sound of branches breaking under the heavy snow could be heard all around them. Everyone was still waiting quietly. As time passed little by little, it was already 10:30. He Yuanyue's complexion gradually became ugly as time passed. The redness on her face was fading bit by bit. At the side, Hu Riyun and the others felt as if their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. For today, she had taken countless secret medicines. She didn't care about the consequences and increased her mental strength and vitality at all costs. But now, she was losing her mental strength and vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Zhongbin looked at He Yuanyue worriedly. He immediately took out a box of pills from his bosom and took one out. Immediately, a fragrant smell assailed their nostrils. He begged, "Teacher, eat one." He Yuanyue turned her head with difficulty and nodded. "Okay, if I don't eat it, I'm afraid I won't be able to last until midnight. I might as well waste it." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to take the pill, but he found that he couldn't raise his hand. Even if he had a rare treasure like the firefox fur, being in such a cold environment for a long time still caused the old principal's mental strength, endurance, and vitality to slowly drain away. Right now, he didn't even have the strength to move his hand. Jiang Zhongbin took the box and said, "Teacher, you just need to open your mouth." Then He Yuanyue's eyes widened. "Jiang Zhongbin, what are you doing?" All of a sudden, Jiang Zhongbin had stuffed an entire box of 5 pills into his mouth. Jiang Zhongbin laughed dryly. "This student made a mistake. Please punish me, teacher." He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. "It's useless, Zhongbin. I'm going to die tonight. There's no luck." Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho's eyes turned red at the same time. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and didn't say anything else. She was trying her best to conserve every ounce of energy she had left. "It's 11 o'clock. Hu Riyun's voice trembled a little. He Yuanyue opened her eyes. So Xiaoduo also immediately looked at where the ice phoenix was. At this moment, the Zhua family was in a rare state of devastation. Well, many of the attackers first went to Zhua Xiaoduo's house to kill Zhua Xiaoduo. But Zhua Xiaoduo wasn't there. After these people broke the window, they immediately went out to chase after Zhua Xiaoduo. But the window was broken in the end. They wouldn't close the window like Zhua Xiaoduo. So now, there was a thick layer of snow near the window of the Zhua family's house. When the clock struck 11 o'clock, in Zhua Chonglu's study, a white jade rooster, which had been placed on the table as a decoration, suddenly melted. Well, it melted, inexplicably melted. Then a snow-white, sparkling thing appeared. It quietly flew out of the window and went straight to the sky. That snow-white, translucent object let out a soft sound in midair before exploding on its own. At this moment, the millions of people in Phoenix City seemed to hear a clear and melodious phoenix cry in their hearts or souls. The sound was so pleasant that it seemed to hit their souls directly. At the same time, Zhua Xiaoduo opened his eyes and stared at the ice phoenix on the other side. The ice phoenix, which was wandering on the ground, suddenly raised its head. A white light rushed into the ice phoenix's head without any warning. The ice phoenix suddenly raised its head and flapped its wings violently. It slowly walked forward. At this moment, its steps were calm and confident, like a king descending to the world. The ice phoenix's demeanor changed. So Xiaoduo promptly reported, "It's a kind of..." The feeling of a king descending to the world. But this feeling suddenly appeared. It's really strange. It wasn't there just now. Yu's face showed a sincere smile. This is the return of the ice phoenix spirit of the Feng Manor. The heavens are blessing us. All living beings are lucky. She said meaningfully, the Feng Manor that we haven't been able to find must have been taken away by someone a long time ago. They must have protected the ice phoenix spirit. Today, when the wind and clouds meet, the ice phoenix spirit will immediately appear to find its master. Not bad, not bad. I, Yue, am not the only one in this world. Very lucky, very lucky. Xiaoduo opened his eyes and looked at the ice phoenix. He found that the ice phoenix looked up at the sky and didn't change its posture for a long time. The ice phoenix is looking up at the sky. It seems to be waiting for something. Xiaoduo was puzzled and quickly reported. Wait for what? Yue was stunned. Now that everything is ready, what is there to wait for? That's not right. Xiaoduo exclaimed. In the east, there are large amounts of purple qi surging. Purple qi from the east. Yu's eyes suddenly widened. That's great. How much is there? A lot. And it's coming very quickly. Right now, the entire east is filled with purple qi. Even now, it still hasn't stopped gushing out. It's still coming out. Xiaoduo's voice was hurried. This is a good thing. That's great. Yue was unable to contain her joy. The purple qi is still rushing over. It's already halfway there, but it's still gushing out from the east. It's already spread over half. No, it's already spread over the entire sky. Right now, the purple qi is merging with the ice phoenix. It's still gushing out from the east. Xiaoduo was stunned by his own words. How could it be so amazing? This purple qi that rushed into the sky, filled the sky with purple qi, and seemed to be coming out without end. How much was there? Just how strong was this qi and qi sign? Yu's smile grew wider and wider. The purple qi from the east connects heaven and earth, and the phoenix vein rushes to the ninth heaven. Good. An unknown place far away. Oh no, the level of the phoenix vein. We underestimated it. It's already at the level of the heavenly vein. A person suddenly appeared on the mountain peak, looking anxious. He looked in a certain direction, then jumped up and turned into a long rainbow across the sky. The next moment, he was about to tear the space apart. Following this person's movement, another long rainbow flew up from the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass, intercepting this long rainbow on the other side. The two long rainbows collided with each other, and with a loud boom, the whole mountain nearby collapsed. Then, the two long rainbows landed on two small hills respectively, showing their figures and looking at each other. The person who showed his figure was a middle-aged man in a purple robe. At this moment, he said with a gloomy face, Dongfang, you want to stop me? Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 301. On the other side was a middle-aged man in a long green robe. His appearance was extremely scholarly. His brows were gentle and his eyes were smiling. He said, Lord Dan Kong, we have an agreement. The higher-ups are not allowed to interfere in this situation. Are you the one breaking the agreement now? Dan Kong said angrily, it was you who played dirty. That phoenix vein is definitely not an ordinary one. Dongfang remained calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos. She said airily, these words are strange. Back then, we were watching the heaven and earth fate mirror together. Why are you accusing us of playing dirty now? If you can't afford to lose, just say it. Who doesn't know who you are? We've been guarding against you for a long time. Dan Kong was furious. How can a phoenix vein of this level be stopped by a mere wolf? It's you who played dirty tricks and misled us. Dongfang said calmly, isn't your brother Dasui there too? Do you need me to teach you how to do it? Dan Kong snorted angrily, but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't say that their brother Dasui had returned and had been fucking turned into a weak blind man by them. He was still in seclusion, and no one knew when he would come out. Despicable and shameless, Dan Kong scolded. You humans with astral souls are really despicable and shameless. Extremely despicable, Dongfang said with a smile. Dan Kong, let's not talk about anything else. Just looking at your flustered and exasperated appearance makes me feel so good. You can continue. I'm willing to watch you like this. I can even watch you for a year. This is what it means to be pleasing to the eye. Dan Kong was furious. You, go back, Dongfang said calmly. Even if you have mastered the power of space, you're still not at Zhu Wu's level. With such a long distance between us, can you make it in time? Dan Kong said dejectedly. If you don't stop me, of course I can make it in time. Then why don't you guess whether I stop you or not? Dongfang smiled playfully. Fuck your grandmother. Guess your grandpa. If you don't stop me, then you must have seen a ghost. Dan Kong scolded, no longer caring about his manners. Dongfang said leisurely, you actually scolded me. I didn't even scold you. How ungentlemanly. Fine. Fuck all the women of your ancestors. Dan Kong roared furiously. The wind and clouds in the sky were cut off. Dongfang, do you think you can defeat me? Dan Kong roared angrily. Dongfang smiled. I can't beat you, but do you dare to make a move against me? At this time? At the right moment, a surge of saber chi appeared from afar and locked onto Dan Kong. Dongfang smiled. I'm not your opponent, but if you dare to fight me, I only need to hold you back for a second, and the right heavenly king can kill this body of yours. Are you coming or not? Come on, come on. Those who have astral souls are the most shameless. Dan Kong cursed. Then his body flashed, turned into a rainbow, and flew back. Dongfang rubbed his chin and smiled as he looked in the direction Dan Kong left. He said slowly, seeing that we are weak, he wanted to bully the weak. Who is the shameless one here? Fuck your ancestors. Then he stayed where he was and stood there waiting. After a long time, there was a fluctuation in the air. Dan Kong appeared again. As soon as he appeared, he saw Dongfang. He immediately cursed. Why the fuck are you still here? Dongfang smiled and said, why the fuck are you back? Dan Kong sighed dispiritedly. He cursed crazily for a while, and then disappeared again. This time, he really went back. However, Dongfang still didn't go back. He still stood on top of the small mountain and circulated the true chi in his dantian. He repeated Dan Kong's curses word by word, and his voice was loud enough to shake 1,000 miles. Within thousands of miles, everyone was stunned to hear Commander Dongfang cursing in the street. And he was cursing Dan Kong, who had a higher cultivation than him. Everyone's hair stood on end. Commander Dongfang was really awesome. After scolding him twice, Dongfang finally went back to his room. Fuck, how dare he curse me? Even if I have to curse, I'll take advantage of cursing twice. Phoenix City. Phoenix turned back. The purple gas has completely covered the sky. It's so thick that it's almost turned into a purple mirror. So Xiaoduo continued to report. Although Phoenix is about to show her majesty, she's still looking up, as if she's waiting for something. He Yuanyue frowned. What time is it now? 11:50. She's not ready to rush the soul. What is she waiting for? Don't delay the time. Xiaoduo also frowned, puzzled. I don't know. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Just now, a huge fire dragon suddenly rushed down from the other side of the sky. Fuck. It came down in an instant. So Xiaoduo was shocked. He Yuanyue finally smiled comfortably. So Ice Phoenix is waiting for her partner. Good. With the fire dragon's protection, we're more confident. So Xiaoduo continued to report. The fire dragon is like the Ice Phoenix. Its body is exposed, and it circles around the Ice Phoenix. The Phoenix's expression changed. It looked very happy and began to flap its wings. The Phoenix began to soar. The Phoenix soared. It began to soar. Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was filled with excitement. On the vast land, the huge Ice Phoenix's wings finally flapped crazily, and its 2 claws had already left the ground and flew up. Then, everyone clearly heard the Phoenix's cry. It was a cry full of excitement, confidence, happiness, and peace of mind. Phoenix cry whirled. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's gaze, the Phoenix's feet touched the ground and suddenly flew up. Its wings flapped countless times in an instant, and then suddenly contracted to the side of its body. Its huge body turned into a huge, snow-white arrow, and with its neck raised, it soared high into the sky, straight to the clouds. The fire dragon let out a roar and soared into the sky alongside the phoenix. Dragon cry world, dragon soar, and phoenix dance. Star martial spirit crystal. Zhua Xianyan, dressed in plain clothes, was sitting cross-legged in a room of more than 20 square meters, surrounded by blood-red soul crystals. She was the only one in the room. On the roof, Qin Fangyang and Han Song stood on the left and right, holding swords. On the other corner, there was another cloud transformation expert left by the Star Shield General Bureau, Yu Shilong. These three cloud transformation experts formed an unbreakable triangular line of defense. Below, Mu Yinyin, dressed in plain white clothes, sat cross-legged at the door of the Star Marshal Spirit Crystal Room. At the left window, Sister Lan stood with a saber, and on the other side, Qiu Yunshang looked around with a sword. Mu Yinyin's three fellow apprentices stood quietly at a distance of more than 10 meters in front of Mu Yinyin, fully focused on the surrounding movements. Around them, there was at least one soul transformation expert in every key position, either in the open or in the dark on alert. At a rough estimate, there were more than 20 soul transformation cultivators participating in this defense. Such a powerful lineup of guardians could be said to be luxurious, even extravagant. Yes, it was extravagant. It was just a guardian mission for a woman to break through to the elixir realm. Normally, even if a soul transformation expert broke through to the cloud transformation realm, there would not be such a luxurious lineup of guardians. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's actions, then the only person who would be guarding here would probably be Mu Yinyin. At most, there would be one or two nascent soul stage teachers in the academy. But at this moment, the core of the guardians had completely changed. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat in the room with a calm mind, without any joy or sorrow. He emptied his mind and soul and used all his strength to activate the true yuan that he had been suppressing in his body, making it circulate continuously in his meridians. Faster and faster, more and more urgent. She was waiting for the opportunity to break through. When the true core strength in her body reached the peak, it would be the time to break through. For this breakthrough, Zhuo Xiaoyan was fully confident. With more than 50 accumulations, there was no reason why she could not break through. However, if the Phoenix vein did not move, her cultivation would be suppressed by the general trend, and she could not break through. This could be regarded as a manifestation of man's inability to overcome nature, and supernatural powers were not as good as nature. 10 o'clock. The true core strength in her body became more and more active, like boiling water. The temperature was on the verge of boiling. 10:30. The true core strength was boiling, and it was noisy and restless at high speed. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual qi began to gather here, rushing into the Star Marshal Spirit Crystal Room like rivers flowing into the sea. Zhuo Xiaoyan's pretty face was still indifferent. She was calm and motionless, carefully feeling the true core strength in her body, waiting for the moment to break through. 11 o'clock. The gathering of spiritual qi filled the whole Star Martial Arts Academy, like a sea of spiritual qi, vast and boundless. Such momentum, even Qin Fangyang and others, could not help but change their expressions. When I broke through to the cloud transformation realm, there was no such momentum. Han Song was on full alert, but he was still shocked. Qin Fangyang curled his lips. I really don't know when I broke through to the cloud transformation realm what kind of momentum it was. Even in such a solemn atmosphere, Han Song almost laughed out loud. This person broke through when he was unconscious. It would be strange if he knew that 11:30 the sound of a phoenix resonated in his heart. And also at this moment, in the thick snow, 3 starlights suddenly lit up. 2 in the north, 1 in the south. The 3 starlights shone, and the heavy snow was unable to block these 3 starlights. The three starlights crossed above the star martial spirit crystal room and slowly fell. In the intersection of the three stars was the star martial spirit crystal room. On the roof, Qin Fangyang said in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay attention. The killing wolf formation has been formed. The enemy is coming." Everyone who heard this felt a chill in their hearts. In these 2 days, the governor's mansion and the Star Martial Spirit Shield had almost plowed the ground and checked all the surrounding buildings more than 100 times, just to prevent the Umno Alliance from setting up the Killing Wolf formation. But now, that damn formation was still formed. Everyone really could not imagine how the other party did it. But the formation had already been formed. Even if they wanted to investigate, they would have to wait until later. What they needed to consider now was that with the formation of this formation, it was bound to increase the combat power of the Umno Alliance. The moment the killing formation was formed, even the vast amount of spiritual chi that gathered from all directions seemed to be stagnant at this moment. A voice seemed to resound in the netherworld. "Kill! Kill the spiritual goddess! Right now, kill!" Chapter 302. The formation of Kill, Break, and Wolf had appeared at this critical moment. Then, the aura of this place was controlled by the three stars. The place that they had been guarding had become the home ground of the enemy. This was a huge blow to the people guarding here. Was the Umno Alliance so powerful? Streaks of black gas separated from the starlight and headed in different directions. If one studied the direction of the black gas, they would be the best attack route. As the black gas broke through the air, the dense snow in the air seemed to be stirred up and broken into pieces. Streaks of black shadows suddenly appeared like ghosts. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 400 shadows. All of them were flying in the air and heading towards the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. Although he had known that the strength of the attack would exceed the information he had received, this was too much. The number of people obviously exceeded the arrangement of the Star Emissary. The Star Emissary must have felt something and directly activated all the forces of the Umno Alliance in the Phoenix City. Kill! The guardians of the Phoenix City who were guarding here also flew out from their hiding places and tried their best to stop them. The moment the battle came into contact, an exceptionally tragic atmosphere appeared. The people of the Umno Alliance who came to attack this time were at least at the Origin Core realm. They were all fearless and rushed forward. Under the light of the three stars of Kill, Break, and Wolf, the strength of each of the Umno Alliance's experts was greatly enhanced. Originally, they were only at the Origin Core realm. Now, they were almost at the beginning of the Nascent Soul realm. Originally, they were at the high level of the Nascent Soul realm and could almost be used as clouds. This was the power of the astrology of the Umno Alliance. Screams sounded one after another. Just as the battle started, more than 10 people from both sides were bleeding in the air. With a weird laugh, a cloud in the air suddenly changed shape. A figure fell rapidly, and its target was Qin Fangyang. The blade of the sword was eerie and murderous. Bastard of the Umno Alliance. Good timing. Qin Fangyang let out a long howl and brandished his long sword. Without dodging, he met the incoming enemy head-on and engaged in a fierce battle. As soon as they made contact, the 5 Qin Fangyangs all appeared and joined forces to attack the person they were fighting. Qin Fangyang was well aware of the dangers of this battle, so he went all out as soon as the battle began. He intended to finish off his opponent in the shortest amount of time possible and consolidate the defensive line on his side. The best strategy was to end the battle quickly. On the other hand, Han Song and Yu Shilong did not even lift their eyelids as they continued to guard their positions. At this critical juncture, protecting Zhuo Xiaoyan was their top priority. Even if Qin Fangyang was killed in a single blow in front of them, they could only watch helplessly. His position must not be messed up. At this moment, Qin Fangyang was in the direction of the 7 kills formation, which was where the killing intent was the strongest. Han Song and Yu Shilong kept their heads down and did not move. In fact, they were fully focused and were careful to adapt to the situation. At this moment, with a loud boom, a huge piece of metal weighing hundreds of thousands of gene suddenly appeared right above the three stars open formation, smashing down with a loud bang. The landing point was the star Martial Spirit Crystal Room. Han Song and Yu Shilong were furious. Although they had expected this move, the piece of metal in front of them was too big and too heavy. The two of them roared at the same time and flew up from the ground. The two swords simultaneously launched the move of body and sword as one, turning into lightning and thunder to meet it. This huge piece of metal must be broken down before it smashed into the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room. If it was allowed to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it did not directly hit the spiritual goddess, Zhuo Xiaoyan in the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room would be exposed to everyone. Pieces of metal were broken down one by one, and the speed was extremely fast. However, boom, 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 that a series of noises could be heard. Surprisingly, another 7 or 8 pieces of metal of the same size were flying over. Moreover, they were not limited to the roof, but from all directions. Everyone could no longer remain indifferent in weight, and they all made their moves. Only Mu Yinyan remained motionless, guarding the door behind her. Even if this piece of metal smashed directly on her head, she would not leave the position she was guarding. Her eldest senior brother, Jiang Zhilan, appeared in a flash and blocked the iron block that was facing her. At this moment, there were a few rapid air-braking sounds in the air again. It was 3 figures from 3 directions, rushing towards the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room. Mu Yinyan finally could not remain indifferent and screamed, "For Cloud Transformation Realm!" This sudden change was obviously out of everyone's expectation. No matter if it was the Phoenix City or the UMNO Alliance forces, that emissary, even when the UMNO Alliance members had a meeting, said that there would only be 2 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators, but now there were already 4 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators. And these 4 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators did not include Feng Yinhua. Such a lineup was terrifying and appalling. If Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that there was such a change, he would definitely curse. "Damn it, you lied to me?" Qin Fangyang, Han Song, and Yu Shilong all used their strength to block, risking their lives. Han Yu and Yu Shilong did not hesitate to expend a lot of energy to block the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators. But they had expended too much energy, and in a hurry to deal with the enemy, they were actually at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang directly exploded one of his clones, causing his opponent to spit out blood and retreat. He steadily took his original position and fought with one of the people who rushed over. 1 against 2, the 5-direction sword showed its power. On the other side, Sister Lan calmly cut an incoming piece of metal. Suddenly, she let out a long roar, and around her body, white clouds rose. Her long sword whistled like a dragon, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 UMNO Alliance cultivators who rushed over were slaughtered. Boiling blood directly dyed the snow dozens of meters around. Cloud Transformation Realm. Another Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator. Sister Lan, who had been hiding her cultivation all this time and had never truly exposed it, finally revealed her true strength today. But in the eyes of Qin Fangyang and Han Song, Sister Lan's Cloud Transformation Realm was still somewhat unstable. She should have just broken through, and her foundation was not solid yet. The two of them understood. Sister Lan should be the same as Qin Fangyang. When she fought with Shang Qingyun last time, she touched a bottleneck and then broke through. But no matter what, another Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator had appeared on their side. Although it was not a miracle, it was still a great encouragement. But a loud rumbling sound pulled everyone back to reality. Heavy pieces of metal attacked from all directions. With the sudden appearance of 4 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators, Phoenix City's tight defensive line was finally unable to withstand the repeated attacks, and a flaw appeared. On one side of the wall of the Star Weapon Gold Crystal Room, a large hole was created by a piece of metal that slipped through the net. From outside, one could already see Zhuo Xiaoyan sitting cross-legged inside. A figure laughed sinisterly, appearing like a ghost. The sword in his hand emitted a blood-red light as he rushed inside. It was actually the outfit of an old farmer who sold vegetables. He directly rushed into the Star Weapon Spirit Crystal Room. Another Cloud Transformation Realm cultivator actually joined the battle. Qin Fangyang was burning with anxiety. That's not right. The information given by Zhou Xiaoduo was completely inaccurate. The person who wanted to take advantage of the gap had only rushed out 2 meters when he suddenly let out a strange cry, as if he was fighting with someone. What was even more bizarre was that the person fighting with him did not appear from the beginning to the end. To the outsiders, it was as if that person was fighting with the air. Divine Shadow! The Alliance expert shouted. There is a divine shadow beside the spiritual thought goddess. Activate the falling star plan. Hearing this, all the Alliance experts' expressions turned cold. Then, a tragic expression appeared on their faces. More than 20 core realm experts and 9 nascent soul realm experts suddenly changed their attacks. They all rushed forward as if they did not care about their lives. When he reached the border, he even self-detonated his own flesh and blood body to the limit. After more than 30 loud noises, the area around the Star Weapon Spirit Crystal Room had been turned into ruins. But even in such an extreme battle atmosphere, the destroyed area was still suppressed to the area around the Star Weapon Spirit Crystal Room. Mu Yinyin, Qin Fangyang, and the others formed a big circle and spared no effort to maintain it, not letting the Alliance people rush in. But the people of the Alliance people were like crazy. They directly self-destructed when they could not rush in. Fortunately, the self-destructing cultivator was still at the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, Qin Fangyang and the others would have suffered heavy casualties. But even so, the other side's self-detonation still exerted great pressure on the Phoenix City's experts. Han Song and Yu Shilong were caught in the explosion's shockwaves and staggered, while the other side was even more merciless, launching a series of attacks. The two of them roared angrily, but there was nothing they could do. They could only retreat step by step, with blood splashing everywhere. At this time, a tall figure seemed to fly in from the sky. In a flash, he had already joined the battle circle and blocked Qin Fangyang's attack. As soon as he attacked, Qin Fangyang fell into a disadvantage. Go in, the person who came shouted in a low voice. If it was not Fang Yinhua, who else could it be? The Alliance sent out the 7th expert of the Cloud Transformation Realm. Qin Fangyang and the others' hearts turned cold. How could there be so many? The 2 experts of the Cloud Transformation Realm who replaced him roared and took a hit from Qin Fangyang. They had already rushed into the Star Weapon Spirit Crystal Room. However, when they entered, they were also intercepted by another divine shadow. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. These 2 people were already seriously injured. At this moment, they were completely suppressed by the other divine shadow and were completely at a disadvantage. But the Star Weapon Spirit Crystal Room was completely exposed to the void. Everyone could see that in the middle of the battle, Zhou Xiaoyan was sitting quietly in a white robe. The true core qi above her head was slowly rising, forming a lotus flower in full bloom. She was about to succeed in breaking through. At this time, the time was already 11:58. The cries of dragons and phoenixes sounded in everyone's hearts. The whole world was filled with the cries of dragons and phoenixes. The cries of dragons and phoenixes never stopped. Even in the midst of the heavy snow, even in the midst of the intense battle, everyone's eyes were still dazed for a moment. It was as if they saw a huge phoenix surrounded by a huge dragon, soaring into the sky like a sharp arrow, all the way to the sky, advancing courageously, graceful and at ease, the ruler of the world. In front of them was the endless sky, the 9 heavens. The phoenix vein is breaking through the soul. The phoenix vein is breaking through the soul. No one knew who it was, but he shouted loudly. Chapter 303. Phoenix Meridian's Soul Rushing. Hearing this, The masters of the Umno Alliance became more and more desperate. They would rather use their own chests to block the opponent's sword and saber to move forward. Zhua Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged, operated her cultivation technique with all her strength. At this moment, she was so focused on breaking through that she did not even know what was happening around her. The only thing she could feel was that in her soul, there were bursts of lightning flashing in her sea of consciousness. Her whole person fell into a kind of dizziness, an inexplicable state of chaos. At the same time, the vital energy that had been suppressed for a long time, waiting for an opportunity, completely exploded. It was overwhelming, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Rushing towards the barrier of the inner core realm, the phoenix soared into the sky and flew towards the endless sky, never looking back, endlessly elegant. And a golden light flashed in the sky at this time, like a meteor rushing down. The whole world was suddenly filled with a strange fragrance. This was the real Phoenix Meridian soul rushing. All the birds and birds within a radius of 10,000 miles, regardless of the heavy snow, flapped their wings and flew up. Mu Yinyin fought with all her strength, but her strength was not enough. She fought until her hair was disheveled and her hands were in a mess, but she still did not retreat half a step. She would rather die than retreat. Hundreds of people of the Umno Alliance had been killed and self-detonated. Now there were only 40 people left, and there were only 17 or 18 masters left on the side of the Phoenix City. The rest were either seriously injured and unable to fight anymore, or had been sacrificed. Mu Yinyin's two junior brothers were also lying on the ground in the fierce battle, covered in blood, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. At this time, another 6 nascent soul transformation masters of the Umno Alliance rushed towards Mu Yinyin with no regard for their lives. Mu Yinyin shouted, "Senior brother, stop them." Senior brother came out with his sword. "Don't worry." However, the sword suddenly flashed, turned around quickly, and stabbed into Mu Yinyin's chest. This sword was simply earth-shattering. Mu Yinyin screamed and looked at her senior brother in disbelief. She grabbed the sword with one hand, and blood gushed out. Her eyes were full of grief and indignation. "You?" Senior brother nodded slightly. "I'm sorry, junior sister. I'm from 7 kills." He was about to draw his sword when he finished speaking. But Mu Yinyin had lost her temper. She grabbed the sword and refused to let go. "You despicable person. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." True essence surged around his body. It was clear that he was about to self-destruct and return to the underworld with his enemy. At this moment, Hansong let out a long and shrill cry. He had been hit by 3 palms and 1 sword. He flew over with blood all over his body. With a thunderous palm, he hit Mu Yinyin's senior brother, Jiang Zhilan, and sent him flying. Then he swiftly pulled out the long sword and sent Mu Yinyin into the Star Martial Spirit Crystal Room. "I'm so busy. This is an emergency." Hansong immediately turned around and once again blocked the Umno Alliance's Hua Yun. Mu Yinyin groaned miserably, but hurriedly used her Jinshi to seal the wound. Then she swallowed a large bottle of elixirs and screamed miserably, "Jiang Zhilan, you bastard!" Blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Zhilan's mouth, but he grinned hideously as he charged forward again. On this side, the defense line had lost another link. It was getting more and more dangerous. Almost all the people who were guarding Zhua Xiaoyan had been transferred away. Even the 2 divine shadows were in a fierce battle at this moment. They were in imminent danger. As long as one of the enemies rushed in, all their previous efforts would be wasted. At this moment, Fang Yinuo let out a long and shrill cry, charging at all costs. Before his voice died away, he had already taken the lead and rushed down. His palms struck out at the same time. The power of his palms was like a giant hammer, rushing toward Han Song and Yu Shilong, who were blocking him. "Charge in." The other Hua Yun masters of the Umno Alliance saw hope. They used all their strength to attack fiercely and shake the defense line. Together with Jiang Zhilan's attack, 6 directions were in danger at the same time. Qin Fangyang opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Explode! Explode! Explode!" The three clones exploded at the same time. The three Huayan masters were almost smashed into pieces by the explosion. Two of them had one of their shoulders and one of their legs blown away. However, Qin Fangyang also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking, and his face was pale. At this moment, Fang Yinao and the other Huayan master of the Umno Alliance had already rushed in. At this moment, it was 12 o'clock sharp. Zhuo Xiaoyan only felt that the vital energy in his body was flowing into the ocean, crashing into the barrier of the inner dance stage with an unstoppable force. With a light cracking sound, the barrier of the inner dance stage was broken. The river-like vital energy rushed into the new meridians and flowed at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, charge! Fang Yinuo and the other Huayan master had already rushed to Zhuo Xiaoyan's side. The two immortal shadows exerted all their strength. They did not even care about hiding their bodies anymore. They wanted to stop them, but their opponents were also using all their strength to fight. The two immortal shadows were powerless. They could only sigh helplessly. The golden light in the sky that was filled with the essence of Tao had already shot into the star martial soul crystal. It was only 2 feet away from Zhuo Xiaoyan that at this moment, the Huayan master of the Umno Alliance who rushed in first shouted and slashed at the defenseless Zhuo Xiaoyan with his sword. His face was filled with a ferocious and cruel smile. However, at the next moment he suddenly shouted. The long sword stopped in the air. His expression turned into shock and disbelief. You! He let out a loud cry. It was Fang Yinuo who had taken advantage of the opening to strike. One hand had ruthlessly pierced into his chest, grabbing his heart and crushing it without any hesitation. The other hand had pierced into his dantian at the same speed, shattering his soul source with a bang. Following which, he separated his hands and tossed the Cloud Transformation Realm expert's body into minced meat. He even shouted, "Quick! Kill the spiritual thought goddess, and it will be a success." Similarly, at this moment, the golden light of Tao rushed into Zhuo Xiaoyan's body. An extremely joyous phoenix cry resounded in everyone's souls. A small phoenix shadow flashed above Zhuo Xiaoyan's head and then disappeared. An unbelievably powerful aura was emitted from his body. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Phoenix meridians rushed to the soul. Success! Just as the two immortal shadows were stunned, Fang Yinuo swept past like a whirlwind and smashed a Huayan master of the Umno Alliance into pieces. He grabbed his original soul and scolded, "What are you doing? Kill her." As he spoke, he rushed in front of Jiang Zhilan. Jiang Zhilan was stunned in disbelief. He punched his head and smashed his original soul. Then his body floated up. "Oh, kill the spiritual thought goddess." He rushed toward the battle in the sky. Fang Yinuo's true cultivation was definitely not below Qin Fangyang's. He was also the one with the most complete combat power among all the people present. At the same time, he was also familiar with the strength of the people in the Wizard Alliance. He directly rushed into the battlefield where Han Song and Yu Shilong were and shouted, "Long live the Celestial Wizard! We will succeed!" Bang! Bang! In just a moment, the three Huayan masters who were almost blown away by Qin Fangyang's self-explosion were all killed. One of them was still confused even when he died. "Brother Fang, I killed the wrong person. It's okay." Fang Yinuo comforted him. "Go in peace. I am here." After killing him with a slap, he did not stop and rushed toward the Huayan master who was fighting with Sister Lan. He shouted, "Let's attack together. Don't let any of them escape." Everyone was shocked. Fang Yinuo's shout was actually a woman's voice. Where did this drama queen come from? Fang Yinuo roared as he continued to attack without a care in the world that at this moment, the battle was over. Other than the people who were fighting with Sister Lan and the people who were fighting with the two divine shadows, the rest of the experts from the Wizard Alliance had all died. None of them were lucky. The rest of the people rushed forward and killed the Umno Alliance's experts who were shocked out of their wits. However, the people on their side looked at this great expert who had suddenly appeared with confused eyes. Everyone was confused. This person, his cultivation is so high. Where did he come from? This This is simply that the rest of the battle was completely one-sided. The experts of the Wizard Alliance were all slaughtered, just as Fong Yinhua had expected. Even Fong Yinhua's martial nephews, Yin Zhuiying and Pan Yuxing, were killed by Fong Yinhua himself. Yin Zhuiying and Pan Yuxing looked at their martial uncle in disbelief. Their whole lives were turned upside down at this moment. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Martial uncle? Yin Zhuiying's handsome face was filled with despair and disbelief. No alliances, thieves. Give me your lives. Fong Yinhua used a woman's voice to curse and killed his two martial nephews with a sword. After that, he still did not greet anyone. He searched around the battlefield, afraid that there would be some fish that escaped the net. This kind of viciousness, it was even more vicious than the protectors of Phoenix City. However, the dust had settled. The Phoenix Meridian Soul Awakening was successful. The 6 Alliance's experts in the Cloud Transformation Realm were all dead. Sister Lan, please continue to protect the spiritual senses. The rest of you, check the casualties and treat the injured. Han Song and Yu Shilong had already checked Mu Yinyan's injuries. Although the sword had pierced her chest, they did not know if it was a blessing in disguise or if Jiang Zhilan still had a bit of conscience and did not directly pierce her heart. Although Mu Yinyan's injuries were extremely serious, her life was not in danger. As for the others, 7 nascent soul transformation realm experts died. 4 nascent soul transformation realm experts were seriously injured. Qin Fangyang self-destructed 4 doppelgangers and injured his origin. This was an extremely heavy price to pay. Qiu Yinshang was the luckiest this time. As soon as he came up, he was attacked by a cloud transformation realm expert. He vomited blood and fainted. In the end, he was the one with the lightest injuries. This brother, how should I address you? Han Song finally looked at Fong Yinhua and asked. He saw Fong Yinhua's mask. Han Song had good eyesight. He immediately knew that the other party did not want to reveal his identity. While he was stunned, he saw Fong Yinhua start to move again. A sword pierced through his thigh. Another sword slashed his lower abdomen. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He smashed his right shoulder with his left palm and broke his right leg with his right fist. He used his hand to pull his left ear, and half of it fell off. Only his skin and flesh were left. Finally, he smashed his own head with a bang. Blood gushed out. Then, he let out a long and mournful cry and flew into the air. I will be back. You will not succeed. The final victory will always belong to the Alliance. Long live the heavenly witches. Today is the 3rd watch. I just finished writing. If I were to write the final battle scene, it would not be difficult to write an extra chapter. However, I thought about it and decided not to write it. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Chapter 304. Fong Yinhua howled in grief and indignation as he fled desperately, as if there were countless experts chasing after him. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. His acting skills were really on point. However, this guy was really ruthless. He was ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. He could really do it. This news must be kept a secret. He should be a spy arranged by our higher-ups. Sigh. In order to achieve today's situation, we had no choice but to expose ourselves. I don't know if there will be any risks when we return. Han Song let out a long sigh. Clean up the bodies of our brothers. Yu Shilong's face was very heavy, but there was also a trace of relief. The Phoenix Vein soul washing had finally succeeded. Now, so Xiaoyan had successfully broken through. She would wake up after her star essence chi was completely stabilized. From another point of view, they had only sacrificed a few people and wiped out the Alliance's forces. A total of 7 transforming cloud cultivators had died here. The killing, destroying, and wolf sex had also been wiped out. This could be said to be a glorious victory. However, as long as there were sacrifices, no matter how great the victory was, there would always be a shadow of sadness, which would make people unable to be completely happy. The Phoenix Vein soul-washing had ended. High up in the sky, a figure quietly heaved a sigh of relief and disappeared in a flash. Higher up in the sky, two extremely powerful auras were confronting each other. The moment the Phoenix Vein soul-washing succeeded, among them, an inexplicable aura shook slightly. Then, it quietly retreated for a full 3,000 miles. The gap left by this aura was immediately occupied by another aura. You've lost this round. Don't be complacent. You may not necessarily win this round. You'll lose again. You have the will of the astral souls. You have the geographical advantage. On the other hand, my will of the oracle soul is from another world. It's normal for you to have the upper hand. You and I are originally one. Why do we have to decide the winner? No need to say more. Focus on the source. Focus on the source. Don't interfere. Of course, it's up to fate. North of Phoenix City, Phoenix turning back. Midnight. Xiaoduo stared at it without blinking. How is it? At this time, Yuanyua's voice was already very weak, and her voice was somewhat faint. The Phoenix has already soared into the sky. However, the Umno Alliance has been plotting for a long time and has finally taken action. They have broken through the descending stars formation of the three sects of the Wolf sect and sealed it off. Astral powers have filled the air, indicating that the two sides are engaged in a fierce battle. Xiaoduo said. How about the purple chi? Yuanyua's voice was intermittent. The purple gas filling the sky is still the same. Although it has been affected by the star formation of the Killbreak Wolf, judging from the current signs, it is not a big problem. The ones that are dispersed are not as numerous as the ones that continue to emerge. That's good. We still have the upper hand. The fire dragon is protecting the Phoenix. It is hovering around the Phoenix, disintegrating and destroying the power of the killing wolf star array bit by bit. While disintegrating and destroying the array, the fire dragon soared into the sky. Xiaoduo watched carefully. All right, in the Providence array, the Phoenix's posture was the same as before. It flew high into the sky, ignoring everything else. The other shore was right in front of them. Beside me, I have companions. I don't need to worry about safety. I don't need to worry about life or death. I don't need to worry about success or failure. I will leave everything to him. The fire dragon was hovering around the Phoenix. Its enormous body formed an enormous shield of light, which protected the Phoenix that was soaring into the sky like a sharp arrow. Even if there were spears and arrows coming from all directions, so what? None of them could take half a step forward. In the sky, the roars of dragons and phoenixes were faintly echoing. There was also the sound of thunder, which was like the beating of ancient war drums. Every beat was knocking on people's hearts and souls. The purple chi in the sky was getting denser and denser. With another explosion, the Phoenix broke through a patch of dark clouds. It didn't stop for even a moment, and it had already reached the heavens. The fire dragon was still flying side by side with the Phoenix. Finally, the starlight array of the Killbreak Wolf star array could not withstand the impact of the purple chi in the sky and the roars of dragons and phoenixes anymore. It collapsed from point to line and from line to surface. The starlight trembled in the sky. Then, it collapsed into a rain of light and disappeared. In the distant sky, the three stars of the Killbreak Wolf star array suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the Phoenix let out an extremely joyful cry. Its originally retracted wings suddenly spread open. Its wings reached the sky and spread far and wide. An indescribable aura pervaded the sky. The world was suddenly filled with a pure and holy light that belonged to the Ice Phoenix. Specks of white light instantly formed endless waves. They rushed over wave after wave, carrying the gratitude of the Phoenix, and poured into the purple chi in the sky. The Phoenix spread its wings and soared into the depths of the nine heavens. The fire dragon was still hovering in the sky, scattering red specks of light in the sky. This was the fire dragon's gratitude. Together with the specks of light scattered by the Phoenix, they scattered into the purple chi. However, compared to the phoenix's white light that filled the sky like a rising tide, the fire dragon's red light was much less. At most, it was only 1/10 of the phoenix's. The Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array has succeeded. So Xiaoduo shouted joyfully. The dragon and the phoenix are showing their gratitude. However, this fire dragon is too stingy. It's so stingy that it only gave back so little. It's far less generous than the phoenix. It really makes people want to beat it up. He Yuanyue was on the verge of death. However, when she heard this sentence, she couldn't help but smile. The dragon and the phoenix returned together. The purple chi in the sky turned into countless purple rays of light, like rainbows crossing the sky. Among them, the two thickest rays of light took up almost 80% of all the purple chi. Together with the dragon and the phoenix, they soared into the 9 heavens, together with the sky. The other purple chi converged into 2 streams of brilliant luck, which descended with a loud rumble. The first one went straight to the Star Marshal Spirit Crystal Room and fell on top of Zhuo Xiaoyan's head. The other 2 flew back, and one fell on top of Zhuo Xiao's head. The other one was slightly weaker. It fell on top of He Yuanyue's head and disappeared in a flash. Following which, the other strands of purple chi disappeared into the corresponding person's body, including Li Changjiang, Hu Ruiyun, Jiang Zhongbin, Sun Fengho. There were also Mu Yinyin, Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Han Song, Yu Shilong, Qiu Yinshan, and the others. In addition, all the people who participated in the battle, all the people who were injured and unconscious, and even those who had sacrificed themselves, especially those who had sacrificed themselves, there was a streak of purple chi that accurately found their families and fed back to their children that in the end, the 2 streaks of purple chi landed in 2 places. One went to the second high school, and the other went to the Star Martial Arts Academy. The Phoenix's feedback was not left out by anyone who had contributed to the Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. The gratitude was forever remembered by these people who had sacrificed for the Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. Even Gu Luoyin and Wan Pingyuan in the governor's mansion had share. In addition to the benefits, the remaining purple chi quietly sank into the ground of Phoenix City, feeding back to the earth and thanking it for bearing the heavens. As for Fang Yinhua, who had escaped cough, he was the only one who didn't get anything. The south wind rose that the dark clouds in the sky were slowly drifting away. The image of a phoenix quietly appeared in the sky above the entire Phoenix City. It quietly overlooked the city for a long time, and then silently dissipated. Phoenix Vein Soul Charging Array. Complete success. At this point, Zui Xiaoduo's heart finally fell to the ground, and he cried out happily. He Yuanyue's originally blurred eyes suddenly flashed with an incomparably bright light. She said repeatedly, "Good, good, good, ha ha." He let out a long laugh, filled with endless gratification and satisfaction. Her laughter was actually still powerful, the final radiance of the setting sun. Beside her, Jiang Zhongbin's entire body shook. He had been holding the phone in his hand all this time, and he immediately dialed the number he had already dialed. In a low and hurried voice, he said with a sobbing tone, "Teacher Lan, quickly bring live phone back." Although He Yuanyue had always refused to admit that she was Lu Qianqian, Jiang Zhongbin had already prepared himself. No matter what, he didn't want his teacher to have this lifelong regret. Hatred in the underworld. He Yuanyue could no longer hear anything now. She smiled with relief and only felt that her heart was at ease. She had no more regrets in this life. After 80 years of hard work, the trees have finally grown into shade, and the world is filled with students. After 40 years of planning, in the end, the Phoenix Meridian surges into the soul, and the astral souls prosper. He Yuanyue's face was flushed red. She smiled and said, "I, He Yuanyue, have lived a worthy life." Atop the snowy phoenix head, He Yuanyue smiled in gratification. She looked at the endless mountains and rivers in front of her, wrapped in silver and white. Her eyes were filled with boundless affection, boundless yearning. I really don't want to leave. Her life force was rapidly fading away from her body. Her voice was low and deep. Although it was getting weaker, it was still clear. I, Hiyuanyue, have a clear conscience in this life. I have a clear conscience to the astral souls. I have a clear conscience to mankind. I have a clear conscience to my students and my country. His voice was completely weak. She opened her eyes, sparkling and translucent tears flashing in her eyes. But I, Lu Qianqian, in this life, the only thing I have done wrong to you, the only thing I owe you. She stared blankly at the void and muttered, Fangyang. On the other side, Sister Lan immediately hung up the phone and shouted, Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang's avatars had all exploded in this battle, and his internal organs were all injured. His injuries were so serious that they could not be healed. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and he kept vomiting blood. He was in a daze. At this moment, he was barely hanging on, waiting to confirm the completion of the layout of the Phoenix vein. Suddenly, he heard the voice and opened his eyes weakly. What? Is it? Hurry up and follow me. Sister Lan flashed like a hurricane, grabbed Qin Fangyang, and rushed toward the Phoenix head without sparing any effort. Her speed was so fast that it was shocking. As soon as she started, there was already a wisp of smoke in the air behind her. The old principal is dying. This sentence was like a bomb, shaking everyone's heart and soul, and they all rushed over here. Mu Yinyan was seriously injured, and her voice was weak. Take Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan is the child that the old principal cares about the most. The two divine shadows did not hesitate and rotated at the same time. One carried Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had successfully broken through and was about to wake up, and the other carried Mu Yinyan. Only then did they soar into the sky and rush away. Although the wind and snow had weakened, it was still overwhelming. Sister Lan was so anxious that she did not hesitate to burn her life, potential, and divine soul. She rushed forward crazily with Qin Fangyang. Hundreds of miles of space flashed by. The moment they saw the Phoenix head, the two had already fallen like sharp arrows. When Qin Fangyang, who was already heavily injured and unable to continue, saw Feng turn her head around, he instantly understood. He did not know where his strength came from, but with a roar, he broke free from Sister Lan's grasp and charged forward without a care in the world. He rushed to the front of the wheelchair and stared at the person who was no longer moving. Qin Fangyang trembled all over. He opened his mouth but could not speak. There was a sound in his throat like the sad cry of a dying beast. He reached out his hand. At this moment, there was no more scruples. He gently took the person in front of him into his arms. Tears trickled down from his eyes. Hiyuanyue was in a dying state at this moment. She could not see. Fortunately, she could still feel her body. She felt that her body seemed to have fallen into a warm, strong, and reliable embrace. This feeling was somewhat familiar, yet strange at the same time. However, his originally drifting heart suddenly calmed down, and he actually felt that the slight fear he had towards the other world had also instantly disappeared, that her whole body was quiet. She closed her eyes and asked in a trembling voice, Who? Who is it? Qin Fangyang closed his eyes and tried to control his sobs. He tried to calm his voice and said slowly, It's me. Oh. Hiyuanyue leaned more and more quietly in his arms. There was only one last thought left in her mind. I am so happy. I can die in his arms in this life. I am so relieved that suddenly she thought of something. She desperately opened her eyes and said, I am Hiyuan. Qin Fangyang nodded hard. Old principal. Old principal. I am here. In the air, countless figures were falling. Their voices seemed to be shouting. Old principal. Old principal. Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice suddenly sounded. She choked. Grandma He. Grandma He, I have successfully broken through. Please open your eyes and look. Hiyuanyue tried hard to open her eyes, but she could not. She could only feel the figures in front of her. She quietly leaned in Qin Fangyang's arms. With the last of her strength, she murmured, It's so warm. I am so happy. Her body moved slightly, and then she stopped breathing forever. However, her face was full of satisfaction and happiness. The corners of her mouth were curved, and there was a smile. Her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. Her Phoenix Meridian had successfully broken through her soul. Before she died, her lover was by her side. Her embrace was warm, and her soul was supported. Qin Fangyang did not move. He just hugged her like that. He rested his chin on her head and rubbed it gently. He kept his mouth shut. 2 lines of tears silently dripped down from He Yuanyue's smiling face like a small river. However, He Yuanyue did not feel anything at all. Old principal, Jiang Zhongbin, Li Changjiang, Huruyan, that everyone cried out in grief at the same time and knelt on the ground in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan knelt at the front. In an instant, the entire Phoenix head was filled with cries and sorrowful cries. Everyone felt as if their minds had suddenly gone blank for a moment. The wind whistled, and snow flew everywhere. The entire world was covered in white, and everything was clean. It was like the holy light of the full moon shining on the vast earth. After a long time, Sister Lan's bleak voice sounded, "Don't cry. The old principal has sacrificed everything for the country, for the people, for Second High, and for the students. Now, her wish has been fulfilled. She has passed away with a smile. This is a happy funeral. She is finally not so tired anymore." Sister Lan asked everyone not to cry, but she herself was like a tearful person. Jiang Zhongbin's body trembled. He really felt like the sky had collapsed. The old principal, who had been like a mother to him, was gone. "I don't have a teacher. I don't have a teacher. I don't have a teacher anymore." Jiang Zhongbin cried loudly. Suddenly, he grabbed Li Changjiang and shouted angrily, "Why are you crying? Why are you crying? As the principal, why are you crying at this time? Hurry up and send the news of the old principal's death to Second High School. Send the teacher off. Tell all the brats who left Second High, all of them come back. Send the old principal off. Every one of them is the child of the old principal's heart. The old principal used her life's effort to raise us. I want to see who dares to not come back today. We are useless, useless." Jiang Zhongbin looked up and roared angrily. All these years, more than tens of thousands of students have left Second High, but not a single one of them could get the medicine to prolong the old principal's life. What use do we have for you? What use do we have for you? We only sucked the old principal's blood dry to grow, but we didn't get anything in return. Jiang Zhongbin looked up and roared angrily. What use do we have for you? Li Changjiang cried as she turned on her phone and sent a message to all the second high school students. The old principal, He Yuanyue, passed away at midnight on the 16th of July. All second high school students who see this message, please send this message. All the old principal's students, go home and send the old principal off. Once the message was sent out, it immediately caused a commotion everywhere. The old principal, all the students who were still in Phoenix City, saw this message. It was as if they had seen a bolt from the blue. They immediately got out of bed and put on their clothes. They rushed out of their houses in tears and trekked through the snow to gather at Second High School. The tide of people from all directions gathered at Second High School in the waist-high snow that when the students of Number 2 High School who were already out of town saw the news, they immediately pushed aside everything they had to do and used all their means to find the fastest way to get to Phoenix City. Sun Moon Pass. In a certain military camp, a few bursting cries suddenly resounded through the military camp. The old principal. Then, a few burly men rushed in a Shangwan army's tent like a whirlwind. Their eyes were red and their faces were filled with tears. They were sorrowful, requesting leave. In various cities, streaks of light shot into the sky and headed towards Phoenix City to send the old principal off. He Yuanyue spent her entire life teaching. It was not an exaggeration to say that she had students all over the world. Countless people were crying and running back. I originally wanted to report to the old principal after I had some achievements. At least I would have the face to tell her that her efforts were not in vain. I really deserved to die. Why couldn't I go back earlier? Old principal, we are here to send you off. Countless people were still watching in their sleep. Their phones kept ringing. They woke up impatiently to answer the phone. Then, they fell into a daze with tears streaming down their faces. The moment they came back to their senses, they put on their clothes and headed back in the starry night. Above Phoenix Head, Qin Fangyang was still hugging He Yuanyue tightly. No matter how anyone tried to persuade him, he would not let go. So light, so skinny, Qin Fangyang murmured as he carried He Yuanyue down the mountain slowly. It was as if he was carrying the only treasure in his life. He was so careful, so cautious, and so protective. I know. You're He Yuanyue. You're He Yuanyue. You're not Lu Qianqian. Is this what you want to say? Qin Fangyang murmured to himself. Yes, you're He Yuanyue. So what? You're Lu Qianqian, so what? In the end, you left me behind. Just like that time in Shangjing. You left me behind and never returned. You were so cruel. Last time, when you left me behind, I could still find you. Even if I searched for a lifetime, I would still have some hope. But this time, from now on, the spring flowers, autumn moon, summer wind, winter snow, everything in this world is meaningless to me. From now on, I will be the only one left in this world. Facing the wind, the frost, the furnace of heaven and earth, I will bear everything alone. There will be no more you, no more. You are so cruel. Before you left, you arranged so many things for me, so many regrets. You said you had so many things that you couldn't let go of. You just wanted me to do it for you, to complete it. I understand. You thought of everything for me, but you didn't think about what would happen to me without you. What would happen to me? Do you know how much I missed you all these years? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Back then, you said that we would stay together for the rest of our lives. Back then, you said that we would have children together. Back then, you said that we would see the world together and grow old together. Qin Fangyang murmured, but in this life I lost you completely. Lu Qianqian, do you know how much you owe me? How are you going to repay me? How are you going to repay me? 100 years of missing you, 80 years of searching, and a lifetime of yearning and loneliness. How are you going to repay me? How are you going to repay me? Give me back. Qin Fangyang was bleeding from his orifices, but he didn't seem to notice. He suddenly growled, "Give me back! Give me back! Give me back!" His vision turned black, and his body swayed a few times before he fainted. Everyone around him cried out in alarm. Zhuo Xiaoduo searched for a long time. He asked Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had just broken through, to carry him. They spent an entire day and a half flying around Phoenix City in search of He Yuanyue's resting place. In the end, they confirmed that it was at the foot of Phoenix Hutu's mountain peak. The old principal spent her entire life observing Phoenix City's providence. Let's leave her resting place here. She'll watch all her students live and work in peace. She'll watch as Phoenix City's providence rises day by day. She'll watch as the Phoenix vein is reborn. After confirming the location of the tomb, they decided on the manpower and began digging. Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho's eyes were red. They almost fought with the students who rushed back. Of course, I'll build the old principal's resting place with my own hands. In the end, 8 of He Yuanyue's former students carried tools and headed to Phoenix Huitu. All of He Yuanyue's former students were dressed in white. They arrived at the same time to dig the tomb for the old principal. As they dug, their cries shook the sky. Streams of light came from all over the world. In front of the Sun-Moon Pass, Marshal Dongfang specially sent out a military spaceship. All the soldiers from Second High boarded the spaceship and rushed back through the night. July 18th, Phoenix City was covered in mourning clothes. Thousands of miles of Phoenix City was filled with sorrowful music. The hearse started and circled around Second High. Then, it slowly left and drove toward Phoenix Huitu. Paper money fluttered in the air. It was as if the old principal was reluctant to leave Second High School, unable to bear to leave. On this day, all the flowers in Second High withered. All the students of Number 2 High School, including those who had graduated, as long as they were still alive, quietly followed behind the hearse and lined up spontaneously. Their clothes were as white as snow. The whole land was filled with holy white waves. They slowly moved toward Phoenix Huitu. At the front was a huge photo of He Yuanyue. She was still looking forward with a gentle and loving gaze. The two sides of the couplet were intertwined. The world of students, the eternal paragon. Some people once said that the eternal paragon was too much. However, the students of Second High insisted on using this sentence. There was no room for doubt. His white clothes were like the tide, endless and endless. Qin Fanyang's face was haggard as he walked at the front. Jiang Zhangbin and Hu Rian felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. In this last journey, Qin Fanyang could not use the identity of He Yuanyue's husband that he had hoped for the most, and that He Yuanyue had longed for the most. How cruel was this to such a pair of lovers? The only thing they could do was to let Qin Fanyang walk at the front and use silent fact to comfort this pair of lovers. The withered hearts of the living, the souls of the deceased in heaven. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, one on the left and one on the right, held the photo. The procession slowly moved forward. There were still people in white mourning clothes rushing over from all directions in the sky. They quietly landed and consciously joined the procession, joining the funeral procession. This procession stretched for 60 miles out of the city. There were many people in white waiting quietly at the city gate, waiting to leave the city and join the procession. No one spoke and no one cried. Along the way, no one made a sound. They were all afraid of disturbing the old principal's final review in heaven. Don't cry. Let the old principal leave quietly. Quietly, take one last look at Second High, take one last look at us, and look at Phoenix City for one night. However, hot tears had already wet the ground within 100 miles. Countless students sobbed silently. They trembled and fainted a few times until someone reminded them, "Speed up. Don't delay the old principal's burial time." Only then did the procession slowly speed up. Above Phoenix Head, the tomb had been dug. It leaned against the mountain and stood facing the sun. There were dragons on the left and phoenixes on the right. There was wind and water. All the funerary items had been placed in. Inside, there were countless treasures. They were all sent by the students. It was said that the treasures could increase the fortune of the past and future lives. Jiang Zhangbin, Sun Fengho, and the other students chose 8 representatives. They worked together to carry the coffin forward quietly. They did not dare to move at all. They were afraid of disturbing the old principal who had given them a new lease on life. Finally, the coffin fell silently and was sent into the tomb. Everyone knelt down in unison. Jiang Zhangbin and the others, who were at the front, held shovels and began to fill the soil silently. Every time a handful of soil fell, everyone felt a heart-wrenching pain in their hearts. It seemed that with every handful of soil that fell, they were further away from the old principal. When the last handful of soil fell, everyone began to lay stones and lay the tombstone. The tomb of He Yuanyue, the principal of Second High. It was such a simple name. On one side was the poem written by Zhuo Xiaoduo. There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy. The spring breeze spreads across the world. Thousands of years of history are carved in jade. This was what He Yuanyue had chosen when she was alive. On the other side, the plum blossom small seal recorded He Yuanyue's life. On the tombstone, He Yuanyue's gentle and loving face was still quietly looking at everything in front of her. She looked at her students, looked at the phoenix vein that she had worked hard for her life, and looked at the thousands of lights in Phoenix City. 3 incense sticks were slowly lit. Everyone was still silent. They did not dare to make a sound for fear of disturbing the deceased. Finally, with tears in his eyes, Jiang Zhangbin pursed his lips and said in a trembling voice, "The old principal is already in peace. Now you don't have to worry about disturbing her. All of you can cry to your heart's content." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening cry sounded. It was the cry that had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, it was finally time to vent to their heart's content. Many people cried until their bodies trembled and fainted. The general of the Sun Moon Fortress held 2 special wreaths and slowly walked forward. These are 2 extremely special wreaths. They were made entirely of white jade and were incomparably huge. They were densely packed with medals, all of which were military medals of the soldiers from Second High. There was a dazzling array of at least 10,000 medals, the glory of tens of thousands of soldiers gathered here. There was also an inscription written by General Dongfeng himself, "Eternal Glory." The leader, a burly man in white, knelt on the ground and cried out in tears, "Teacher, open your eyes and look. We didn't lose face for you. Teacher, we didn't lose face for you. We didn't lose face for Second High." All the students of Second High who returned from the Sun Moon Fortress saluted at the same time, then knelt down and cried bitterly. Wave after wave of students continued to pour until the entire mountain was almost covered with wreaths. The smell of incense and candles stretched for thousands of miles and did not dissipate for a long time. Someone suddenly choked with sobs and began to recite the words that Yuanyue often said. "I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this." At first, only one person was reciting while sobbing, but more and more people joined in. Later on, millions of people were reciting at the same time, and their voices shook thousands of miles. Everyone seemed to have seen Yuanyue suddenly appear in front of them with a heavy expression on her face. She looked at them and said softly, I hope that the children of Second High can walk out of this world with an indomitable spirit. I hope that the children of Second High, even if they can't become pillars, each of them can be an upright person. I hope." Listening to these familiar words, that respectable old man's greatest wish and deepest blessing was always on the tip of his tongue. Everyone's tears fell like rain. Piles of wreaths came forward. Countless students of Second High knelt in front of Yuanyue's grave. "Teacher." Wave after wave of people came and went. The light of incense and candles filled the entire Phoenix Turn. Even when it was late at night, there were still countless people lining up to offer incense and worship. From the beginning to the end, Qin Fangyang, who was dressed in black, stood at the side of the grave like a clay sculpture and did not say a word. He seemed to be completely empty. His eyes were empty and unfocused. His injuries did not get better at all. He had been using his willpower and cultivation to endure. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. No one knew what he was thinking. So Xiaoduo saw that he was not in a good condition. So he forced a few bottles of water and a few elixirs to him. When he was fed water, he would drink it. When he was given pills, he would eat them. However, all of his actions were carried out in a completely unconscious state. Hundreds of thousands of people came and went. Qin Fangyang had been standing like this for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhua, Xiaoduo, Long Yusheng, and the others had been waiting with him. Zhua Xiaoyan rushed back to take care of Mu Yinyan. She gave Mu Yinyan the healing elixir that Zhua Chonglu had bought for her. She was surprised to find that Mu Yinyan's serious injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be known that the serious injury that Mu Yinyan suffered this time was so serious that it damaged her life. Her origin was also damaged to a considerable extent. She had taken more than a dozen life origin elixirs for her current condition. It could not be said that there was no effect at all, but the effect was minimal. Mu Yinyan was seriously injured by her senior brother Jiang Zhilan's sneak attack, and her heart meridian was damaged. After that, he disregarded his injuries and attempted to activate his self-destruction technique, dragging Jiang Zhilan along with him. Although he was saved by Han Song's palm and luckily survived, he had already activated part of his technique. Adding to his injuries, it was difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Seeing that the life origin elixirs in her hand had been exhausted, but her injuries had not recovered, so Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that when she said that she was about to break through, her father said that he had spent 1 million yuan to buy the life origin elixir for her. She had always regarded it as a treasure and had never thought of using it. At this moment, she thought of it and immediately took it out. Originally, Zhua Xiaoyan did not think that this elixir would have much effect. But she had never expected that this elixir not only worked, but also worked so well. Mu Yinyan's life was seriously injured and her origin was damaged. But it was not only fully replenished, but also a large amount of surplus vitality, which drove Mu Yinyan's cultivation to advance strongly. She rushed to the threshold of the cloud transformation realm in one breath, and all the remaining vitality was turned into the foundation. At that time, Mu Yinyan only needed to launch a little power, and she could complete the breakthrough naturally. With such amazing efficacy, how could Zhuxiaoyan not be shocked? How could it be so strong? An elixir of 1 million star coins, an elixir of 1 million star coins. The life origin elixir of 1 million star coins was just the normal market price. Where did Dad buy such good stuff? Zhuxiaoyan said in her heart. Should I buy more as a backup? It's better to let Gouda buy more and store more. When Mu Yinyan woke up, it was too late for her to break through. She took Zhuxiaoyan to He Yuanyue's tomb. She left just like that. Mu Yinyan stroked the tombstone and felt extremely sad. May we be friends again in the next life. Mu Yinyan bowed deeply. After Mu Yinyan paid her respects, she wanted to say a few words to Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang completely ignored her, as if he had no sense of the outside world. Mu Yinyan lit 3 incense sticks, stretched out her hand, and drew a line with her fingers. 3 drops of blood fell in front of the tombstone, emitting a faint red light, and then turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. 3 drops of blood, 3 lives of sisters. Mu Yinyan said sadly, I have to go back. This time, there were 2 traitors in the sect, and they almost caused a great disaster. The sect must give an explanation. When I come back, I will come to see you again. Rest in peace. Mu Yinyan turned and left. Master, Zhuxiaoyan called her worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mu Yinyan stroked Zhuxiaoyan's hair and said, You have to prepare well for the next period of time. Wait for me to come back. This time, I'm also on the verge of breaking through. Go back to the mountain and break through. In this mortal world, Mu Yinyan showed a sad and helpless smile and shook her head gently. I don't dare to. Waving her hand, she floated away. Zhuxiaoyan stayed, accompanying Zhuxiaoduo and He Yuanyue to guard the tombstone. Jiang Zhongbin, Sun Fengho, Sister Lan, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Zhongming, and others. More than 30 people were guarding the tombstone. 6 days later, Qin Fangyang finally moved. His body moved, but he only took 1 step forward and his whole body fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in unison. Zhuxiaoduo rushed forward and helped him up, but they saw a trace of a smile on Qin Fangyang's withered face. However, after a long silence, this trace of a smile made everyone's heart jump. But Qin Fangyang didn't do anything that made everyone worried. He took the initiative to eat and drink some food, and after taking some pills, he didn't wait for anyone's help and used his own power to catalyze and heal his injuries. I'm fine. The body of a cloud transformation realm cultivator is strong, extraordinary. After a long time, Qin Fangyang stood up, turned his head, and looked at He Yuanyue's tombstone. He said indifferently, She left so many things for me to complete. How can I collapse? I'm leaving. Qin Fangyang looked at He Yuanyue's tombstone and said softly, Stay here and wait for me obediently. When I'm done with these things, I'll come and accompany you. His tone was as if He Yuanyue was still alive, sitting in front of him, and their relationship had completely recovered. Qin Fangyang's expression and voice were full of affection and doting. Everyone, don't worry about me. Qin Fangyang looked at the tombstone and smiled gently. Don't worry, I won't die, and I won't do anything stupid. Actually, I already knew it was you. Actually, you already knew that I knew it was you. Silly girl, you made me act with you for so long. Is it still fun? On the tombstone, He Yuanyue looked at Qin Fangyang with a smile, and her eyes seemed to be filled with affection. So you watched me act, right? But did you see it? How you are now, how you were in the past. Did your husband care? I don't care. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and slowly stroked the tombstone, saying softly, I don't care. You saw it, didn't you? Little girl, if there's a next life, You must let me recognize you. Qin Fanyang said gently. Promise me. A whirlwind came, and the joss sticks and paper money danced in the wind, circling around Qin Fanyang as if he Yuan Yue was answering him. Qin Fanyang's tears flowed freely, and he choked out. You must let me know that you're still in this mortal world. Otherwise, there's no meaning in me living. I'm going back now, and have a good rest. Tomorrow is the 7th day of your death, and I'll come tomorrow night to accompany you. I'm leaving the morning of the day after tomorrow. I'm going to kill those 2 enemies, and then I'm going to do everything you ask me to do. Everything that you wish for, your husband will definitely accomplish for you. Qin Fanyang's face was full of tears. Qian, leave everything to me, don't worry. Just like before, the person you trust the most is me, and the person you worry about the most is also me. My silly little girl. Sister Lan stepped forward quietly and said, Qin Fanyang, let's go together the day after tomorrow. Young mistress said before that if she goes, I'll take care of you for a while. Qin Fanyang's face was full of tears, but he smiled faintly. There's no need, because I'm afraid that I'll fall in love with you, or you'll fall in love with me. I can't bear either outcome. Sister Lan's face was red. Qin Fanyang, what do you mean? Qin Fanyang said calmly. I don't believe that you don't understand the meaning behind her words. I know she means well, but I understand her intentions even more. What I want to do is to go through mountains of knives and seas of fire, and every step is life and death. If you and I are together, can we be safe and never get hurt? If we get hurt, won't we take care of each other? A single man and a single woman taking care of each other. Based on my personality and your personality, no matter who gets hurt or is in danger, we'll do everything to save each other. After that, everything will be logical and natural. Maybe that's what she wants to see, but it's definitely not what I want to see. So there's no need. You have a life that belongs to you, and I have things that I must do. Qin Fanyang turned around and faced the tombstone. He said softly, don't make arrangements for me anymore, okay? On the tombstone, He Yuan Yue was still smiling affectionately. Qin Fanyang turned and left. His clothes fluttered, and he was dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. So Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others called out at the same time, Teacher Qin. Qin Fanyang did not look back. He waved his hand with his back facing them. His body flashed a few times, and he disappeared without a trace. He did not say a word. On the 7th day of the 2nd day, the number of people who came to pay their respects suddenly increased. Everyone was busy for the whole day. At night, Qin Fanyang appeared on time. He was still dressed in black, and his movements were very neat. It was obvious that his injuries had improved greatly. He sat quietly in a secluded spot, closed his eyes, and did not speak or move. He ignored everyone. Even when Zhuo Duo went forward to say a few words, Qin Fanyang still ignored him. Zhuo Duo could only wring his hands and sigh at this. Since he was at a loss, he directly threw out a drop of Providence Point to confirm Qin Fanyang's recent luck. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Then, he secretly stuffed a spatial ring into Qin Fanyang's pocket. Qin Fanyang noticed it, but he did not move or refuse. This kind of kindness could not be rejected. The night passed quickly. Qin Fanyang stood up and left with large strides. On this day, from the beginning to the end, he had not said a single word, not even uttered a single word. On the tombstone, He Yuanyue's eyes were still gently watching his back as he left. Qin Fanyang did not look back until his figure disappeared into the distance. He did not return a second high. No one knew where he went. Perhaps it would be a long time before he returned to everyone's sight. Or perhaps they would never see each other again. Sister Lan appeared in front of the tomb and smiled bitterly. Young mistress, you've arranged too many things. Please wait for me for a while. I have to go back to my hometown and arrange a cenotaph for you. Then, I'll come back to accompany you immediately. We've been together for a lifetime. You'll be lonely if I'm not around, right? Sister Lan leaned on the tombstone and muttered, wait for me for a few days. I'll be back. She slowly retreated more than 10 meters and bowed deeply. Wait for me to come back. A sword light rushed up. Sister Lan's figure flashed in the sky and disappeared. She went in a completely different direction from Qin Fanyang. At this point, there were only 10 people left in front of the tomb. Zhou Xiaoduo, Zhou Xiaoyan, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, Jiang Zhongbin, Sun Fengho, and Hu Run. Li Changjiang was still the principal of Second High. He could not stay here for long. There were too many things in Second High that required his attention. Second High had suddenly lost the old principal, He Yuanyue, Qin Fanyang, and Sister Lan. Without the three leaders, their overall strength had dropped to the lowest point in history. Even if no one dared to provoke Second High in the short term, who knew what would happen in the future? These were all problems that Li Changjiang urgently needed to solve. Yu Moyan had been holding the jade pendant that He Yuanyue had given him the entire time. Old principal, I won't forget a single word you said. I'll definitely carry it out to the end. Those who should go back, go back. Hu Yun said hoarsely. Don't be willful. You all have your own things to do. Jiang Zhongbin, the old principal, is most worried about you. He's afraid that you'll be willful and throw a tantrum. He wants me to tell you, do your job well. And your father, he's your biological father, not just me. Jiang Zhongbin answered blankly, but he still sat there without moving. 2 streams of tears streamed down his face again. The old principal was still concerned about him, even before he died. Hu Ruiyun would never say such things about his biological father. Xiao Duo, go back and cultivate. There's still a long way to go. Come and visit the old principal often. Yes, old son, you're not going to be the director of the Martial Arts Bureau anymore. Why aren't you going back? Sigh. Jiang Zhongbin stared blankly at the tombstone and said, Monkey son, we have to take good care of this place. When the old principal was alive, she tried her best to stop us from sending gifts. But after she passed away, everyone's goodwill was buried together with her. We have to be careful of thieves coming to rob the tombstone. Sun Fengho's eyes shone sharply. Who dares to touch the old principal's tomb? I, Sun Fengho, will not live under the same sky as him. There's nothing lacking in this world, but there's no lack of thieves and greedy people. Jiang Zhongbin said calmly. No matter what, we have to take good care of this place. Let's take turns. Even if we can't come, we have to send someone we trust. Okay. So Xiaoduo and the others walked for a long time. When they looked back, He Yuanyue's tombstone seemed to still be in front of them. That gentle and kind gaze seemed to still be looking at them. The 6 of them stopped at the same time and bowed deeply. Grandma He, don't worry. You've worked hard all your life. Have a good rest. We'll bring back everything you want to see. Volume 1, Dancing in Phoenix City, Seeking Tao in the Mortal World has ended. This chapter has 12,000 words. It's not suitable to split it, so I'll just publish it all at once. Then I'll start writing the summary. Chapter 305. So Xiaoduo and Long Yuxing didn't go home until the wee hours of the morning. So Xiaoduo went home and lay on the sofa. He felt like his whole body was falling apart. Zhou Xiaoyan had replaced all the broken doors and windows in the house in the past few days. The house was also cleaned up. It was much cleaner than before. Teacher Qin said she wanted to see me touch her 3 times, but I don't know where she went. Zhou Xiaoduo complained on the sofa. Zhou Xiaoyan was busy in the kitchen. When she heard Zhou Xiaoduo talking, she asked, "What did you say?" There was no response. Only the sound of snoring could be heard. Zhou Xiaoduo had fallen asleep. During this period of time, Zhou Xiaoduo was really tired. After 2.5 months of suspense, he actually fell asleep when he relaxed. At least for a short period of time, he didn't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. With his current innate level cultivation and his divine sense almost perfect, he could still be so tired. It was obvious that his physical and mental exhaustion had reached the extreme. It was no small matter. So Xiaoyan walked out of the kitchen and walked to the sofa. She looked at his sleeping face silently. Her heart became calmer and calmer. The candlelight illuminated the soul and enlightened the heart. "Thank you, doggy." She gently bent down and kissed Zhou Xiaoduo's face. Then she jumped up like a thief and looked around. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but no one. There was really no one. Zhuo Xiaoyan slowly calmed down. She paused and lowered her head again. She pecked Zhuo Xiaoduo on the lips with unparalleled speed. Then she bounced up immediately, as if she had been electrocuted. The whole series of actions happened in a flash, like a phantom. Coupled with a nonchalant expression on his face, he was calm and indifferent. Only his heart was beating wildly. It had already betrayed him. I'll let you take advantage of me, Zhuo Xiaoyan muttered to herself. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had already fallen asleep, smacked its lips and pursed its lips. Zhuo Xiaoyan was startled, thinking that she was not asleep. Only after taking a closer look did he confirm that he was indeed asleep. Only then was she relieved. She went forward again, picked up Zhuo Xiaoduo, and was about to put him on the bed, but she almost sprained her waist. So heavy. Could it be that this kid actually changed his own weight to 30,000 jin? Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled. He gently removed all the weights from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was sleeping like a dead pig. He didn't have any reaction to a certain someone's hands on him. Sure enough, it's 30,000 caddies. When did you change it? After a while, Zhuo Xiaoyan carried him into the room and put him on the bed. She stared at his sleeping face for a long time. In the end, she giggled foolishly to herself before regaining her senses. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over him. Then she hurriedly slipped out of the room like a thief. Zhuo Xiaoyan was in a good mood. She could not help but hum a song while washing the vegetables and rice. She was about to cook. She opened the refrigerator to see if there were any ingredients left. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she ran out to buy a few more vegetables and dozens of boxes of the best wine. She brought them home together. Dad is always reluctant to drink such good wine. Now that I've succeeded, I have no worries. I might as well buy more and store it. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a sense of accomplishment. Anyway, I'm using Xiao Duo's card. I suddenly feel very good. I'll cook a few more dishes to reward Doggy. Do you want to drink some wine tonight? She blushed again as she thought about it. She put her hands on her waist and said fiercely, Doggy, don't think too much. Then she realized that Doggy was still sleeping and everything was her imagination. She could not help but blush again. But after a while, she felt at ease again. She hummed a song and began to cook. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was only filled with indescribable happiness and peace. She wished that time would stop at this moment forever. Zhuo Xiaoduo slept until 6 o'clock in the evening. During this time, he had more than a dozen dreams in succession. He did not know if it was because he was thinking about something during the day and dreaming at night, or because he could sense each other. Anyway, he dreamed about everything that he should and should not dream about. In his dream, Qin Fengyang appeared in a black suit and looked at him in the air in front of him. He was not as indifferent as he usually was. His face was heavy and his whole body was bleak. He said to him in a low voice, "Remember what I taught you. Don't embarrass me." Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, "Teacher Qin, where are you going?" Qin Fengyang finally broke into a smile and said bitterly, "Where can I be at ease in the end of the world?" Then he disappeared in a cloud of mist. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran after him. "Teacher Qin, don't go. I still have something to say to you. Long Yuxing and the others dare to scold you. I heard it. Come back and beat them up." Then a faint figure appeared in the cloud in front of him. "Teacher Qin." Zhuo Xiaoduo ran after him in surprise. He Yuanhua looked at him kindly and said, "Xiaoduo, don't forget what I told you. Grandma's lifelong wish is on you. Don't slack off. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to achieve something. Live phone, tell Grandma he later." "Grandma he, I'll remember. Have you seen Teacher Qin? He left just now." He Yuanhua smiled, and her face became blurry. "I'll go and find him." Before her voice died away, He Yuanhua also disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt lost for a moment and murmured, "You all left? Why did you all leave?" In front of him, the sea of clouds was surging and the world was vast. In a trance, Mu Yanyan, dressed in white, came over coldly. She glanced at him and turned away without stopping. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you kicked your crotch again. I don't want you anymore. So a Xiaoduo hurriedly explained, but they want to kill me. I need to protect myself. Mu Yin had already disappeared. How is it shameful to kick your crotch? So Xiaoduo murmured to himself. As long as you can paralyze the enemy's combat capability, you can kick anywhere you want. How is it shameful? This point of view is really strange. Suddenly, there was a person in front of him. He was using a bamboo cane to tap the ground as he slowly walked forward. The man's clothes were shabby, his figure was old, and his behavior was full of desolation. Godfather, Xiaoduo looked at the man in surprise. Why are you here? Blind Hong stopped in his tracks and turned around. His white eyes rolled around as if he was looking at Xiaoduo, but it also seemed like he was looking at something else. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh and said, "This is all fate. As expected, it's not up to anyone." Xiaoduo was puzzled. Godfather, what's wrong with you? Since you're here, come home with me. You're so lonely and can't see. I'm worried. Blind Hong's expression seemed to be very complicated. He suddenly said angrily, "Don't call me Godfather. I'm not your godfather. Who wants to be your godfather?" Xiaoduo wondered. I remember that you were very happy at that time. You even gave me your life ring. Why don't you recognize it now? Then he suddenly became vigilant and said, "You're not here to take back the ring, are you? That's mine. I can't give it back to you. It has already recognized me as its master. If I change my master's ring frequently, I won't be happy." Blind Hong was speechless. He rolled his eyes for a while. Suddenly, he sighed heavily and disappeared. There's no head or tail. I'm so confused. What are they trying to do? Xiaoduo stood in the clouds in a daze. He scratched his head and couldn't figure out what was going on. The clouds in front of him moved again. Suddenly, a huge dragon head appeared in front of him. The dragon's eyes alone were almost as big as 10 of Xiaoduo's heads. However, it looked at Xiaoduo innocently and said, "Hi. Hi your ass." Xiaoduo was still in shock. "You scare me to death." The dragon head looked very innocent. "Did I scare you? Am I too big?" The dragon head asked, feeling wronged. "You're just too big." Xiaoduo realized that the dragon was actually quite cute. It didn't have any evil intentions towards him. Naturally, his fear disappeared. He asked tentatively, "What are you doing here?" "A little big." "That's easy." The dragon head pondered for a while. Then it shook its body. In an instant, it transformed into a Xiaolong that was only a dozen meters long. It looked quite cute. Then it said, "How about this?" At this time, Xiaoduo could already confirm that the dragon in front of him was clearly a baby dragon, the kind that had just been born for a few days. It was full of innocence. He said with interest, "It's good now, much better than before." Xiaolong tilted its head and said innocently, "Can we be friends?" Xiaoduo said, "Sure, I had a lot of good things here." The dragon's eyes suddenly sparkled. Suddenly, a mountain of various treasures appeared in front of Xiaoduo. It was dazzling. Drooling, it said, "You have more treasures than me?" "Damn!" Xiaoduo's eyes widened. "Where did you find so many treasures? I don't have as many as you do." Xiaolong immediately looked disappointed. Then he encouraged good luck. Then he put away all the treasures in the mountain. Not a single one was left. Then he looked at Xiaoduo expectantly. "Oh, when are you coming to play with me?" "Where are you?" Xiaoduo asked. "I'm in Fenghai." Xiaolong was puzzled. "Don't you know?" "How would I know? What are you talking about?" Xiaolong was in high spirits. "Why are you so poor? Do you have anything good for me?" Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, "I really don't have anything. I'm so poor. What can I give you?" Xiaolong was very disappointed and said, "There's nothing." Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, "How about I give you a drop of this?" As he said that, he took out a luck point and said leisurely, "Do you want this? This is good stuff." Xiaolong's eyes instantly became as bright as the sun. He nodded repeatedly, drooling. "Yes, yes, yes. It's really good stuff. Here you go. Good friends should share wealth with each other." Xiaoduo generously threw the luck point over. It was a dream anyway. Xiaolong caught it in one gulp. Then, a satisfied look appeared on his face. "You're so nice and generous. We're good friends. Do you have anything else? Give me more. Zhuo said expectantly. Since you said that we're good friends, shouldn't you give me something too? Xiaolong immediately became vigilant and cried, I'm the one who's going to die of poverty. You still want something from me? Woo-woo. As he cried, his body suddenly disappeared. He actually escaped. Fuck. Zhuo cursed. Fuck. He often heard people say that they were poor while sitting on a mountain of gold. This Xiaolong was even worse. He was sitting on a mountain of gold, but he still wanted to cry about being poor. This simply pushed the level of crying poverty to a whole new level. My luck points are really good stuff, but I didn't get anything back. What a loss. Then, the world returned to its original state. While Zhuo was confused, he was surprised to see a snow-white phoenix coming to his left. The phoenix frowned and looked at Zhuo. What are you doing here? Zhuo said, playing. The phoenix's body shook and turned into an adorable kitten. It meowed twice and said, Do you recognize me? Zhuo laughed heartily and his eyes lit up. Nian cat. Without saying a word, he picked up the kitten and stroked it up and down. He was having a great time. The cat in his arms also ran around Zhuo's body and seemed to be enjoying it. However, in a trance, the kitten turned into Zhuo again. She lay in his arms and said softly, Xiao, can I be your wife? Xiao was overjoyed. Okay, let's consummate our marriage now. Xiaoyan was very shy. No. Xiao's wolf nature was unleashed. He went forward and pressed her down. Where are you going? He even laughed like a pervert. Waha-ha. Slap. Xiao was slapped hard. A clear voice said, What are you laughing at? Xiao turned over and opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Xiaoyan in front of the bed. His eyes lit up and he laughed. Nian cat, come. Let's consummate our marriage. He went forward and hugged Xiaoyan and pressed her down on the bed. Xiaoyan was furious. She was not willing to give in. With a few punches and kicks, she beat Xiao until he was in pain. With another kick, Xiao flew into the air and hit the wall. Then, he fell hard on the ground and it hurt. At this time, Xiao finally woke up. He screamed, This is not a dream. Xiaoyan's face was red. She got up from the bed and pressed Xiao down. She struck a pose like Wu Song hitting a tiger. Little dog, you're really bold now. As she said that, she was about to punch him again. Xiao was terrified. He begged for mercy. Sister Nian, I was really dreaming just now, really. I'm not lying to you. I even dreamed of a dragon, a phoenix, and a phoenix turned into a kitten. I made you dream of all those weird things. Xiaoyan pulled Xiao up and dragged him to the faucet. He turned on the faucet and washed him with cold water. Are you awake? Are you awake? I'm awake. I'm awake. Xiao wanted to cry. Dreams are better. Hurry up. Xiaoyan left Xiao and walked out. Her face was still red. She said angrily, There are guests at home. Guests? There are guests at home? Xiao was stunned when he heard this. I just had a dream, and there are guests at home? Is this reality or a dream? He checked subconsciously and couldn't help but be stunned. My luck point is really one less. Chapter 306. Xiao was dumbfounded. I gave Xiaolong 1 point in my dream. But that was just a dream, okay? Why did I lose 1 point? That it was real. It was just that 1 point was missing. Xiao had always been very clear about what he had. Not to mention the fact that he had only accumulated 26 luck points up until now. Even if it was the balance of his bank account, he still remembered the number after the decimal point clearly. Losing 1 providence point was like the sky was collapsing. Xiao almost fainted from the heartache. He was still a little confused. Even in my dream, I can't give things to people casually. Is the society now so complicated? That Xiaolong took my luck points but didn't give me anything. I lost so much. The more Xiao thought about it, the more he lost. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. Xiaoyan's urging voice came from outside. Xiao suppressed his sadness and hurriedly wiped his face. When he walked out, he was stunned. There were indeed guests in the living room. 3 women. One of them was the superstar Gu Luoyan. The other 2 women were cold and full of energy. They were Gu Lian's 2 divine shadow bodyguards. These 2 bodyguards had played a key role in the battle to protect the Phoenix Vein. If Feng Yinua's sudden appearance at the end had the effect of turning the tide, then these 2 bodyguards were the key to dragging the situation all the way to the final moment. At this moment, the 3 of them were looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo with half-smiles. Ayaya, superstar, we are honored by your presence. Sorry for the lack of manners. Sorry for the lack of welcome. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked enthusiastic and hurried forward. Do you want tea or plain water? I have some water here. You didn't hear anything just now, right? Gu Luoyan smiled faintly. What cat? Consummation. We didn't hear anything. Yes. If you put it that way, I'll believe you. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression didn't change. As he brewed the tea, he said, I'm an extremely emotional creative genius. You should also understand that if a person has any burdens in his heart, especially if there's something that makes him unhappy, then he can't even write a single song. AI, my emotions are so weak that no one else can. Can you understand? Gu Luoyan smiled and said, Second sister, your brother is threatening us. Sister, beat him up. Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice rang out in the kitchen. Second sister? Big sister? Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. You, Nian, and I find each other pleasing to the eye. We've already become sworn sisters. Gu Luoyan smiled and said, Xiaoduo, you have to be more respectful to big sister in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely dumbfounded. I'm still dreaming, right? It should still be, right? It must be. How did this happen all of a sudden? He quickly used the excuse of making tea as an excuse to run to the kitchen. What's going on? Zhuo Xiaoyan, you've really got guts. Mom and Dad aren't home, and you brought him home. You even became sworn sisters with him. Do you know what kind of person he is? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. How am I supposed to take advantage of you like this? No matter what Sister Yan's original intention was, she did help us a lot in the end. How can I not agree when she wants to be sworn sisters? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Hurry up and go entertain the guests. I'm cooking. You're cooking? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Are you sure you're not trying to poison your sister to death? Zhuo Xiaoyan flipped out. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran out of the kitchen with his head in his hands. Gu Luoyan didn't feel offended at all. She smiled and sent an audio file to Zhuo Xiaoduo's phone. Xiaoduo, listen to this. This is the new version of Bloodstained Elegance that I've revised several times. Zhuo Xiaoduo opened the audio file and joked, Sister Yin, you have to be careful. Don't send me any audio files that are not suitable for children. I'm still young. Gu Luoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She raised her hand and was about to hit him. I'll beat you to death. Listen to the music. Listen to the music. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his hand. The prelude has already started. Look at you. You're a big star and a music expert. You can't keep your cool at all. Gu Luoyan almost vomited to death. She kept rolling her eyes. On the other hand, the 2 divine shadows had a smile on their cold faces. It was rare to see Gu Luoyan lose her composure like this. This Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be born with a sense of intimacy, making people unable to dislike him at all. Yes, although she would always be angered by him to the point of wanting to beat him up, it was difficult for her to take action. In the end, it was very difficult for her to truly hate him. It felt like they were their own naughty children. Naughty children were different from naughty children. They could be beaten and scolded, but they would never hate them. The audio was turned on. The prelude was beautiful, but heroic. Gu Luoyan's voice sounded with a touch of sadness. Maybe I'll say goodbye. Zhuo Xiaoduo closed his eyes and listened until the end. He didn't make any comments, but he frowned. How is it? Gu Luoyan felt uneasy at this moment. She was an expert in music theory, and she felt that she had already displayed her own attainments in the song Bloodstained Style to the fullest. To her, it was already perfect, but at this moment, facing Zhuo Xiaoduo's evaluation, he actually felt very guilty. He asked himself, did I do my best? Did I do my best? The purpose of this song is to move people's hearts. It's not to use the music to move people's hearts. The rhythm of your song is too sad. Too much is as bad as not enough. I suggest you add more drum beats to match it. Other than that, there are no big problems. The climax of this song. If you can add more harmonies and make it heavier, it should be much better. Gu Luoyan's eyes lit up. She immediately wrote down Zhuo Xiaoduo's suggestions. With her knowledge in music theory, she had already played the song in her mind when Zhuo Xiaoduo talked about it. Although she was in a trance for a moment, she knew how good it was. She couldn't help but admire it. And your voice. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and finally decided to be blunt. It's too sad. This song is indeed sad, but sadness only accounts for 1/3 of the weight. So Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, the sacrifice without regrets, the courage to face life and death, the feeling of indifference to life and death, and the pride of a hero. That's the most important thing. You put too much emphasis on the sadness. You're putting the cart before the horse. Gu Luoyan thought for a while and said, can you make it clearer? It's just that. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment and said, my original intention in composing this song wasn't to make people cry. Do you understand? I want people to be excited after listening to it. They want to rush to the sun and moon pass. To fight. Can you understand this kind of atmosphere? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, there's heroism in the heaviness. There's sublimation in the sadness. There's no regret, even if you have to sacrifice yourself. You're in deep thought and full of passion. That's about the feeling. Gu Luoyan frowned and started to search for this feeling. So Xiaoduo said indifferently, if you still can't grasp it, you might as well think about it from another angle. Temporarily throw this song to the back of your mind and think about those warriors who are fighting in front of you. Actually, each of them, when they leave their hometown to go to the Sun Moon Pass. Maybe some of them want to make a name for themselves, bring glory to their ancestors, and bring glory to the future generations. But most of them have a kind of, the wind is blowing, the water is cold, and the brave warriors will never return. This kind of attitude, that is to say, since they leave home to go to the Sun and Moon Pass, to go to the front line, they are prepared to sacrifice themselves. So life and death for them is too normal. It's not even worth mentioning. What they care about is the value of their deaths, their sacrifices, and what kind of value they can show. So Xiaoduo frowned and said, Star Luoyan, forgive me for being blunt. Although you've sung a lot of songs, your eyes and mind are mostly on those warriors, the widows and families of those heroes. Only the heroes themselves. Forgive me for being blunt. Maybe you don't understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sharply, if so, you can't sing this song well. The song is the heart. I don't need to tell you this. Gu Luoyan was sweating. She was speechless for a while. Gu Luoyan pondered for a long time. Then she stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Brother Xiaoduo. I've learned a lot. I'll go back and edit it. Then I'll come back to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously, I thought you could only stay here for 5 days. Why haven't you left yet? I'm not going to take the blame for this. Gu Luoyan smiled bitterly. You really have to take the blame for this. It's the plan you proposed. Governor Zhang of South G City thought it was a great idea. Now, everyone in South G City is holding this election. The atmosphere is very warm. So Governor Zhang and I discussed and asked me to postpone it for a few more days. Because the atmosphere hasn't reached the boiling point yet. Gu Luoyan smiled bitterly. Forget it. I've completely become a tool for once. So Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, if that's the case then, will there be a problem with South G City selection? We need to be careful of those families of the officials who use the name of the widows of the heroes to occupy the first-class seats. It's the age of the internet. A photo or a video can be known by the whole world. Gu Luoyan said, they won't dare to do this. Besides asking people to strictly enforce the rules, I've also sent the public order squad to ensure that everything goes smoothly. This time, I'm really showing my sincerity to the families of the heroes. So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, but if that's the case, isn't the 1,000 tickets you promised too little? Indeed, it's too little. Gu Luoyan frowned. No matter what, there are some who can't go. Over the years, the number of martial heroes who have been sacrificed or disabled is more than tens of millions. So, Xiao Duo suggested, then how about another 1,000, 2,000, or 3,000? Gu Luoyan. The previous 1,000 tickets were personally given by you, Big Star. Didn't South G City do anything about it? Was Xiao Duo Egamon. Logically speaking, South G City should give more. Otherwise, the so-called promotion will just be a gimmick. It'll be hard to avoid criticism in the future. You're right. It's more in line with the benefits of the martial heroes, and it'll be easier for South G City to accept. Gu Luoyan pondered. But how can I make it happen? Will it be effective if I say it directly? Zhou Xiaoduo said confidently. Of course, it won't be effective if you say it directly, but if you use public opinion. Cough, 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 cough. The two divine shadows who were drinking tea choked when they heard this. This kid was really scheming. This was to let South G City gain the benefits of reputation. Even if it wasn't to the point where they couldn't get any benefits, it would still reduce their vested interests. Gu Luoyan didn't care about money, so it didn't matter. But if South G City did this, they would have to cough up a considerable portion of the profits. At this time, a delicious aroma filled the air. Zhou Xiaoyan made a table full of dishes and brought them out one after another. When all the dishes were served, she even opened a bottle of wine. It was the top-grade wine that she had specially bought. But the 5 people present weren't good drinkers, especially Zhou Xiaoduo, who had drunk too much last time. He still had lingering fears when he saw wine, so he didn't dare to drink it. When he opened the bottle of wine, no one came to support him, so he awkwardly closed it again. After the meal, Gu Luoyan and the others didn't stay any longer. They immediately bid farewell and left. Obviously, they were in a hurry to go back and edit the music score. Although Zhou Xiaoduo had only given a few pointers, he had directly pointed out the key points. It was as if he had been enlightened, and it was time for his thoughts to surge. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan worked together and quickly cleared the table. Then they washed the dishes. This kind of atmosphere gave birth to an extremely novel feeling. It was like a young couple who had just formed a family and was experiencing the atmosphere of living together for the first time. Duo dog. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes moved. Nian, cat. Zhou Xiaoduo replied softly. Duo dog. Nian, cat. Dog. Cat. I'll beat you to death. What did you call me? Puff, puff, puff. Inexplicably, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The two of them immediately wrestled with each other. The originally warm and harmonious atmosphere was gone. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo sat on the sofa and imitated Zhou Chonglu's behavior as the head of the family. He held the newspaper and read it. Beside his hand, there was a cup of green tea. It was quite vivid. If he hadn't poured that cup of green tea himself, it would have been even more similar. Only his red ears clearly showed that the head of the family had just been abused. Zhou Xiaoyan finished cleaning the room and sat opposite Zhou Xiaoduo. She also made a cup of tea for herself and stretched her straight and round long legs lazily and elegantly. She was 173 meters tall, but she had long legs that were more than 1 meters. Zhou Xiaoduo secretly looked at her and wanted to touch her legs. He warned her, "Your proportions are wrong. It should be according to my touch here, then this, then that." He thought about it for a long time, but in the end, he didn't dare to do it. Begging for votes. 2 chapters today. This chapter also costs 4,000 yuan. Something came up, and I accompanied my wife back to her parents' house. Chapter 307. Why did you become sworn brothers with Gu Luoyan? I didn't like that girl before. So Xiaoduo started to make things difficult for her. She insisted on becoming sworn brothers with me. She lent me 2 god shadows to help me get through a dangerous situation. She took the initiative to ask me to become sworn brothers with her, which lowered her status. If I backed down now, it would be pretentious. Zhou Xiaoyan explained weakly. Humph. She lent me the god shadows, and I won the prize. How can I owe her a favor? Even if I owe her a favor, it's mine. It has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, Her purpose is definitely not pure. She's obviously after me. Zhuo Xiaoduo said earnestly. Let me tell you, Nian Cat, you're the one who invited the wolf into the house. If I can't resist the temptation and have feelings for that lonely goose, you'll lose everything. It's not like you don't know how handsome I am and how popular I am with girls. No way. Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her eyes. Obviously, she couldn't follow Zhuo Xiao's train of thought. Humph, think about her attitude towards me today. It was like she worshipped me. Didn't you see it? Someone said proudly with his nose in the air. Even if she has feelings for you, will you fall for Gu Luoyan? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked worriedly. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand casually, of course. Suddenly, he became alert and said seriously, of course not. She's a superstar, but she doesn't have the elegance of a real superstar. Her image is not good enough. I don't like her at all. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. How's your cultivation after the breakthrough? How do you feel? Is your foundation solid? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I feel very good. Speaking of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face glowed. Then he sighed and said, these few days I spent quite a lot of money. For all the teachers who sacrificed themselves to protect me. I went to each of their houses. We don't have much money, so only kept 200,000 for each of them. In total, I spent 7 million. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed softly. In addition to all my savings, I also spent 3 million on your card. But I still feel indebted to them. Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this and became silent. After a long time, he said in a low voice, see, can you help me ask the government to take care of the teachers' families? Their children's school fees. Ask them to apply for a discount. It's best if it's completely free. Sigh. We're still too weak. Our words. Zhuo Xiaoyan sighed. I succeeded in the breakthrough, and my future is bright. But when I saw the heavy atmosphere in each family, I felt worse. If it weren't for their sacrifice, how could I have broken through so smoothly? Maybe some people will say that this is a matter of the fate of the continent. But after all, they protected me. Xiao Duo, we can't forget this kindness. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded heavily, yes. He could be cruel and merciless to any enemy, but he was soft-hearted to his own people, especially those who suffered because of his family. In the future, when you and I are strong, don't forget these people who helped us. We won't dare to forget them for the rest of our lives. Zhuo Xiaoyan said in a low but determined voice. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation. There was no trace of his usual stinginess. As long as you and I don't die, no one can bully them. Clap. The brother and sister high-fived each other and solemnly made this vow. After a long silence, they talked about the breakthrough. The inner core realm I've finally reached. My inner core realm seems to be a little different from others. Zhuo Xiaoyan said with a frown. Master Qin once seriously mentioned that when one's cultivation reaches a bottleneck, one should try to squeeze as much energy out of one's dantian as possible and repeatedly calm the agitated true yuan to break through. In this way, when one can't control the true yuan and breaks through, not only will there be few opponents in the same realm, but it won't be difficult to challenge those in a higher realm. Although I haven't officially tested my current combat power when I made the breakthrough, I managed to kill all the enemies from the Wizard Alliance by myself. Although I relied on the help of the sword and sledgehammer, it's obvious that my combat power is extremely high, and it's beyond the scope of the realm itself. Sister Nian, you have suppressed the agitation of your vital qi no less than 50 times, so your foundation must be much deeper than ordinary people. Even if there's a big difference, it is reasonable and not surprising. No, the difference I'm talking about is very different from the difference you're talking about. The so-called inner core realm is to condense the elixir directly from the embryonic breathing realm. But my elixir, Zhuo Xiaoyan said with some hesitation, it's like a white ice cube. And I asked Master, others usually start with the size of a soybean. Mine. How big is yours? Mine. I feel like it's the size of a ping pong ball. And it's 2 ping pong balls. Zhuo Xiaoyan said softly. I didn't tell anyone about this. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Doesn't that mean you also have 2 balls? Doesn't that mean You're the same as me? This. Bullshit. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. You're looking for death. Then she rushed forward with a red face and dragged Zhuo Xiaoduo down from his position as the head of the family, giving him a good beating. This beating was very solid, without any mercy. It was really a punch to the flesh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost beaten to death by Zhuo Xiaoyan. No matter how he begged for mercy, her pink fists were always like a cat's hammer. Yes, it was that heavy. It was not an exaggeration to say that. Zhuo Xiaoduo also knew that his words had really offended her. It was natural for Zhuo Xiaoyan to be angry. Begging for mercy was futile, so he could only hold his head and howl, passively taking the beating. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoyan finally stopped, but her face was still cold. No matter how Zhuo Xiaoduo apologized and played tricks, she still ignored him. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail, trying his best. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was still cold, and she did not show any mercy. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that Zhuo Xiaoyan was really angry this time. He scratched his head and said, "According to what you said, you have 2 inner cores in the inner core realm. Doesn't that mean your body is at least twice as strong as the average inner core cultivator? And the size of your inner core is so big. How can I surpass you in the future?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes moved, but she was still cold and did not say a word. Speaking of which, I'm really lucky. Although I've planned a lot, I never thought that you would benefit from this disaster. You've suppressed your cultivation for so many times. This kind of achievement should be unprecedented, especially since you're so beautiful. Right now, I feel a great sense of danger. What should I do? Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan from the corner of his eyes. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still cold. I don't know where Mom and Dad went. Now that they've completed the breakthrough, they're not back yet. Do you think they'll have another child? Then my status in the family will be lowered by another level. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly thought of something and blurted it out. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes moved, and her lips moved. She wanted to scold him, but in the end, she did not say anything. Why don't we go and get the certificate first? This way, both of us will feel more at ease. So Xiaoduo touched his chin and said, "You know where to put the household register, right? We have the ID card." Zhuo Xiaoyan still did not say a word, but her face was blushing. The big exam is in a few days. Sai, these days they've been discussing which high martial arts school to go to. How would I know which high martial arts school is suitable for me? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed more and more. Zhuo Xiaoyan restrained herself and tried hard to show an indifferent attitude. Why don't we get the certificate first? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled mischievously and said, "What if you're seduced by someone else?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned cold again. By the way, our household registers are in the same household register. I don't think we can get a marriage certificate. Our current situation seems to be called fake blood relatives. The law is very ambiguous about our situation. If it is really not allowed, then it will be a big problem. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, "How do you think we should solve this problem?" Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up at the chandelier, and her spiritual eyes moved quietly. "You're going to study in a few days, and we'll have to part ways." Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried and said, "There are so many troublesome things. I just wanted to rest for a few days, but there are still so many things to deal with." Zhuo Xiaoyan's face softened, and there was a hint of sadness. "Why don't we make it a fact and get married?" Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly said, and his words were earth-shattering. "Get out of here." Zhuo Xiaoyan could not hold back anymore. She scolded with a red face. "Do you believe that I won't be able to hold back and slap you to death?" After saying that, she stood up and walked into the room and slammed the door shut. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed foolishly outside and did not feel offended at all. He. Sitting alone in the living room and drinking tea, he tried to control himself and not think about many things. He did not think about Qin Fangyang, He Yuan Yue, and Mu Yinyan. He had been talking nonsense for so long, but he still could not let it go. Soon, Zhuo Xiaoyan also came out with a melancholy face. Yes, he really could not let it go. The people who were so important to him had all left. How could he let it go with a few words? I'm thinking about Grandma, Zhuxiaoyan said sadly. Me too. Zhuxiaoduo was silent. His mouth, which was always good at talking, had become a sawmouth gourd. Now that Zhuxiaoyan had made a breakthrough, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. Although he had just made a breakthrough, there was no doubt that he could defeat an ordinary infant transformation realm cultivator with his origin core realm battle prowess. This was undoubtedly great news. Not to mention that she had the power of the phoenix soul in her body. Her foundation was unfathomable, and her future was limitless. This was something to be happy about, but the two of them were not happy at all. They did not even have the desire to explore the depth of their combat power after breaking through. I really hope I won't encounter such things again in the future. Zhuxiaoyan sat in front of the window, hugging her knees, and looked up at the moon in the sky. Chapter 308. Zhuxiaoduo also walked over and looked up at the moon. What he was thinking was, where did Teacher Qin go? And Sister Lan, where did she go? And Fang Yinhua from the Umno Alliance. Where did she go? And the girl from the Umno Alliance, who found her parents. Where did she go? Would she become an unstable factor in the future? Lastly, where was Meng Chuntian who had gone missing? Was he plotting something again? Compared to the disappointment of Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaoyan, the governor's mansion and shield were in a state of jubilation. Except for Director Jiang Zhongbin, who had just returned and looked at everyone with a gloomy face. The others were all beaming with joy and cheering thunderously. This time, the humans from the Astral Souls had wiped out all the hidden forces of the Umno Alliance in Phoenix City. All the spies that had been hidden for decades had been uprooted in one fell swoop. This was undoubtedly a huge victory, not to mention the success of the Phoenix Pulse Soul layout. The benefits were even greater. Other than the compensation for the dead and injured, the celebration banquet was also a must. 1,000 miles away, Qin Fangyang, who was dressed in black, was walking alone in the wilderness with a pale face. Like a wisp of smoke, he climbed to the highest point of a mountain. Finally, he could not help but turn around and look behind him. He could no longer see the other side. However, Qin Fangyang could still feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the other side. Fangyang, take care of yourself. Yes, I will. Qin Fangyang nodded silently. He felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He took out the ring that Zhuxiaoduo had given him. This spatial ring was stuffed into his pocket by Zhuxiaoduo. He did not know when it was. When he opened it to check the contents, he could not help but be moved. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much inside. It was just 300,000 yuan in cash and gifts from Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong. However, the jade of astral souls given by Zhuxiaoduo was very different from the commonly seen jade of astral souls. It was black, a total of 30 pieces. This is the highest quality jade of astral souls. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and turned around. He seemed to seize with Xiaoduo's cheeky grin. There was also a letter inside. Teacher Qin, I don't think you'll need too much money. I'm still so poor, so I can only give you this much. In addition, I'll give you a few black stones to play with. Don't think it's too little, hee. Qin Fangyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Giving something away and writing a letter already made people want to beat him up. Was this a normal black stone? He casually took out so many high-quality jade of astral souls and still complained about being poor. This little bastard. Suddenly, he had the urge to turn around, grab this kid, and kick him 100 shuttlecocks. Then, there were messages from Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing, and Li Chenglong. Qin Fangyang's heart warmed when he saw the few words that were filled with concern. He felt very comforted. They're all good kids. You must work hard. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He looked at them longingly before his figure shot into the night sky like an arrow. At the same time, there was another person who was also looking at Phoenix City from 1,000 miles away. That was Meng Chuntian. It's a failure. It's a complete failure. As an emissary, Meng Chuntian did not show up after arranging the killing of Phoenix City. When the operation began, he had already left the city. He quietly waited for the final outcome of the situation. When the killing wolf starlight array in the sky collapsed, Meng Qintian simply moved and quickly left the boundary of Phoenix City. When Fong Yinhua contacted him again, Meng Qintian had already changed his appearance and settled down in Tai City. Sir Emissary, the operation has failed. Fong Yinhua's voice was extremely weak, as if he was enduring great pain. Meng Qintian asked indifferently, "How many people survived?" "Only myself. I've already lost 70% of my life." "Sir Emissary, you should throw away this number and disappear immediately." Meng Qintian was silent for a moment. "What about you?" "I'll think of a way to leave." Fong Yinhua said, "I'm still confident in staying alive." "Good." Meng Qintian did not hesitate and crushed the phone. His eyes flashed. "Only Fong Yinhua survived?" This Fong Yinhua is not a small problem. No matter what the reason was, in the end, he was the only one who survived. Whether there was a problem or not, he had to die. I can't put him in an important position in the future. Meng Qintian's face was gloomy. He silently threw the phone into the trash can beside him and immediately walked out as if nothing had happened. After changing 4 or 5 identities, he settled down in a small hotel beside in Tai City City Gate. Evacuate as soon as possible. After so many years of planning, it's all gone in one day. Even the Meng family's foundation that was originally in my hands is gone. I'll take this as a reflection. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, who were tossing and turning, could not sleep, suddenly remembered something important. It was something that had been forgotten by Zhuo Xiaoduo, but it could solve the urgent problem at hand. Collect the spoils of war and make money from the dead. Zhuo Xiaoduo had previously fought against 100 people. Although the grade of the spatial rings he had snatched was not high, there were still a lot of them. He opened them one by one and gathered the funds and resources one by one. It had to be said that there were not many cultivation materials in these low-grade spatial rings, and the quality was also poor. However, there was a lot of cash. After checking all the spatial rings, there were more than 5 million star yuan in cash and tens of thousands of mid-grade Astral Souls jade. There were also various elixirs, various saber, sword, and footwork manuals. I'm not interested in the rest. Zhuo Xiaoyan put the 5 million star yuan into her spatial ring and said, "I'll give you the rest. I'll give this money to the family members of the seniors who sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse." Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed. "That's not a problem. However, you shouldn't give it all at once. I'm afraid that it might be dangerous for them. It's better to split it up monthly or yearly. Don't give them too much at once. It'll bring disaster to them. They've lost their pillar of support and can't withstand storm." Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly understood. "That's true." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. "It's just that we don't have enough money. If we have enough money, we can consider setting up a trust fund to give money to the family members who sacrificed themselves in the war. That would be ideal. All right, let's take a look at these saber, sword, footwork, and other secret manuals. Although they may seem low-grade, these are all methods from the Umno Alliance. It's better to know than not." Xiaoduo suggested. "Who knows? We might be able to dig out some treasures." No one said that low-grade martial arts can't have outstanding effects, right? The possibility is very small. However, what you said makes sense. We can use other people's techniques to improve jade. There's no harm in taking a look. Perhaps there's really something we can learn from. Didn't Dad always ask us to modify the Rain Sword and Storm Sword? So, Xiaoduo suggested. I'm thinking that if we're familiar with it, there's no harm in separating out some of the best moves and integrating them into other martial arts. It'll be enough to make us look like we're right, but actually not right. Even if someone asks, with today's event as a foreshadowing, we already have a lot of low-grade martial arts from the Umno Alliance. It's not surprising that we occasionally have a few high-end moves. That's a good idea. Dad warned us first. There must be a reason for that. It's the best choice if we try to avoid it. In this world, Zhuo Xiaoyan had 3 people she could trust unconditionally: Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoduo. As for the others, even Mu Yinyin was a little inferior. It was not that Mu Yinyin couldn't be trusted. but Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that Kunlun Taoism was too complicated through this series of events. And Mu Yinyan was just a cultivation maniac in the sect. Zhuo Xiaoyan even felt that her master knew more about the ways of the world than she did. In the morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo came to school very early, but he didn't plan to read people's fortune today. Originally, as the temperature recovered, even the heavy snow had already melted away. Today, there were a lot of people lining up to read people's fortune. Masters hadn't read people's fortune for a week, and those who wanted to ask for advice were all anxious. But this time, Masters still said something with an apologetic face and entered the school. I'll start reading people's fortune tomorrow. During this time, I've been mentally unbalanced, so it may not be accurate. Please forgive me. Entering the school, everyone's eyes were red, whether it was the teachers or the students. Although a few days had passed, everyone was still immersed in the matter of He Yuanyue's death and hadn't recovered yet. Entering the class, the students of the 9th class were all there, but everyone's mood showed an exceptionally low state. One by one, they sat in their seats and looked at the podium. From time to time, they looked at the door. Everyone was waiting for a miracle. Maybe Qin Fangyang's tall and straight figure would walk through the door with a straight face again. Everyone's eyes were filled with speechless hope. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and stood on the podium. He knocked on the table with his hand and said in a low voice, "Students, there's no need to wait any longer. Teacher Qin has already left." Everyone's expression changed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and then it became sad. Many of the female students' eyes were already glistening with tears. Bai Bingbing laid on the table and sobbed. She would never forget how Teacher Qin used his own cultivation to guide her cultivation, to guide her forward, to establish her sword heart, and to tell her, "Girls, don't be a vase in your life. If you want something, wait until you're strong, then fight for it." These words were deeply imprinted in the depths of Bai Bingbing's heart. This slightly vain and somewhat arrogant girl completely changed herself from then on. Teacher Qin may have left, but before he left, he asked me to pass on a message to all of you. Chapter 309. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood on the podium and said loudly, "What did he say?" Everyone raised their heads and looked at him with bright eyes. Mr. Qin said. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was calm and steady. He finally gave up on fooling around and said cleanly, "Mr. Qin said that he has taught you everything that he can. How far you can go in the future depends on your own choice and hard work. He also said that he hopes that when people mention your names in the future, he will not feel embarrassed. This is the only request he has for us after teaching us for so long." Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The faces of the boys and girls in the class lit up. Bai Bingbing sobbed and shouted, "I will not embarrass Mr. Qin. I will not embarrass Mr. Qin because of me. Me too." For a moment, the whole class was boiling. "If that's the case, why don't you go and practice? Why don't you go and practice? All of you are just sitting here doing nothing. Even if you shout the slogan loudly, will you be able to make Teacher Qin proud?" After saying this, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked down from the podium. "I'm going to the gravity room now. Let's go to the school to apply for a mission and practice. Work hard to become stronger and fight for the chance to meet Mr. Qin again. I can proudly tell him that I did not embarrass him. Let's go together. Let's go together." At noon, when everyone had just finished eating, they received a notice that Luo Lai would be taking over Qin Fangyang's class. Luo Lai, who received the news, smiled crookedly. It was worth it for him to threaten Li Changjiang and give him 2 bottles of good wine. If he had not threatened him, he would not have gotten the chance in front of the gravity room. "How many times have you suppressed the restlessness of your true Yuan?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked Long Yusheng and the other 4. These 5 people were now in the same state as Zhuo Xiaoduo in the past. Even when walking, they had to clamp their legs together. They didn't dare to exert any force lest they break through. Li Chenglong's face was distorted. "I've already done it 7 times. It's really uncomfortable now. I don't even dare to fart. What this is too uncomfortable." Wan Lixio's face was flushed red. Although Miss Wan's personality was that of a real man, The feeling of holding back and not breaking through again and again was really difficult and tiring. Not to mention, her family's conditions were excellent. Her spiritual medicine, spiritual pills, and cultivation resources were much better than others. Now, she had really reached her limit. I haven't gone to the toilet for 3 days. Wan Lixio blushed. Now, I feel like I'm about to break through, even if I'm just taking a breath. Just as they were talking, there was a puff from the side. It was Mo Yin farting. Then, they saw Mo Yan's pale face. His expression was indescribable. His face was distorted, and he muttered in disappointment. "It's over, I broke through. I can't hold it in anymore." The others were covering their noses, their faces distorted. They didn't know if this sound was the fuse or something else, but it actually caused a chain reaction. Long Yuxing also had a change. He also broke through. But Mo Yan's fart was extraordinary. It was not vulgar at all. A foul stench filled the air. So Xiaoduo covered his nose and ran away in embarrassment. His movement speed was very fast. Wan Lixio also covered her nose and ran out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped running, squatted down, and screamed, "Oh no, I also broke through." Then it was Li Chenglong. The little fatty wanted to cry and laugh at this scene, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, while his mood was fluctuating, his vital energy took advantage of this and rushed up. He suddenly couldn't control himself. "Huh, only one huh," came out. Li Chenglong wanted to restrain himself, and then, with a poof, he also broke through. In the end, Li Chongming also announced that he was defeated. On this day, Wan Lixio and the other 4 people broke through almost at the same time. It could be said to be a good story, but the taste was not very good to say. Luo Lai excitedly came to receive his students. When he reached the door of the gravity room, he saw the situation at a glance. The 5 people's faces were all distorted. Wan Lixio was squatting alone behind a tree. Her face was extremely ugly. There was an indescribable sense of loss. And tears. "What's wrong?" Luo Lai moved closer to the few boys to ask, but suddenly he smelled a stench. Immediately, he was hit by the stench. Damn! Luo Lai teacher was caught off guard. He subconsciously covered his nose. "Who did this?" I, and me." Luo Lai teacher was stunned. "The 4 of you gathered together and farted? What are you playing at?" Luo Lai could not understand. His brain short-circuited. What kind of hobby is this? No. Long Yuxing covered his nose. "It's like this." After listening to the explanation, Luo Lai was even more confused. "You mean, the 5 of you, including Wan Lixio, because Mo Yin could not hold back and farted. It caused a chain reaction, and the 5 of you broke through to the Xiantian realm?" Yes. Long Yuxing hurriedly changed his words. Xiao should not have broken through from farting. She. He still had to work hard to save his fiancée's face. Wan Lixio's embarrassed and angry voice came from the other side. "Long Yuxing, shut up. A fart that the 5 of them broke through to the Xiantian realm. This was a good fart." Luo Lai was very pleased, and he praised, "What a good fart." Luo Lai was originally surprised, but his face gradually turned from surprise to distortion. There was no other reason. He realized that the stench around them did not dissipate. Instead, it became more and more intense. As an expert in cultivation, how could he not know that as the few of them broke through to the Xiantian realm, their vital energy was in an unprecedented state, causing the impurities in their bodies to be expelled from their bodies. Everything started to flow out. The few men felt embarrassed and covered their faces, not daring to look at others. As for Wan Lixio, she was even more embarrassed and did not dare to move. "This is a good thing. Don't be silly. Quickly go and wash up. Wash up more and make sure you are clean." Luo Lai immediately played his role as a teacher and directly emptied the school's teacher's bathroom. "Quickly prepare the hot water. We will be there soon." So Xiaoduo watched from afar, almost laughing his guts out. He had experienced a similar situation before, and naturally knew the situation of the few of them. He was not worried at all, and only found it funny. He held his phone in his hand, and recorded this embarrassing scene to his heart's content, especially Wanli Xiao, who recorded a few more scenes than the others. Such a dark history. He must definitely record it. In the future, when the five of them were taken to the bathroom by Luo Lai, Zhuoxiaoduo's phone had already recorded several precious moments for each of them, and it was worth reminiscing for a long time. What a pity that this phone can only record images and not smells. It would be better if it could record smells, but technology is still not advanced enough. Zhuoxiaoduo put away his phone, looked up to the sky and sighed, deeply regretting that technology was not advanced enough. After a full hour, the five of them followed Luo Lai back with flushed faces. The four boys were scalded by the hot water, but Wanli Xiao was purely embarrassed. Although she knew that the current situation was not her problem, she still felt ashamed. As the daughter of the governor, she was so smelly in front of everyone. Even if there was a reason for it, it was still embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone is smelly with me, Wanli Xiao thought, and looked at Long Yuxing and the others from the corner of her eyes, and her heart was slightly comforted, just as she was comforting herself. Ha ha ha! Zhuoxiaoduo appeared at the right time, and he was arrogant and self-important. Xiao, Zhuoxiaoduo said proudly, you don't have to worry about it. Although you were all smelly just now, Xiao, your stench is completely different from theirs. Their stench is pure, but your stench still has some traces of cosmetics. It's slightly better than theirs and doesn't follow the conventional pattern. Zhuoxiaoduo, you bitch. Before he could finish, Wanli Xiao had already rushed over with a big knife, looking like she would not stop until she was dead. Zhuoxiaoduo let out a strange cry and left without saying a word. Zhuoxiaoduo did not dare to provoke a woman who was in a rage. Just like that, Zhuoxiaoduo was chased around second high 3 times by the angry Wanli Xiao. Wanli Xiao was exhausted, and only then did she sneak in a gravity room. What a scary mouth. Zhuoxiaoduo was still patting his chest when he entered the gravity room. Sigh, Xiao can't take a joke. Long Yuxing is going to suffer for the rest of his life. Zhuoxiaoduo still had a lingering fear. She's really too fierce. I'm really worried for him. On the other side, Wanli Xiao and Long Yuxing were fighting each other to consolidate their strength. Wanli Xiao was furious, and her fighting strength rose sharply. She was ruthless and did not leave any leeway. Long Yuxing and the other 3 men were all suppressed by the furious Wanli Xiao and beaten up. The 4 of them were completely helpless against a girl who did not care about her life. They could only passively defend and take the beating. Even if it was 4 against 1, they were still no match for her. Each of them cursed Zhuoxiaoduo thousands of times in their hearts. You fucking played cheap and aroused Wanli Xiao's anger, but all of us had to bear it. This bitch. Luo Lai's eyebrows danced as he watched from the side. They were all geniuses indeed. Even without Zhuoxiaoduo, this heaven-defying genius, just these 5 were enough to sweep the other schools. Luo Lai was also aware of the talent and hard work of these students. During the previous test, he also accompanied them throughout. Naturally, he knew that the real strength of these students had already reached the innate level. The reason why they had not broken through was that they were deliberately suppressing their breakthroughs, hoping to reach the maximum limit of their potential. However, including Zhuoxiaoduo, these 6 people were Qin Fangyang's personal students from the warrior class. Even if Luo Lai envied them, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 310. But now that Qin Fangyang had suddenly left, only Luo Lai, who was most familiar with their strength, could be the head teacher. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Now, Wanli Xiao and the others were breaking through uncontrollably. Luo Lai was overjoyed, but he also had the thought of testing their current strength after breaking through. Their cultivation would improve, and their strength would increase greatly. This was something that was set in stone, but he did not know to what extent it would increase. However, at this moment, he witnessed the battle atmosphere of these 5 people with his own eyes. Each of them was skilled in battle, and their awareness was sharp. This made Luo lie happy and shocked. These people's skills and awareness have already reached the level of proficiency. They are extremely familiar with the application of battle techniques. What they lack is only the baptism of blood and the change of mentality to kill with their own hands. Not bad at all. It must have been hard on old Qin. How did he train such outstanding students? Luo Lai really admired Qin Fangyang this time. If you said that Zhuo Xiaoduo was a pervert, it could be said that he was lucky and managed to catch up with them. But to catch up with 6 of them in one go, how was that different from a fantasy? It can only be said that Qin Fangyang was really capable. At the level of Wanli Xiu and the others, he could help them push their realms up. But in terms of battle experience and awareness, it was impossible to teach them. This kind of tacit defense and attack was definitely not something that could be learned in a classroom. He did not know that the battle experience of Long Yuxing and the others had nothing to do with Qin Fangyang. It was purely from Zhuo Xiaoduo's beating. Zhuo Xiaoduo had transferred the terror that Zhuo Xiaoyan had unleashed on him to Wanli Xiu and the others, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's ability to attract hatred. As long as they gathered together, they would beat each other into a pulp. In addition, the 5 of them would definitely join forces to fight against Zhuo Xiaoduo. After such a long time, it would be strange if they did not have a tacit understanding that after the battle had ended, Luo Lai asked patiently and in a friendly manner, "All of you have broken through. Good. How many times have you suppressed your Zhen Yuan's restlessness?" Luo Lai's smile was like a flower. "At least 3 or 4 times." Teacher Luo put himself in other people's shoes. Back then, he had suppressed them once and had already been regarded as the best choice by the teachers. Of course, these children had performed much better than him back then, so of course, he had said it once or twice more. "I should be 8 times. Long Yuxing replied uncertainly. Then he scratched his head and said, "I don't know if the last time I failed to suppress it counts. I did it 9 times. Wanli Xiu said, "Me too, 9 times. Yu Moyan was very concise. 8 times. Li Zhongming sighed. I did it 10 times. Li Qinglong sighed in satisfaction. He had been back-to-back with Zhuo Xiaoduo for a long time and had benefited from the Flaming Sun Divine art many times. Therefore, his foundation was the thickest among the 5 of them. According to his self-assessment, he could have suppressed it 1 more time. In the end, these people's Zhen Yuan's restlessness had affected his own rhythm. In the end, all his efforts had been for naught. It was all Yu Moyan's fault. Why did he have to fart for no reason? Li Qinglong really wanted to beat Yu Moyan up now. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times. Luo Lai felt a little dizzy. For a moment, he did not dare to believe the numbers that his ears had heard. 8 times, 9 times, or even 10 times was an astonishing number. In second high. No, even in the entire Phoenix City, this had never happened before. Now, in front of him, there were actually 5 of them. No, how could there only be 5 of them? There was also that Zhuo Xiaoduo. His strength was above the 5 people in front of him. He believed that the number of times he had suppressed it was more than 8 or 9 times. At the very least, it should be 10, 11, or even 12 times, right? Luo Lai was about to faint again, but this time he was happy. These are all my students. Qin Fangyang, once you left this special honor to me. I, Luo Lai, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. You must remember this. Luo Lai lowered his voice and solemnly reminded, even if you go to the High Martial Arts Institute in the future, when someone asks about this, you can only say that it was 2 or 3 times. Do you understand? Why? Yu Moyan said, isn't it said that the higher one's aptitude, the higher the inclination of resources one receives? Luo Lai laughed bitterly. This sentence itself is not wrong. In reality, the treatment is indeed so. But, astral souls humans, the problem of having good and bad people mixed together has never changed since ancient times. People who are jealous of talent and ability are everywhere. Some people, even if the flood is overflowing and the continent is sinking in their eyes, they can only see their own interests. And some people, Even if the continent is going to fall tomorrow, they still want to trample on the geniuses who are stronger than them, or even destroy them. Luo Lai said desolately. Some people, even after learning a lot of skills, betrayed the continent early on for their own interests. They became the UMNO Alliance's spies. Sometimes, when one's aptitude is high and has great potential in the eyes of others, it is just a stumbling block or an obstacle that prevents one from moving forward. Hiding one's strength is the way to live peacefully in the world. If it isn't someone you trust the most, never reveal your true strength. This world is far more complicated than you think, much more complicated, to the point that you can't even imagine. Luo Lai said earnestly, "It's okay that you don't understand now. But you must remember, I will not harm you. You must do as I say, understand? When you are weak, protecting your own life is the most important thing. We will remember. Teacher Luo." Just as Luo Lai said, although they did not understand now, they still remembered this deeply. However, they firmly branded this warning in the depths of their hearts, and they absolutely couldn't easily expose their natural talent and reserves. Now, each of you use the Astral Soul's Jade to enrich yourselves. Stabilize your current realm. Although the cultivation of these little guys had completely stabilized now, Luo Lai still felt that if it could be stabilized, it would be better. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, who was already in the gravity room, Luo Lai felt that he did not need to worry about him. In the gravity room, Zhou Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was training in a 50x gravity room with 30,000 gene on each arm. As the door of the gravity room closed, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately felt that both his arms were about to hit the ground. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not move them. The only thing he could do now was to slowly raise his arms. He raised them up and let all the strength and gravity act on his entire body. After that, he maintained his current posture, keeping his body upright. His legs were naturally planted, and his back was perfectly straight. He used his entire body to evenly share the pressure. Under the effect of 50 times the gravity, he had to bear 60,000 gene of weight. After only 1 minute, he was already sweating profusely, and it was difficult for him to cope. However, he tried his best to regulate his breathing. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm as he endured the mountain-like gravity. The true yuan in his body circulated crazily, and the dragon blood flying dagger and the astral soul's jade, which he had placed earlier, continuously poured energy into his meridians. This was the only way to replenish his energy. Zhou Xiaoduo did not use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Right now, he was purely relying on his physical body to endure. What he needed to urgently improve now was the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, his Universe Sun Moon 99 Kitty Hammer would not be able to be used for a very, very long time. Zhou Xiaoduo's arms seemed to be maintaining a constant posture, but his arms were already trembling slightly. However, he did not seem to feel it all. Any kind of strength training could not be completed in a day, and the body could not be strengthened in a day. Right now, he just wanted to accumulate it bit by bit. Zhou Xiaoduo was incomparably grateful for his previous inertia. Although he had not entered the gravity chamber after the war, he had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body, regardless of whether he was eating or sleeping. Even at the old principal's funeral, during the first 7 soul nights, Zhou Xiaoduo had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body. He knew that the old principal would not blame him. The old principal would only be gratified to see such effort. If it had not been for the buffer of a few days, he would have been pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure the moment he entered the gravity chamber. I will fulfill the old principal's wishes one by one. Teacher Qin will not be the only one who will do it. I would do it too. So Xiaoduo silently made up his mind. If the old principal wants to be number 1 in the Central Plains, then I must get it. If the old principal wants to see second high students become number 1 in the world, then I must seize that number 1. This is the goal I need to achieve in the near future. My cultivation is shallow now, and I can't compete with the heroes of the world for a day. However, among my peers, I must seize this number one. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's vow, and also his true thoughts. If one were to ask who had played the most important role in the Phoenix bloodline soul cleansing, then other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, He Yuanyue was undoubtedly worthy of the title. Even Qin Fangyang, who had put in a lot of effort and fought on the front lines, had to be behind her. It could be said that without He Yuanyue, without the initial foreshadowing, and without the gathering of manpower, no matter how desperate Zhuo Xiaoduo was, no matter how hysterical he was, no matter how clever he was, without the premise of the general trend of providence, how could one affect the outcome? Just this point alone made Zhuo Xiaoduo's gratitude towards He Yuanyue indescribable. If it were not for her, he would never have given the coin that represented Zhuo Xiaoyan's Phoenix bloodline and pinned a completely unrealistic hope on it. When He Yuanyue passed away, he only cried once on the first day. After that, he did not shed a single tear. It was not that he was cold, but he knew that crying was useless. I want the old principal to see my efforts. I'm working hard to achieve my goals. This is what the old principal wants to see. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not say the vow out loud. He only silently kept it in his heart. However, every single word had already been imprinted in his heart. Ever since he entered the school, the person who had the biggest impact on Zhuo Xiaoduo had always been Harun. However, after the Phoenix bloodline soul cleansing, there were two more people. The first in line was He Yuanyue. Her life was selfless, full of love, gentle and kind, like the spring wind and rain. For the country and the people, she was chivalrous and gentle. He Yuanyue could be said to have influenced Zhuo Xiaoduo's future to a considerable extent. She did not preach at all, but she made Zhuo Xiaoduo truly understand the direction he wanted to go in the future. Moreover, he would resolutely and steadily walk down this path. As for the third, it was naturally Qin Fangyang, a selfless mentor and helpful friend. Zhuo Xiaoduo respected and was grateful to these three people from the bottom of his heart. It was these three people who were filled with warmth, unspoken love, righteousness, and an awe-inspiring aura. They made Zhuo Xiaoduo a rebellious, crafty, and eccentric young man who was bent on stepping on the heterodox path and possessed a demonic heart, maintained the most glorious goal from beginning to end. The most correct direction, a full 4.5 hours. Even Huriyun, who had specially come to inform him, had been waiting outside for 2.5 hours. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know anything about the outside world. Every time he could no longer hold on, every time his bones creaked, Zhuo Xiaoduo would circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra and let it circulate in his body for 99 cycles. He used the Flaming Sun Sutra to increase his body's strength and recover some of his fatigue. Then, he would stop the Flaming Sun Sutra and continue to use his body to endure. This cycle was to train his body to the greatest extent so that he could reach a higher level in the shortest time possible. I want my 99 cat hammer to be like a piece of grass in my hands. I'll hit wherever I want to hit. In the future, I'll beat people to death as I wish, but I'll also want my enemies' spatial rings and wealth. I must not smash them. It would be a pity and a waste if I smashed them all. I want to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Is that wrong? In order to achieve this goal, I'll do it even if I have to die of exhaustion. Millions of pounds will be like a piece of grass in my hands, dancing lightly. Zhuo Xiaoduo made a great wish in his heart. His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked forward to the day when his sleeves would be filled with gold. That day, when he saw so many spatial ring fragments, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart almost broke. He really didn't want to experience such a cruel scene again. Now, I finally know how important perfect control is. No wonder all the experts are so particular about perfect control. It's the basic operation of a miser. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he finally understood and understood. All the experts were misers. So, since they're so greedy, why can't I make a fortune while I'm at it? Based on this, Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more confident. He continued until the last minute, the last moment Zhuo Xiaoduo's entire body was drenched in sweat, almost turning him into a mummy. Only then did he muster up his remaining courage and circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra that was almost exhausted. He supported himself to the door, opened it, and walked out. Just as he walked out of the room, he fell to the ground with a plop. He almost fainted and gasped for breath. Hu Riyun's heartbroken voice sounded. "Why are you so tired? Quick, bring a bowl of water." Then, she stuffed an elixir into his mouth. She was extremely gentle. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt sad and disappointed, but also gentle and grateful. He was sad and disappointed. Teacher Qin Fangyang, who would drag him by the hair every time he crawled out from exhaustion, didn't appear this time. He was gentle and grateful because of Teacher Hu Riyun's meticulous care and concern. It filled his heart with warmth and moved him. "I'm fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo drank a big bowl of water and sat up with support. He chuckled. "I'm just a little tired from training. I'll be fine after some rest. Really, I'll be fine after a while." Hu Riyun was still full of concern. At the side, Long Yuxing and the others were a little disappointed when they saw this scene. Now, the teacher's care was like a spring breeze, but they felt that something was missing. Teacher Qin, who mingled with the students and looked very rough. He kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo here and there, and when he saw his students' achievements, he happily kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo like a shuttlecock. That has he really left us? The Central Plains Martial Arts School ranking competition. Hu Riyun briefly explained the notice she brought. Originally, the 6 of you were qualified to graduate directly. But, before the old principal died, he appointed you 6 to form a team and bring back the honor that the old principal had been looking forward to for decades for Second High. The Martial Arts School ranking competition is less than a month away. I hope you don't slack off during this month and face this battle in your best condition. Hu Riyun said. "We won't disappoint the old principal." Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and said in a sonorous voice. Ever since the old principal established Second High, he started to participate in the martial arts school ranking competition 60 years ago. In the beginning, he was outside the top 1,000, but in recent years, he could directly break into the top 10, especially since the year before last. He broke into the top 10 for the first time in history. For 2 consecutive years, he was ranked 9th. As for where you can get this year, it depends on your performance. Hu Riyun's voice was heavy. She said softly, "Don't let us down, but don't be too stressed. Just do your best." "Yes, understood." The 6 people answered in unison. "The rest is up to you. You can choose your own captain and vice captain, and then submit the name list." Hu Riyun smiled gently. It's good to improve your cultivation and completely transform your combat power into your own, but don't practice too hard. You should know that more haste, less speed. If you hurt your origin, it's not a joke. As she spoke, she couldn't help but step forward. She habitually tidied Zhuo Xiaoduo's lapel and smoothed his wet hair. She smiled and said, "Good luck." Then she turned around and left. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled foolishly. Teacher who still regarded me as the one who had stayed back for 5 years. Even the way she smoothed my hair was the same as before. Wanli Xiao and the others looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and couldn't help but feel jealous. This guy, why should he be treated better than us? This guy is obviously so cheap, but the gentle teacher who is so nice to him, that this chapter has 5,000 words, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 311. You can discuss among yourselves. Since school is over, take your time to discuss. Luo Lai laughed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I'm your new form teacher. Hee, we're old acquaintances. Ha ha ha. Teacher Luo's attitude was a little cautious. It even sounded like he was trying to flatter Xiao. He was really worried that Zhuo Xiaoduo would not accept him as his teacher. This kid was not only a super genius, but he was also a troublemaker. Now, the entire 9th class followed his lead. Moreover, this kid had the best relationship with Qin Fangyang. If this kid took the lead to cause trouble as the form teacher, he would have to put in a lot of effort. The results would definitely not be good. "Hello, Teacher Luo." So Xiaoduo bowed respectfully and waved his hand. Kids, here. Wan Li Xiao and the other four replied in unison. Follow this boss to school. Oh yeah, oh. The six of them formed a whirlwind and rolled out of the school together. Luo Lai sighed behind them. He could clearly feel the estrangement between him and Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. Or rather, the children could accept him as their form teacher and give him a basic polite attitude. However, when it came to replacing Qin Fangyang's position in their hearts, he could forget about it. Thinking about it was just wishful thinking. There's still a long way to go. Luo Lai muttered. Teacher Luo, what's wrong? Do you have any ideas? Hu Ruoyun asked behind him. What ideas can I have? Old Qin's image in the hearts of these children is unshakable. I'll do my best and not think about changing anything. Luo Lai admitted honestly. He was a little disappointed. Haha, Hu Ruoyun smiled. Do you think that teacher Qin Fangyang's peach is so easy to pick? Or do you think that you're the luckiest person in the whole school? In fact, everyone knows that the 9th class has been transformed into a class for geniuses by teacher Qin Fangyang. However, everyone is not that interested. What do you think is the reason? Why? That's right. We don't have Qin Fangyang's charisma, nor are we like teacher Qin Fangyang, who is willing to sacrifice everything for his students. If he can't even achieve these two things, then there's no need to talk about anything else. Not to mention, he still has the astonishing battle prowess to look down on the entire Phoenix City. Do you understand now? The reason why no one wants to compete is not because they are not strong enough, or because they are not familiar with teacher Qin, or because they have not interacted with Xiaoduo and the others. These are not enough advantages. Hu Fiyun said leisurely. Now that you've taken over the position of head teacher, it's only a month away from graduation. How meaningful can it be? At most, she's just like a kindergarten teacher, helping Qin Fangyang to keep an eye on the children so they don't cause trouble. When these kids graduate, the only teacher they will acknowledge will still be Qin Fangyang and no one else. Their respect for you is just superficial. Let's take a step back. If that's not the case, there are so many young geniuses. How would you have the authority to be their teacher? Just based on Zhou Xiaoduo's respectful attitude towards me, do you think I, Hu Riyun, can't compete with you? Hu Riyun laughed loudly. Teacher Luo, good luck. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Luo Lai was stunned at first. Then, his face turned red and he said angrily, I'll resign tomorrow. It's too late. Hu Riyun's voice came from afar. Everyone knows about your threats and gifts. You shamelessly got this position. Now you want to resign? Is that even possible? Luo Lai was stunned. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others left the school. Should we find a place to discuss the future? Why don't we go to Phoenix Turning Around? Yu Moyan suggested. The 5 of them were stunned when they heard this. There's no need to go to Phoenix Turning Around. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. To disturb the old principal's peace for such a small matter. Besides, we don't have any honor now. If we go and discuss, what if we don't get anything? We'll be embarrassed. We have to embarrass the old principal in the underworld with us. Well, let's just find a place. It's just a matter of a few words. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. All right, we haven't had a meal together yet. Let's do it today. Li Chenglong will treat everyone. Those who agree, please clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was stunned. When did I say I'm treating everyone? Everyone voted to resolve it. It's you. Let's go. The 6 young men and women surrounded Li Chenglong, who was spitting saliva all the way. They laughed and joked as they walked away. Everyone found a random restaurant, but they did not hold back at all when they ordered a table full of dishes. So Xiaoduo took out his phone and asked for leave. It's a class reunion today. I won't be home for dinner. Zhou Xiaoyan said something on the other end, and Zhou Xiaoduo hung up, looking embarrassed. Yo, someone's been criticized. Li Chenglong gloated. What do you know? My status in my family is so high that you can't imagine it. Zhou Xiaoduo said smugly. Tisk, 5 middle fingers. Let's discuss the candidates for the captain and vice captain. I'll definitely be the captain. Who agrees and who disagrees? Zhou Xiaoduo looked around disdainfully. No objections. Vice captain, I suggest swollen. Who agrees and who disagrees? No objections. End of meeting. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was anxious. What about the tactical deployment? So Xiaoduo took a mouthful of food and said slowly, Tactical deployment? This should be your overall plan, but I don't think it's necessary. My plan is like this. The five of them put down their chopsticks and listened quietly to Zhuo Xiaoduo's big plan. This time, 1,500 schools in the Central Plains will compete together. Those who were eliminated in the first round will naturally go home. Therefore, the battle to enter the 750th place is basically a free pass. We were ranked 9th in the previous tournament, so we're definitely a seeded team. I reckon that no matter which school we face in the first round, we only need one person to defeat them. Then, in the battle from 750 to 375 schools, the second person will be changed, but one person will still be able to defeat them. In the battle from 180 schools, the third person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 90 schools, the fourth person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 45 schools, one person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle for the top 20 schools, the sixth person will be sent, and still, one person will be able to defeat them. In other words, each person will be in charge of one school and take turns to do it. There is no need for additional planning. However, the first few schools must be defeated in one go. There must be no entanglement. There will be no elimination battles, and all of them will be sent straight. So Xiaoduo took it for granted and said arrogantly, How simple! The other 5 people were silent for a long time without saying a word. Big brother, are you treating the other schools as clay chickens and pottery dogs? Are there no geniuses in the entire Central Plains? Aren't you being too confident? Even if the first, second, or even third battle may be lucky and encounter a weak opponent, the later opponents are bound to be stronger. Where did you get the confidence to defeat all 6 battles by yourself? After entering the top 20, the situation can no longer be taken lightly. After all, there will be cross battles, which is to say, fight in pairs. First, 10 winners will be determined, and the remaining 10 will fight. In this battle, only 5 will be eliminated. 15 schools will be left. The top 7 of the 15 teams will be selected, and the remaining 8 teams will fight in pairs to choose the top 4. 4 will be eliminated, and 11 will be left. So Xiaoduo had a headache as he spoke. Who the hell made this rule? Why is it so roundabout? 11 schools will be selected for the top 5, and 1 will be given a bye. The remaining 5 schools will fight for 3 places with a bye. That will be the final 8. After entering the top 8, it's not the top 4 semifinals or finals, but another cross battle. The winner only has to fight in 2 battles. The loser has to fight in 3 battles, and only the last 2 places in the top 8 will be eliminated. Top 6. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth was dry, and he kept cursing. This kind of competition rule is simply stupid. It's not good to decide the winner and loser in one battle. The winner stays, and the loser scrums. Round after round. Isn't it too troublesome? This is for the sake of fairness. For example, 2 schools originally have the potential to compete for the first place. But if one school is eliminated in the first round of drawing lots, and the eliminated school clearly has the strength to be in the top 3, it's really unfair. Li Chenglong said, That's why there is such a rule. Isn't luck a part of strength? In short, it's so annoying. Zhuo Xiaoduo said irritably, My opinion is that we will only send one person in each round of battle. He will defeat all the opponents and be the first to qualify. Everything will be fine. The deployment is complete. Does anyone have any objections? Yes. Li Chenglong frowned and said, This arrangement is a little too careless. Just now, Boswa also said that luck is also a part of one's strength. If we are blindly careless and encounter a tyrannical academy, there will be no way to recover from our defeat. We really don't have overwhelming strength. The Central Plains is vast, and there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless ancient martial arts families and geniuses. Maybe Zwa is invincible among your peers, but the 5 of us don't have the confidence to look down on everyone. If you can't do it, I'll do it. Zwa Xiaoduo squinted and said, and what do you mean by the 5 of you don't have the confidence? I don't want to hear this a second time. Let me tell you, for the next month, each and every one of you will have to practice the martial arts of your respective families and schools. If you're really unlucky and meet someone you can't match, I won't be so inhumane to blame you. I'll just fill in the gaps. But if you meet someone you can handle and still lose, Zwa Xiaoduo snorted coldly. I'll let you know what it means to be beaten up by society. The 5 of them shuddered at the same time. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely complete the task. Chapter 312. The subsequent training of the 6 of them shocked the entire school. In the eyes of both the teachers and the students, there was only one feeling, appalling and unbearable to look at. Just the news of the first day of training made Li Changjiang fly into a rage. Not to mention anything else, on the first day of the battle practice, the 6 of them directly destroyed all the martial arts training fields in the school. Pits could be seen everywhere, easily several meters deep. Even the high platform in the middle of the martial arts training field, where the teachers were supervising the students' training, was kicked away by Li Chenglong and Li Changming. Li Changming dodged around the platform, and Li Chenglong was furious. He felt that the platform was a hindrance, so he lost his temper and kicked the platform, along with the 4 teachers on it, flew out together. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang's roar was earth-shattering. Are you rebelling? Is this training or tearing down the school? Li Chenglong, call your parents to the school tomorrow. Compensate. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang was mad. Qin Fanyang had just left, and it had only been a few days. Were these guys going to turn the world upside down? And that Luo Lai, were you there to be a teacher or to be a bootlicker? After destroying the martial arts training field, Luo Lai actually went over and asked, "Is your leg okay?" What the hell was this? He was so angry that his liver hurt. So Xiao Luo and the others, who had been yelled at, obediently followed Luo Lai out of the city for training. Li Changjiang looked at the name list in the principal's office, and his head hurt. Just a name list? Is there a need to make a list? Captain Zwa Xiaoduo, Vice Captain Li Chenglong, team members Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming. Isn't this the configuration all along? Hu Ryun, who was beside him, said, "It has always been like this. Do we have to change it? What about the tactics? Where's the deployment?" Li Changjiang pointed at the list. What about the strategy and tactics? Cough, cough. Hu Ruoyun coughed. They're saying that they're going to directly sweep through. Only one person will be sent out in each battle, and they'll break through. Cough, cough. Arrogant. Li Changjiang flew into a rage. Who do they think they are? How dare you look down on the heroes of the world? It had to be said that Headmaster Li was furious. Previously, although the old principal didn't care about anything, she was still there to support him. Now that the old principal was gone, Li Changjiang immediately felt that his responsibility had doubled. It had only been a few days, but he had already become much more haggard. Sadness, reluctance, pain, and a mountain of things pressed down on him. Li Changjiang was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Hu Ryun stepped forward and gently massaged her husband's temples. Changjiang, don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't worry. They're not children who don't know what to do. Since they dared to come up with such a strategy, they must be confident. Especially that child, Xiao Duo. He definitely won't let the old principal down. Hu Ryun said softly, "What you need to do now is to relax yourself. The old principal has been working for his whole life, and that's why he's able to do so as if it's nothing. Even if you work yourself to death, you definitely won't be able to reach the old principal's level in a short time. Patience. Take it slow and don't think too far ahead. For the time being, just look at what's in front of us and deal with it one by one. We only need to do the best we can for each and every one of them." The most important thing is to act according to our capabilities. Don't try to compare yourself to the old principal. At least, it's impossible in a short time. Hu Yun said sadly, a legend like the old principal. There aren't many people in the entire continent. But as long as you do well, I believe that one day, you'll definitely be able to reach that level. I'll help you. Li Changjiang's stiff body slowly relaxed. Finally, he slumped into the chair and muttered, when the old principal was here, I really didn't feel that these things were so difficult. But now, it's mainly the feeling of suddenly losing your backbone. Actually, you've already done very well in these matters. Hu Riyun comforted him. You're the successor principal of second middle school who was recognized by the old principal. The old principal wouldn't be wrong. Believe in the old principal's judgment, and even more so, believe in your own ability. Yes, that this time, going out for the trial could be said to be completely worry-free. Well, the main thing was that the UMNO Alliance people were either dead or gone. There wasn't a single person from the UMNO Alliance in the territory of Phoenix City. Of course, they could be at ease and be bold. At least, Zhuo and the rest were really at ease. They all rushed out happily. They didn't even have to search for spiritual medicine resources. They just had to find suitable star beasts to battle. With their current level, they swept through the places that the innate realm could enter. Then, they entered the area that only the embryonic breathing realm could enter. Nothing was forbidden, and there were few who could match them. Probably because they were too unhindered, the 6 of them became bolder and bolder. After that, they even rushed into the Origin Elixir Realm trial area and fought there for a whole day. In the end, they came out with hundreds of star beast corpses and bruises all over their bodies. Awesome. The 6 of them looked up to the sky and roared. Luo Lai, who had been following them, was in a daze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The trial area for the Origin Elixir Realm could no longer be considered a trial area. At least for the students in the school, it was a forbidden area. Even the Origin Elixir Realm experts could only guarantee their own safety in that area. However, under the leadership of Xiaoduo, Wan Lixio, and the rest swept through the outer area of the trial area for the Origin Elixir Realm. They even worked together to kill more than 100 star beasts. As the battle continued, although Long Yuxing and the rest still couldn't defeat the star beasts in the beginning stage of the Origin Elixir Realm on their own, working together was more than enough to protect themselves. As for Zhuo, Luo Lai felt that this guy was a mystery. For this competition, Zhuo purposely gave himself the nickname of Iron Fist Prince. Zhuo's reason was very reasonable. Since number 1 high school has a blue sword prince, number 2 high school will also have a famous prince. I will be called Iron Fist Prince. When he heard this nickname, even Luo Lai's legs cramped up. Iron Fist Prince Zhuo. Have you practiced martial arts before? What kind of martial arts are you talking about? As the homeroom teacher and Qin Fangyang's old friend, Luo Lai knew Zhuo was true strength very well. On the surface, Zhuo was good at palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. However, in reality, Zhuo was better at using hidden weapons. However, his real trump card was his sword techniques. He even had a sword that could be called a divine weapon. A guy like that actually dares to call himself the Iron Fist Prince, hiding all his abilities. How cunning are you? Layer by layer, it was all a mystery. In the future, when I meet Zhuo's opponents, especially those who are familiar with their opponent's information, I will be doubting my life. Luo Lai sighed deeply. On the second day of the trial, Zhuo came up with another idea. I will enter the primordial elixir area by myself. Let them go back to the embryonic breathing training area by themselves. With me following, their sense of danger will not be strong. It will be difficult for them to unleash their potential. I will also have to take care of them. It is not suitable. Luo Lai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhuo's suggestion was very reasonable. However, the problem that followed was that there were not enough teachers to take care of both sides. Luo Lai could only ask Hu Riyun for external help to prevent any accidents. After returning to the embryonic breathing training area with Long Yuxing and the rest, Long Yuxing and the rest began to strongly request to go alone. Luo Lai only pondered for a moment before agreeing to it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's combat power was far superior to Long Yuxing and the rest. Hence, Luo Lai agreed to let him train in the primordial elixir training area. Ultimately, it was still because his personal power was sufficient. Similarly, Long Yuxing and the rest combat power was tyrannical. It was difficult to hurt Long Yuxing and the rest with just the embryonic, breathing realm star beasts. It should be known that if the combat power of the star beasts was similar to the human realm, then the star beast combat power would be higher than the human. Luo Lai, who had taught for many years, naturally knew this clearly. Previously, he had witnessed Long Yuxing and the rest persevering under the attacks of the star beasts and honing their own martial arts techniques. He had also slowly discovered battle techniques that were more compatible with their own characteristics. These were all great gains. Furthermore, these little guys had obviously learned many martial arts techniques, and even martial arts techniques in private. However, as they had just learned them and were not familiar with them, they could use the star beast to hone their skills. After all, actual combat was the best way to hone one's martial arts techniques. Although there was no risk, it was within a controllable range. Martial arts are only taught when one enters the innate realm. Luo Lai sighed in his heart. Luo Lai focused on Long Yuxing and the rest of the 5 people. After watching for a long time, he saw that the few of them had gradually progressed from strangers to beginners. He could not help but secretly nod his head. This group of little guys not only practiced hard when they went out for training, but also when they returned home at night. Moreover, the martial arts techniques that these few people practiced were all unique in their own ways. They were not inferior to the high-level martial arts techniques that were collected by the second high school martial arts school. Among them, Li Zhongming's Dream Divine technique was especially exquisite. It had its own system and style. For example, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong, and the rest all had their own unique ways. Among them, only Yumoyan's performance was slightly mediocre. The mediocre here did not mean that the person was mediocre, but that the martial arts techniques that he practiced were mediocre. Luo Lai looked at Yumoyan's internal, external, and light body techniques again and again. He touched his chin and pondered. Yumoyan, come to school early tomorrow morning. I will apply and bring you to the pavilion of martial arts. You can go in and pick out the martial arts that are more suitable for you. Luo Lai had obviously made up his mind to help Yumoyan make up for this shortcoming. Yumoyan was dazed for a second and then showed gratitude on his face. Okay, thank you, Mr. Luo. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo was fighting fiercely in the trial area of the inner core stage. As a person, he would fight if he could and run if he could not win. He would go to other places to fight and then come back to fight. If he still could not win, he would run again. A saber-winged tiger in the middle stage of the inner core stage had been annoyed by him. It wanted to kill him directly, but it could not. It wanted to run away, but it could not. Even if it wanted to hide, it could not. If it ran away without caring about anything, Zhuo Xiaoduo, the bad guy, would go after the 4 tiger cubs. The big tiger could not go far with the tiger cubs. If it wanted to take them away in one go, it would be attacked by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Therefore, it could only stay and wait for Zhuo Xiaoduo to harass it again and again. The saber-toothed tiger was so angry that it kept roaring. This 2-legged beast was so annoying. How could a human be so despicable? When it was time to leave, the saber-winged tiger was so tired that it could not be angry anymore. It lay on the ground and stuck out its tongue like a big dog. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved goodbye from the other side. Let's go, big tiger. I will come and see you tomorrow. See your sister. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo had finally left, the big tiger regained its strength and immediately went back to its nest. It picked up 2 tiger cubs in its mouth, carried the other 2 on its back, and carried them with its wings, and left quickly. It was better to go and find their father. Although that guy made the big tiger so angry that it separated the 2 places, it seemed that it could not live without him. Chapter 313. The saber-winged tiger was about to go crazy. Whoever wants to stay in this lousy place can stay. Anyway, I'm not going to live here. So Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that his despicable actions had actually caused the reunion of a tiger couple. He also didn't know that he had solved the problem of their separation. As he walked on the road, he only felt very excited. These 2 days of training made him feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Well, the strength here referred to strength. All kinds of martial arts were gradually showing signs of mastery that, well, he had to let Nian Cat accompany him to practice at night. He really didn't have time now. The competition would be in a few days. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very busy during this period. She was now helping to patrol the entire city and straighten out the city rules. Whenever she saw something unfair, she would immediately take action without saying a word. Especially the accidents that happened near the families of the military martyrs, she cleaned up everything in detail. Not only the families who had sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pole Soul, but also the families of the military martyrs. Zhuo Xiaoyan carefully investigated them. She hoped to eliminate as many unfavorable factors for the heroes' families as possible. In addition, during this period, she also visited several martial arts schools in Phoenix City and several leaders of ordinary schools. After that, she visited the governor's mansion, Star Shield, the Martial Arts Education Bureau, and the city guards. Zhuo Xiaoyan only had one purpose: to take care of the heroes' families. The influence of the spiritual goddess was now very, very big, at least in the area of Phoenix City. Regardless of whether it was official or private, they would at least give her 70% respect and 30% face. With regards to her request, all the schools and bureaus agreed without hesitation. And as she ran day after day, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that her state of mind was slowly calming down, becoming peaceful and quiet. She could even feel that she had changed. It was getting quieter and quieter. It was getting calmer and calmer. After the Phoenix Pole Soul, she had always felt a lot of guilt towards Phoenix City and the people who had sacrificed themselves. And this guilt made Zhuo Xiaoyan's state of mind fluctuate. It could be said that it was extremely detrimental to her cultivation. But as time passed, in addition to various actions, this guilt gradually turned into motivation. The best reward is to let the hero go with peace of mind. All the guilt, all the uneasiness in his heart, even if it often hung in his heart and overflowed with words, was still of no use. Instead of saying 1,000 things, it is better to do it. Only by putting it into action can you make up for it. The true qi in Zhuo Xiaoyan's body was like a tide, rushing through her body. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the breakthrough of a major realm, the effect of the Moon Soul Sutra became more and more obvious. Wherever Zhuo Xiaoyan went, everyone would unconsciously feel a refreshing feeling of being bathed in moonlight. In fact, her temperament was becoming colder and colder. However, when she was facing Zhuo Xiaoduo, this coldness was easily broken. Perhaps it was because Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help herself. And now, out under the cold moonlight, Zhuo Xiaoyan was beating up Zhuo Xiaoduo. Who are you to call him Yanner? After the beating, Zhuo Xiaoduo became well-behaved again, but in a state similar to dejection. It could also be said that he was listless. Zhuo Xiaoduo had been fighting in the trial area of the inner core state for several days. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. It even made him feel that it was reasonable for him to beat up Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had just broken through to the inner core state. Seeing her again today, he naturally raised his tail up. He started to call her Nianer. In the end, he was caught by Zhuo Xiaoyan and beaten up like before. He couldn't resist at all. His entire body was pressed to the ground, and his mouth was almost pressed into the ground. Even though he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of that delicate hand. So Xiaoduo finally realized that there was still a huge gap between the two of them, an immeasurable gap. As Zhuo Xiaoyan broke through to the inner core state, the gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. The so-called divine power, the so-called flexibility, the so-called genius, the so-called in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan's hands, all of them were like bubbles and shadows. His lack of confidence and cowardice made him step back a few centimeters from Zhuo Xiaoyan. No, I have to defeat her. Even if I have to use up all my energy, I have to defeat her. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so determined that he practiced even harder. For 10 days, he almost didn't care about his life anymore. He fought with the Star Beast during the day and fought with Zhuo Xiaoyan at night, who was even fiercer than the Star Beasts. He gradually got used to the 30,000 kilogram weight on his body. Gradually, he didn't feel it all. Everything happened naturally, and he got used to it. It was no different from normal. On the 15th day, Zhuo Xiaoduo could complete a round of hammering even if he carried 30,000 kilogram weight into the 50x gravity room. My strength has improved a lot, but it seems that I've reached a bottleneck again. Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude was melancholy again. So far, he hadn't felt the slightest improvement for 3 days in a row. Damn, you seem to have grown taller again, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. This guy still looked thin with clothes on, but he was muscular when he took them off. His pants were 5 or 6 centimeters shorter, and the clothes that used to fit him were all hanging around his ankles. She took out a meter ruler and measured him. 189 meters. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the number and couldn't believe it. She measured him again. He really was 189 meters, and he was tall with bare feet. You little brat, you've grown so tall. Zhuo Xiaoyan stood in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. She was 173 meters tall, but she was much shorter than him. Did you eat chemical fertilizer? Zhuo Xiaoyan was unhappy with this ratio. As the elder sister, she was used to looking down on the younger brother. Now that she was suddenly the one being looked down on, of course she wasn't used to it. You still have room to grow. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally found a sense of achievement. He looked down at Zhuo Xiaoyan with disdain. Little brat. You little brat. You're asking for a beating. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted. Her delicate eyes were moving around. She thought to herself, I'm 173 meters now. I'm considered tall among girls. Even if I grow, I can only grow 3 centimeters at most. If I grow any taller, I won't look good at. As he spoke, he touched the space ring. The look-preserving pill was still in it. It was above all other treasures and was in the safest place. Should I grow 3 centimeters? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and thought. She was really considering this as a serious matter. At her level of cultivation, it wasn't difficult to grow taller. It could even be said that it was very easy, especially with the look-preserving pill in her hand. As long as she controlled the ratio and took the pill, she would be like this for the rest of her life. Should I go to the street tomorrow to have a look? Zhuo Xiaoyan thought to herself. Why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? We could talk about it. Their taste is still very good. Zhuo Xiaoyan complained in her heart. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding went out silently, like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. They didn't even call back. During this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan called many times, but they couldn't get through. If it weren't for Zhuo Xiaoduo's physiognomy, the two of them would have thought that something bad was going to happen. Even so, the two of them were still very anxious. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked around the room as he talked about this. Nian Mao, do you think Mom and Dad are lonely because both of us are going out? So they took advantage of this opportunity to kill someone? What? You suspect that Mom and Dad killed someone and then went out to avoid trouble? Zhuo Xiaoyan was confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's train of thought. Damn, Nian Mao, you're the weird one. When I said they killed someone, I meant that they wanted to create a smurf account. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Create a smurf account? Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. Then, she realized what was going on. She shouted angrily, Get out! You unfilial son who framed your own parents. It's not impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered, Think about it. Hence, Zhuo Xiaoduo was chased out by Zhuo Xiaoyan. After Zhuo Xiaoduo finally cleared the trial area of the inner core state 15th of August, Luo Lai and Hu Ruiyun came to inform them. Everyone rested for a day. Then, they regrouped and prepared to leave for the competition. Rest for a day. This was impossible for Master Zhuo. It was too extravagant. Of course, the main reason was that Master Zhuo was about to become extremely poor. These days, Zhuo Xiaoyan had to spend a large sum of money every day to distribute to the families of martyrs and military personnel. And the source of this sum of money was naturally Zhuo Xiaoduo, the new rich dog. With the increase of the fine for sparring at night, Master's was originally rich net worth was completely depleted today. And this last day was a godsend opportunity for Master Zhuo to make money. How could he let it go? On this day of rest, Master Zhuo went out to set up his stall at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was a race against time, which deeply reflected his desire for money. A few days ago, Master Zhuo was still yelling that money was nothing. But now, he was nowhere to be found. Now only, the stingy Masters was online again. The news that Masters was set up his stall again spread like a gust of wind. In a short while, there was already a swarm of people in front of his stall. Yep, this was probably a manifestation of hunger marketing by a stroke of luck. From dawn to noon, Masters had seen more than 200 faces in one go. The amount of money in his account shot up to more than 3 million. With a large amount of star coins in his account, Masters felt that money was nothing to him again. At this moment, a short fatty who had been queuing for a long time came in front of Xiaoduo. Boss! As soon as the short fatty spoke, Xiaoduo was stunned. Well, where did this come from? Then he heard a voice in his ear. I am Fong Ino. Chapter 314. Fuck. Xiaoduo quivered again. He was not lying at all. During this period of time, he had already forgotten about this fellow. Although it was a little unfair to this person who had contributed the most in the final battle of the Phoenix Pole Spirit Race. But forgetting was forgetting. Now, he had actually come knocking on his door. En, why haven't you left? Masters was very calm. What's the situation now? I don't know the exact situation. The emissary has lost her whereabouts. Fong Yinua's voice was filled with apprehension. I have reason to suspect that the emissary is suspecting me. It is very likely that she is plotting how to get rid of me. After all, after this battle, I'm the only one left alive. This is really too eye-catching. This is already the biggest reason. Fong Yinua's face was filled with fear and trepidation. From time to time, he would even tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Why are you here? Masters was sat upright. I am here to take a look at your fortune. Fong Yinua sighed. These few days, I have been feeling that my right eyelid has been twitching nonstop. As the saying goes, the twitching of the right eyelid is a disaster. This sign is really bad. I am afraid that a disaster is about to befall me. I hope that boss can lend a helping hand and give me some pointers. Let me take a look. Fong Yinua had helped him so much. It was reasonable for him to take a look. Even if he had to waste a drop of luck points, it was worth it. But when Zhuo Xiaoduo took a look, he immediately cursed in his heart. Because an unprecedented situation had occurred. He couldn't see his luck points. Fuck, what's going on? Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts flashed, and he suddenly understood. It was probably because his current realm was unable to see through a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator. Previously, when he saw Qin Fangyang, it was very easy for him to break through. But after breaking through, Qin Fangyang became very strenuous. Although Qin Fangyang was strong, he had just broken through. Moreover, he was very familiar with him and was completely unguarded. As for Fong Yinua in front of him, other than being a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator, Zhuo Xiaoduo dared to say that this fellow would not wholeheartedly trust anyone and would not let down his guard against anyone. The combined effect of these two factors led to an unfathomable situation. Completely unfathomable. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twitched, and he said, My physiognomy divine art is used on the true face of the person involved. What I'm looking at now is your disguise. What can I see from it? You have to restore your original appearance to be able to look at me. With your stupid face now, who am I showing it to? Are you kidding me? Fong Yinua was embarrassed. Right. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he covered himself with his cloak and revealed his true face. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Will I die? Zhuo Xiaoduo took another look and was shocked again. Fong Yinua's physiognomy wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. The aura of death lingered in the air, and the aura of misfortune enveloped the entire mountain. This was a sign of certain death, and there was no chance of survival. Death calamity. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face darkened. Old Fong, your physiognomy shows that your future is very bad. Your premonition was not wrong. Fong Yinua's face turned pale. He grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and cried, Grandmaster Zhuo, you have to save me. I can only rely on you now. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully looked at Fong Yinua's physiognomy for a long time. He couldn't see any hope of survival. He couldn't help but sigh and said, Write a word. Fong Yinua hurriedly picked up a brush and wrote a word seriously and neatly. Live. Live. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked left and right. His face became heavier and heavier. He said, Live. There are 1,000 mouths by the river. First, you have to live. Second, you have to live. Old Fong, you can only live if you have a job. If you want a job, you have to rely on people. And this person must have luck. So if you want to live. He pondered for a moment and said, Old Fong, I'll tell you the truth. Based on your current appearance, there's only a slim chance of survival. In other words, there's only one way for you to survive, which is to quickly go to the seaside and hide. If you can do some work for me while you're at it, your chances of survival will greatly increase. Fong Yinua's eyes widened. If I do some work for you at the seaside, I can't survive? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, It doesn't have to be me. If you want to live, there are 2 conditions. First, you have to have water. Second, you have to have luck. Only a place that is protected by luck and close to water will have a chance of survival. Besides my luck, my recent schedule is related to water. So, I am your best choice. If you have someone else, it's fine. Fong Yinua nodded and said, Of course, I believe in you. What should I do next? Go to Fenghai and change your name. Find a job beside Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School and wait patiently. There will naturally be a turn for the better, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School? A turn for the better? Fong Yinua was surprised. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee that you will be safe. Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly. His voice was filled with a persuasive force. You came from there. If you want to live, then your death will definitely be there. Therefore, you have to rely on this side in order to survive. This is something that comes from the same origin. It's a matter of course. I believe that there are many people here who can protect you. However, your identity, strength, and status are not in their eyes. Instead of accepting you as their subordinate, they will be more inclined to push you out as a bait. As long as they can get rid of the person who wants to kill you, it will not be a loss for them. So, you will still have to die. I am probably the only one who can protect your life. At the same time, I need you to work for me. Do you understand? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, You only have one chance of survival. It's up to you whether you want to seize it or not. Fong Yinua thought about it seriously. Not only did Zhuo Xiaoduo's words make sense, but they were also the truth. There were too many suspicious points about the Phoenix vein soul washing incident. According to the habits of the star emissaries, they could kill people just because they suspected something. No matter how much he tried to deceive them, it would be useless if he did not reveal any flaws. So if he went back, he would be dead. As for the big forces on the side of the astral souls, although he was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, his strength was still insignificant in front of the big forces on the side of the astral souls. He was not a useful bargaining chip at all. It was better to use him as a bait to lure out the forces of the Umno Alliance to kill him. If that was the case, he would still be dead. But if he continued to work for Zhuo Xiaoduo, that would be his greatest chance of survival. After all, Zhuo Xiaoduo's true strength was shallow. He did not have any high-level combat power under him. He could be considered the biggest trump card he could take out. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Not to mention that Zhuo Xiaoduo had that person behind him. That person was the real big backer. Also, if he disappeared for a period of time, it would be easier to explain to the Umno Alliance. He had always been afraid of death. With the current situation, his disappearance was in line with his character. It was a way to kill many birds with one stone. But why did you go to Fenghai High School to hide? Fong Yinua still did not understand. because I will be going to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School in 2 months. If you go there, you will be helping me. So Xiaoduo explained with an amiable face. Oh. Feng Yinhua suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. This kid went to Fenghai alone. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with the place. Then, he would definitely need him to do something for him. In that case, the possibility of him selling him was not big. He believed that as long as he paid attention to hiding his tracks, the chances of the Umno Alliance finding him would not be high. Even if they found him, he would still have room to explain. He must hide from the current situation. Okay, I'll go to Fenghai now. Okay, Zhuo Duo reminded him solemnly. Actually, it's better to let them know than to block them. Don't rashly cut off all contact with them. If the news passes, you could try to contact them. The simplest reason is that you were heavily injured and trapped in the city. After that, you escaped to Fenghai and so on. You can also ask for help. Don't worry, they will definitely not save you. So, the more you ask for help, the safer you will be. Also, there will be no work assigned to you. Good. Feng Yinhua was overjoyed. After all, he already had this plan. Although it was risky to have multiple spies, as long as it was done well, he might be able to get benefits from both sides. Okay, that's it. So. Zhuo Xiaoduo explained. Feng Yinhua nodded repeatedly. Then I will go now. Feng Yinhua felt that his life was now guaranteed. Slow down. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. You are here to have your fortune read. Are you not going to pay for it? I have given you so many pointers and told you about life and death. Are you being kind and unwilling to part with money? Feng Yinhua left. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 5 million yuan that had just been transferred to his account. His impression of the Umno Alliance became better. They were really rich. When Feng Yinhua transferred the money to him, he looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but think that he should transfer 20 million yuan to him. Logically speaking, if he could transfer 5 million yuan so easily, he should have at least 50 million yuan, right? Sigh. All right. He couldn't just catch a sheep and take its wool. It was better to wait until he reached Fenghai. Maybe he could earn more without any effort. He had set up an outpost for himself. Masters was in a good mood now. Masters was started to read people's fortune again. But now, there was an air of wealth around him. Masters don't lack money. Money, that's just a fart. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Masters was still working tirelessly for farts. His goal was to earn 10 million yuan today. Now, he was only short of 100,000 yuan. As long as he could earn this amount, he would close his stall. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his greedy wolf's heart. A young lady came to Zhuo Xiaoduo leisurely. Master Zhuo, thank you. The young lady didn't say anything and transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. So much. Chapter 315. Oh my God, 500,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. This young lady was too generous, and she was also very beautiful. She was a proper Miss Perfect, a big customer. Miss you. Master Zhuo, you don't remember. The girl smiled sweetly. Thank you for helping me find my parents. I've been treating my parents, nursing them back to health, and tidying up their residence. I actually forgot to come and thank you. I'm really sorry. When she said this, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately remembered. So it's you. This girl was Mo Xuani. She bowed deeply again. Thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had connected the whole story and understood the cause and effect, was sincerely happy for the family reunion. After this bow, a drop of luck points suddenly fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately felt a warm feeling all over his body, and he chuckled. What do you plan to do in the future, miss? Mo Xuani said. I came this time not only to thank Master Zhuo for guiding our family reunion, but also to ask Master Zhuo, what should I do in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment and carefully looked at Mo Xuani's face and said in a deep voice, Miss, you've been fine recently. At least there's no disaster or illness, and you're safe. Mo Xuani said, I'm not asking about that, but about my future plans. You don't plan to go back? So Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. This girl couldn't have betrayed him, right? Wasn't that too easy? I definitely won't go back. Mo Xuanyi said a little sadly. The hatred for my parents is already irreconcilable, not to mention that I am a person of astral souls. How can I be an enemy of my own race? Only the heavens knew how much pain and struggle Mo Xuanyi had gone through when she made this decision. Although she said it with such a calm attitude, her heart was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. If you stay, Xiaoduo couldn't bear it, and said, it may lead to the death of your parents. Mo Xuanyi was dumbfounded. Yes, that's what your physiognomy shows. Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Miss, if you want me safe, you have to leave Phoenix City and head north. That way, you'll be safe. All the way north, Mo Xuanyi muttered. Xiaoduo looked at Mo Xuanyi's pretty face and said softly, let's go to Shangjing. Moreover, the sooner they moved, the better. Take your parents and leave immediately. Mo Xuanyi didn't expect Xiaoduo to give such a suggestion. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't make up his mind. That's all for now, Xiaoduo said. Miss and I are fated to meet your father and your mother, so I might as well say a few more words to you. He pondered for a moment and said, enter the forest when you see it, retreat when you see water, stop when you see light, save when you see adversity, do good when you see good, punish when you see evil. Mo Xuanyi silently recited and said, I'll remember it. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance. She looked at Xiaoduo and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and was about to leave. Wait. Xiaoduo smiled and said, karma goes back and forth, and there's a beginning and an end. Saying so, he untied the greedy wolf's heart from his neck and said, I'll return it to its rightful owner. I wish Miss good luck and longevity. Thank you. Mo Xuanyi held the greedy wolf's heart tightly and bowed deeply. With this greedy wolf's heart, her divine soul had a chance to be completely perfected. At the same time, she no longer had to be afraid of being tracked by the Umno Alliance's greedy wolf sect. Otherwise, if her divine soul was incomplete, no matter where she hid, she would be in great danger. Go. Your path to survival and your opportunity should all be in Shangjing. Xiaoduo let out a carefree smile, displaying the charm of an immortal and Taoist priest. Mo Xuanyi bowed deeply and turned to leave. Xiaoduo sighed softly. Even if he went to Shangjing, it would be full of risks. He could only hope that he would do more good deeds, increase his luck, and avoid the jinx. After all, he couldn't be by his side every day. Masters would not only earn 10 million today, but also more. Naturally, he was in high spirits and went back happily. It was also on this day that Mu Yinyan, who had successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm, returned to Phoenix City to meet up with Xiaoyan. The master and disciple had nothing to do and chatted, thinking that there was still more than a month before Xiaoyan would go to Divine Phoenix High School for the next semester. Since they had nothing to do, the master and disciple duo had a discussion. Mainly because of Xiaoyan's urging, the master and disciple duo disguised themselves and prepared to go to South G City to watch Xiaoduo's competition. Going with them was Qiu Yunshang, who had nothing to do since he obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. After I finish watching the competition, I'll go straight back to Zizai's sect. Qiu Yunshang wasn't in a good mood. It could even be said that he was disappointed. He had been busy for many days, but he didn't gain anything. Although Mu Yinyan had suffered a lot, in the end, she obtained a genius disciple who had completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. She had also successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm through this battle. As for Qiu Yunshang, there was nothing to talk about. It was all tears. His brother had been single for a long time, and his disciple, Ning Qingsheng, had gone missing when the Ning family was ruined, so Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that the three of them were going to watch the competition together, because he was currently gathering at the school. Luo Lai and Hu Ruiyun led the team, bringing along Zhou Xiaoduo, Wan Li Xiao, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Changlong to Nanji City. We only have one goal, to be the champion. Hu Ruiyun only said one sentence before leaving. The old principal is watching us from the heavens, waiting for us to return with honor. Champion! Zhou Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted. Champion! Long Yuxing and the other four roared at the same time, like a tiger roaring in the valley. Although they were inexperienced, they already had an imposing manner. After this period of experience, Long Yuxing and the others had changed greatly. The original immaturity had faded away, replaced by the sharpness of an unsheathed blade that had yet to be sheathed. Their sharpness was revealed from head to toe. The 8 of them strode out of second high, with their heads held high, hurrying on foot and training along the way. High up in the sky, a graceful figure flashed past. That was Sister Lan. Sister Lan had been back for a few days, but she chose to stay at Phoenix Head Temple and accompany He Yuanyue. Although she occasionally returned to second high, she left in a hurry every time. It was really nostalgic and sad. It was better to accompany her in front of the grave, where her heart would be at peace. But today, the thing that He Yuanyue had been thinking about when she was alive began, so Sister Lan naturally had to secretly escort her. Along the way, it was Long Yuxing and the others who charged in front to open up the path. So Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was lectured by Hu Ruiyun the entire way. Zhou Xiao's head was 3 times bigger after being lectured along the way, but he did not dare to disobey a single word. After all, Hu Ruiyun was one of the 3 people that Zhou Xiaoduo feared the most in the world today. Remember to control your temper. If others don't kill you, we can't take the initiative to kill you. If we act rashly, we'll only provoke public anger. The opponents you're fighting now are fellow astral souls, not members of the Umno Alliance. Hu Ruiyun's mouth was dry from all the talking, and she wanted to end the topic. Unexpectedly, these words of finalization piqued Zhou Xiaoduo's interest, and the blood in his body was stimulated by these words. We can still kill them? If the other party kills us first, we can counterattack and kill them? Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits, and his words were full of conviction, hinting at something hot. Hu Ruiyun was speechless. She could not help but feel that all the words she had said were in vain. This kid was clearly more interested in fighting and killing. In this kind of martial arts competition, if possible, there shouldn't be any casualties. Moreover, the judges of the competition are at least in the inner core realm. If anything goes overboard, they'll stop it immediately to ensure that there won't be any casualties to the students. However, there are always some unexpected situations, and it's hard to avoid them. Hu Ruiyun said so. If the other party clearly has ill intentions towards us and kills us as soon as they come, and if you can't fight them, then admit defeat immediately. Don't give the other party a chance to kill you all. Zhou Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Teacher, you must be hinting at something. Do we have enemies in second high? The kind that we can't deal with? Yes, there is indeed. Hu Ruiyun sighed. She didn't want to say it, but this matter had to be said. If Zhou Xiaoduo and the others did not know, it would be easy for them to suffer a big loss in the competition. If they were not careful, not only would they lose the competition, they might even be seriously injured and lose their lives. Our second high school had achieved great results in the large competition 3 years ago and entered the unprecedented top 10. We even defeated Boyang City's first high school, which had always been ranked between 80 and 90 in the top 10. Since then, both sides have been suppressing their anger. 2 years ago, we rushed to the 9th place and defeated Fenghai City's 13th high. Since then, Fenghai City's 13th high has been against second high. Last year, we stabilized at the 9th place and again defeated Boyang City's first high and Fenghai City's 13th high. However, during the competition last year, the atmosphere was already very dangerous. It said that a student from Fenghai City's 13th high died after returning. Hu Ruiyun said, "The enmity has been formed, so we must not be careless." Luo Lai said at the side, In fact, it's not just that. We in Fonghai City's 13th High have long. Back then, you, teacher who Ryun interrupted. Teacher Luo. She actually stopped Luo Lai from continuing. Luo Lai sighed and could only stop talking. Zhuo Xiao was heart-moved. He seemed to be thinking, but on the surface, he pretended that he didn't hear anything. His eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this equal to the Jianghu grudges? Revenge breeds revenge? I like it. Hu Ruiyun couldn't catch her breath for a long time. Did this brat not understand human language? How could it be revenge breeds revenge? Well, although it was indeed revenge breeds revenge. In short, all of you have to be careful. Once the competition starts, all of you will be in charge. The only thing we can do is to watch from the side. We can't even speak to warn you. At most, when the situation is critical, we can take your place and admit defeat. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and rolled his eyes. This seemed to be quite fun. It could even involve teacher whose previous injury. Chapter 316. On the afternoon of the 16th, the representatives of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school arrived at Saoji City and checked into the rooms arranged by the Spirit Spring Hotel. On the morning of the 17th, Hu Ruiyun brought the representatives to eat breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they coincidentally saw a team coming from the opposite direction. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. However, his eyes lit up the moment he saw Hu Ruiyun. He quickly walked over and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this teacher Hu from Phoenix City's No. 2 high school?" Hu Ruiyun was neither servile nor overbearing. She said indifferently, "So it's teacher Li from Fonghai City's No. 13 high school." "Hello." Zhuo Xiaoduo sensed a murderous aura coming from Hu Ruiyun. It seemed to be an illusion as it disappeared immediately. Luo Lai, who was standing at the side, shouted, "Li, it's actually you this time." His voice was filled with anger. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others felt that there was a story behind this. When the 6 students behind teacher Li heard the words Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, their eyes lit up and they quickly turned their heads to look. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others also turned their heads to look. Their eyes met at the same time. Unlike Long Yuxing and the others, Long Yuxing and the others' eyes were filled with vigilance and fighting spirit. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked over like a curious baby. When Master's eyes met the other party's sharp gaze, he actually looked shocked. He turned his head away and then immediately turned back. It was as if he was frightened by the other party, but he immediately reacted and forced himself not to show weakness. Although this change was temporary, the 6 people opposite him were already thinking about something. They all had the same thought in their hearts. The students of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school this year seemed to be a bit soft. They couldn't help but feel contempt in their hearts. Teacher Li greeted, "Teacher Hu, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." Hu Ruiyun said indifferently, "If Teacher Li has nothing else to say, we'll go eat now." Teacher Li smiled and said, "I heard that your school's old principal, He Yuan Yue, died some time ago. It's really rude of us not to be there to offer our condolences." Hu Ruiyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sharp. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Moyan had already rushed out. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Li, you better watch your mouth." This teacher Li chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. However, his gaze had already signaled something. A tall and thin male student next to him, who should be the captain of the 13th middle school in Fonghai City, stepped forward and said, "What? Your old principal is not dead? She's dead, but we can't talk about it? Do you think that if we don't talk about it, we won't talk about it, and we won't talk about it?" Teacher Li has only expressed regret from beginning to end. You students of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, don't you have any manners? What are you trying to do by drawing swords and drawing swords? Long Yuxing clenched his fists and rushed out. "Wait." Hu Ruiyun pulled him back and said, "Using force before a match is punishable." She turned her head and said, "Teacher Li, we'll meet on the field." That Teacher Li faintly smiled. "All right, Then I hope that you will be able to meet us in the arena. I really want to see how many genius students there are in Phoenix City's second senior high school without the old principal. You'll see. Huroyun's gaze was sharp. Teacher Lee chuckled. Teacher, who has recovered his cultivation, and his aura is unprecedented. Amazing, amazing. Without saying a word, he led the students away. Yu Moyan's eyes were spitting fire. He shouted, "On the field, I won't be merciful." That Teacher Lee paused, turned her head, and smiled. That's great. We don't intend to be merciful. Everyone has the same thought, the same principle, the same. Damn it. Yu Moyan was so angry that his chest was about to explode. Zwa, when we're dealing with this school, I request to be on the field. I must be on the field. Long Yusheng and the others were also so angry that their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were spitting fire. They respected the old principal, He Yuanyue, the most. How could they tolerate being humiliated? So Xiaoduo snorted and said loudly, I, the Iron Fist young master, have long been thirsty for iron fists. It won't be your turn. In the distance, that Teacher Lee's ears twitched, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The captain of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school was called the Iron Fist Young Master? Not bad, not bad. But just from a nickname, you've already exposed all of your details. How nice. At the back, Hurien warned seriously, don't be rash. The referees this time are all from the High Martial Arts Academy. First, they're referees, and second, they're recruiting students. If you perform well, you'll be recruited directly. It's related to your own futures, so you must not lose points. So Xiaoduo and the other 5 shrugged. After confirming their gazes, they all had the same thought. If we don't take revenge for Teacher Hu and the other party for humiliating the old principal, what's the use of keeping some face? The more we think about it, the angrier we get. The more we take a step back, the more we think about it. So Xiaoduo raised his arms. We'll kill them. Behind him, Li Chenglong, Li Changming, and Yu Moyan shouted at the same time, kill them. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. Hu Ruoyun was speechless. My well-intentioned words were all for the air to hear. As the top 10 of the previous competition, they naturally received the same treatment as the top 10. One of the 9 suites was in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. The interior space of these suites was extremely large. It could almost be described as enormous. Even if 8 people each had a room, there would still be 2 extra rooms, a meeting room, a reception room, and a large living room. As for the other teams, it was already good enough to have a small suite. The boys all slept in the living room, and the girls squeezed into the rooms above these suites. There was an even more advanced Supreme Room. This Supreme Room was specially set up for the first place of the competition. Although the total volume of the room was the same as the rooms of the bottom 9, it was said that there were cultivation resources placed everywhere. There were also various fruits that contained spiritual energy, various weapons, and 10 bottles of heaven-grade spiritual wine that could increase one's cultivation by several years after drinking it. All the resources could be eaten, drunk, and taken as much as one wanted, other than weapons. Other consumables could be replenished at any time after one finished eating and drinking. Even if one wanted to do it 10 times a day, it wouldn't be a problem. And these benefits were all prepared for the Supreme Room of the first place. The others, even the second place of the competition, did not receive similar treatment. Hu Riyun listened to the introduction while eating breakfast, so Xiaoduo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Doesn't that mean that after the first place team members come, they can use these things to increase their cultivation by 1 level? They can even increase their cultivation without limit during the days they stay here. So Xiaoduo said in a very displeased manner. In this way, wouldn't it be impossible for the first place to escape the grasp of that academy after obtaining first place once? Who was the one who set this stupid rule? Shu. Hu Ruoyun was startled. This is the rules set by the headquarters of the Martial Star Alliance. Don't talk nonsense. It's really unfair. So Xiaoduo murmured to himself. They increase their cultivation as soon as they arrive, and we can only watch. Then, after they increase their cultivation, we have to have a so-called fair competition in front of everyone. So Xiaoduo kept talking nonsense. Just when everyone thought that he was indignant and even wanted to challenge this unfairness, he suddenly said, "Okay." Unexpectedly, this fellow abruptly said, "But in the end, I still quite like this kind of unfair reward rule." Faced with such a godly turn of events, everyone at the table was stunned. This guy complained for a long time, and he said this? Was he crazy? So Xiaoduo happily added, "As long as we get first place this time, when our Phoenix City #2 high school competes again in the future, as long as the people who come are not too weak, won't we be able to sit on the treasure for many years? As long as we control it well, it's not impossible to occupy this place for many years." Li Chenglong and the others rolled their eyes. "Do we need you to say such a simple thing? This is the treatment you get when you get first place. Tell me, what's the point of your strange words?" So Xiaoduo slammed the table and stood up. His expression turned sullen and pained. "What's wrong with me saying strange words? The problem now is that I risk my life to get first place, but I can't enjoy it myself. Instead, it will benefit next year's little brats. It'll be strange if I'm happy." Hearing this, the group of people felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. It turned out that this guy was uncomfortable because of this, but this was in line with his character. For a moment, they all smiled bitterly. This rule was like this. If you were unhappy, uncomfortable, or even dissatisfied, there was nothing you could do about it. In the afternoon of this day, last year's first place Hidden Dragon #1 high school finally arrived. The competition would officially begin tomorrow. A group of 2 girls, 4 boys, and 6 teenagers, led by 2 teachers, walked into the Spirit Spring Hotel with their heads held high. The boys wore black robes, and the girls wore white robes. When they looked around, their sharp aura was overflowing, and they had an outstanding demeanor. So pretentious. Including Xiaoduo, all the students who saw this scene curled their lips at the same time. At this moment, the hearts of thousands of people resonated with each other. 18th day. After going through the cumbersome etiquette process, the leaders' speeches, and the various representative speeches, after Xiaoduo had slept, the competition's division area finally began. Phoenix City #2 High School was divided into 3 divisions. No one knew if luck was good or bad, or if it was a coincidence, but the first match was very ridiculous. The opponent's choice for the first match, Phoenix City #2 High School's opponent, was Phoenix City #1 High School. This made everyone's jaws drop. One must know that although Phoenix City #1 High School's ranking in these years was not high, but they could still fight a few rounds and try their luck. It was even possible for them to enter the top 50. But now their first match was against Phoenix City #2 High School. The teacher in charge of the #1 high school was dumbfounded and speechless. This kind of luck, how bad was it? The first match was actually Phoenix City's Civil War. Chapter 317. Even if the second high school lost its spiritual leader, He Yuanyue, even if there were many unforeseen events, even if there were many negative situations. But with their record of being in the top 10 for several consecutive years, defeating the Phoenix City First High School was not difficult at all. Comparatively speaking, the Phoenix City First High School was going to be defeated in one battle. That was the real tragedy. After going on stage, the moment the two sides met, they looked at each other and were slightly stunned. Both sides' expressions were somewhat interesting, because the representatives of the first high school, 3 of them were the Feng City third young master. But in just a moment, Xiaoduo and the others showed a strange and interesting expression on their faces, while the people on the other side looked as if they had lost their parents and were scared before the battle even started. What happened after that became more and more confusing, making everyone dumbfounded. The 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School were pale, and their legs could not stand straight. Especially the Feng City third young master. who was trembling like a sieve and his eyes were full of fear. It was probably some bad memories that rushed into their minds. When the other party was only a martial master, he was able to beat them, and they had to sign a humiliating contract to survive. If they were to fight again, under everyone's gaze, the captain of the Phoenix City Second High School, Zhuo, stood up and said with a smile, 1 million. On the other side, the 6 people nodded together. Zhuo said, 1 million each. On the other side, the 6 people who looked more and more defeated nodded again, like chickens pecking at rice. Zhuo nodded and smiled. Then, the 6th contestant from the Phoenix City First High School turned around and faced the judges. We admit defeat and forfeit. Everyone, including the judges and even Luo Lai, Huryun, and the 2 teachers from the first high school, were all stunned without exception. In fact, it was not just them. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and did not know what to think. What was this? It was over just like that. Admit defeat? Forfeit? Xiaoduo raised his hands in victory. Ha! We won. Victory in the first battle. The audience became even more silent. A female judge showed a look of disdain and said, Victory in the first battle? This is blatant bribery. Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Mr. Judge, the fact is that the other party has forfeited. We have won without a fight. In this arena, what we want is the result, not the process, right? And we used the shortest amount of time, so we are first place. This is also within the rules. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar as they discussed wildly. His ability to spend money is really strong. For the sake of victory, he directly threw out 6 million to buy a forfeit. It's really good to be rich. Hateful rich second generation. Poor people like us don't have a day of success. Those 6 people from Phoenix City No. 1 Middle School really have no guts. They sold themselves for a mere 6 million? A mere 6 million? Even if you give me 1 million, I can still admit defeat. Can you afford such a price? A teacher from No. 1 Middle School rushed out with a black face and slapped Tung Hao's face. What's wrong with you? You bastard, you're too useless. Tung Hao and the other 5 became even more dejected. Let me tell you, what you're doing is a crime. The teacher was furious. You're openly accepting bribes in public. Just wait for the school's punishment. Then don't count on the 1 million each. It won't fall on your heads no matter what. The teacher was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Let me tell you, don't be wishful thinking. Tung Hao finally opened his mouth and said sullenly, Teacher, we gave them 1 million. 1 million each. The teacher shook his head and felt that he was hallucinating. We can't beat them. We couldn't beat them a long time ago. Tung Hao hung his head dejectedly. When they were martial masters, they already taught us a lesson and signed countless agreements under the city. The teacher felt like he was listening to a fairy tale and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was really shocking. The world is so big and there are so many strange things. I didn't even dream that I would show my face by leading this team. No matter what, it's a fact that you lost without a fight. You won't be able to avoid the school's punishment. It's useless no matter what excuses you have. It's still better than being beaten like a dog in front of tens of thousands of people here. The 6 of them thought in unison. If they didn't know that they were going to lose, they could still fight. But since they knew that they were going to lose, why would they go up and get beaten up? Not to mention, the other party had so many weaknesses in their hands. No matter what the opinions were, No. 2 High School had won. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the judges who didn't know the inside story looked at Xiaoduo and the others with disgust. But no matter how unwilling they were, they could only put a little red flower on Phoenix City's No. 2 High School to show. Phoenix City's No. 2 High School, 1 win, 0 losses. Time used, 0 seconds. First place. However, Xiaoduo and the others didn't care about this at all. They slowly returned to their seats and looked around in high spirits, waiting for the next lot to be drawn. Huryun slapped the back of Xiaoduo's head again and again. She was so angry that her beautiful face was a little distorted. You. How can you be so stupid? This is a public place with so many people. So if Xiao Duo was beaten to the point that he had to step forward. However, he didn't seem to mind as he grinned. It's still easier this way. Even if the opponent is a noob, he would still be sweating profusely. How unbearable would that be? How can it be so easy and easy to get paid? But this way, the judges who don't know the whole story will have a bad first impression of us. It's very difficult to change this impression. Teacher who, I think that your thinking is a little biased. What we want is only victory. It's never about whether their impression is good or bad. Even if they have a good impression of us, can they arrange for us to enter the reward room of the champion directly? But the first place with all the victories can. What do you think? So Xiao Duo spoke eloquently and eloquently. He talked until his saliva was flying and overflowing. Take the time to rest. In the next round, you Moyen will fight. Fight for a good start. No, not fight for it. You must have a good start. So Xiao Duo calmly sent out troops as he was being beaten. His face was full of confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. This caused the Ruyun to give him a few more jujubes. The second round began. Phoenix City's number 2 high school drew Ontai City's number 7 high school. Yu Moyen took a step forward. Although he was full of energy, he didn't look like he was ready to fight. The 6 people from Ontai City's number 7 high school saw this and cursed in their hearts. Damn it, you guys are waiting for us. We went through a fierce battle first. How could only one person come out? Could it be? Therefore, a chubby captain stood out and raised his hand to slap Yu Moyen. 5 million. Then he said, I know you guys don't lack money, but it's 5 million per person. Admit defeat. Rules are rules. If you guys can use them, so can we. You only sent one person out. Obviously, this is your plan. The hint is obvious enough. The so-called full of energy is just to make us ask for a higher price. Can't we see through this trick? This captain obviously didn't lack money. He smiled reservedly. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate. Yu Moyen's face was like iron. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. The captain was stunned. 5 million was not enough. Wasn't this too greedy? After weighing for a moment, he said, 10 million. This is the highest price. If you guys don't know what's good for you, then let's fight. Even if we're not in our best condition, against a group of money slaves like you, it's hard to say who will win. Yu Moyen looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, looks like everyone has misunderstood. The so-called 1 million just now was them giving each of us 1 million in exchange for not being beaten up by us in front of everyone. It's to make them look better. What's 10 million for each of you? Do you want to lose well? If that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone heard this and fell into a state of confusion again. Damn, there's such a thing? Are you bragging? Yu Moyen impatiently urged. I really don't want to talk nonsense with you guys now. Hurry up and come up. After I'm done, I still have to go back and level up. Hold back. My hand is very good, so we can't open it. I can take tribute. Stop wasting time. The 6 people on the other side were even more confused. Damn, I can clearly understand what you're saying, but why can't I understand it in the current situation? A pretty girl on the other side couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly jumped out and said coldly, sign me up. Yu Moyen, let's fight. Bring it on. The girl was decisive. She jumped up and attacked. The saber in her hand glowed with a cold light, protecting her body. Then, she jumped up into the air and turned into a flash of saber light, attacking Yu Moyen. She actually saw the sword but couldn't see the figure. Both her sword technique and cultivation were extraordinary. This person from Ontai Chung is quite strong. The referee on the stage brightened up. Well, it's hard to say about others, but this girl is already very good. Yu Moyen, who was on the opposite side of the girl, looked at her with contempt. She was just a showy but impractical person. What use was she in a real battle? Facing the incoming sword light, she didn't dodge. She lowered her waist and sat still. She didn't even take out her weapon. The opponent's sword light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Seeing that the blade was about to reach him, Yu Moyen suddenly took a step forward and raised his left hand to block it. With a dang sound, the blade was already flying into the air. Umo Yan's attack was successful. He immediately threw out a punch with his right hand and punched out with great force. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the girl's chest, causing one of her two mounds to collapse. With a blood-curdling scream, the girl flew back even faster than she had come. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that her injuries were not light. Chapter 3:18. Such a change, once again, was out of everyone's expectation, causing another uproar. Zhuo was drinking water. Upon seeing this, he spat out the water in Li Qinglong's face. He was stunned as he shouted, "Fuck! I've been telling you guys not to be gentle with girls every day. That's not how I teach you. In front of so many people, can't you leave some face for her? Fuck, that's a pretty girl." She deflated one side. "I'm not going to take this blame." What she didn't know was that Yumoyan was also stunned. His punch was aimed at his opponent's abdomen, but the girl in front of him was really short. Moreover, her knife was sent flying the moment she came into contact with him, so she subconsciously took a step back to deflect the force. In the end, this was the situation now. Yumoyan felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but step forward and explain awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I hit the wrong place." Why would the opponent listen to his explanation? The girl had already fainted. Another team member had already rushed out angrily. "Don't go." Yumoyan was stunned and said, "I'm not going." The young man on the other side had already rushed up. The weapon in his hand was a long stick. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to underestimate Yumoyan. The stick swung like a whirlwind. By the time he arrived in front of Yumoyan, he had already brandished his stick like a forest of sticks. Yumoyan's face showed a puzzled expression and said, "Still flashy, can't you guys change your strategy?" He still blocked with his left hand. With a bang, the stick broke into two pieces and flew into the sky. Yumoyan did the same to the girl before. He rushed forward and threw out his right fist. Bang! This boy was the same as the girl. He flew back with blood spurting out. This punch was not unexpected. It landed solidly on the opponent's lower abdomen. The audience was silent. Two opponents, only two punches? This result shocked the audience. On the other side, the rest of Antai City's 7 high school was stunned, because if they lost one more round, it would be the end of the competition, and their side would lose. On the stage, the 6 judges' eyes were flickering. The judges of the competition were all teachers from high martial arts schools. Another important reason why they were willing to come and serve as judges was to use the competition to select a few good seedlings for their schools. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces a great disciple. A great disciple needs to be taught by a great teacher. But a great teacher also needs to have a disciple with extraordinary talent to teach. Only then can a great disciple be produced. At this moment, after witnessing Yumoyan's performance with their own eyes, the eyes of the 6 judges lit up at the same time. One of the beautiful judges asked, "This contestant is called Yumoyan, right? What weapon did you use just now? Arm guard or hand guard?" Yumoyan scratched his head. "I don't have a weapon." "Nonsense." On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's number 7 middle school cursed angrily. "You clearly have something hidden in your arm? Do you think we are all blind? You're despicable and shameless." Yumoyan was taken aback. "I'm just carrying weights. How can it be considered a weapon?" As he spoke, he took off his shirt. The 6 judges, as well as all the teachers present, all revealed looks of surprise when they saw this. They saw that this Phoenix City's number 2 middle school student was carrying weights all over the place. On his 2 arms, other than 4 black metal weights, there was nothing else. And those who were qualified to be judges, naturally none of them were for nothing. Their eyes were even sharper, and they all recognized it in an instant. The weights on this student's body were all made of meteoric iron. Moreover, they were all high-grade meteoric iron. That is, the kind with an especially high density. Just the upper body that they saw in front of them weighed at least 3,000 pounds. The beautiful teacher judge's eyes lit up even more. She asked, "You Moyen, do you also have similar weights on your lower body?" Yu Moyen nodded honestly. "Yes. If I didn't, wouldn't it be unbalanced and uncoordinated?" As he spoke, he undid the leggings of his pants and pulled them up, revealing the black weights. The faces of the 6 judges were calm, but their eyes were filled with shock. A smile appeared on the beautiful teacher's face. She leisurely said, "These weights add up to at least 4,000 pounds, right? You're just carrying them all the time? Aren't you afraid that it will affect your performance?" Yu Moyen nodded. "Not only that, I have a total of 7,000 pounds of weights on me. There's even a ring around my waist. If I meet a strong opponent, I will naturally remove the weights. But now, there's no need." The shock in the beautiful teacher's eyes deepened. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Student Yu Moyen, I am Luo Yinling from Jade Sun High School. No matter where you end up when you go to school, you can consider our Jade Sun High School. Our Jade Sun High School has a strong teaching staff, and we have great support for outstanding students." The 5 judges at the side glared angrily at her. "Teacher Luo, this is a competition. You're talking too much." Luo Yinling chuckled. Since she had already mentioned Jade Sun High School, she was already one step ahead. She didn't wait for the other judges to speak and said, "Student Yu Moyen, you can continue with the competition." The other teachers also wanted to say something to leave an impression, but they were forced to swallow their words. Each and every one of them glared at Luo Yinling. On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's 7th high school slowly stood up. It was time for the competition, the final battle. If he couldn't defeat this iron lump, his school could only go home. This battle he had to win, but he just didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He's carrying weights all over his body. His movements will definitely be slow. That's why he chose to stay still and attack later. The teacher behind him said in a low voice. At this time, the 6 judges on the stage looked over like 12 sharp arrows. Giving orders at the last minute was a big taboo in the competition. "This teacher, please keep quiet," Luo Yinling shouted angrily. But the captain of Antai City's 7th high school already understood and came up with a plan. Kiting. Slowly tire him to death. Who would be able to withstand a load of more than 7,000 kilograms and a high energy consumption? He stepped forward slowly. The moment the sword in his hand was unsheathed, he immediately used the highest movement technique. He circled around Yu Moyen, suddenly moving forward and suddenly moving back and forth. His movements were extremely nimble. The sword in his hand was shining with cold light. It scattered like the cold stars in the sky. He definitely didn't have the chance to face Yu Moyen head-on. He retreated as soon as he touched him. He retreated even if he didn't touch him. The 6 judges on the stage couldn't help showing worry in their eyes. Yu Moyen just exposed so much weight and even exposed his own weight. He had already seriously exposed his strengths and weaknesses. Now that he was being targeted like this, the situation could be said to be extremely bad. Luo Yinling frowned even more tightly. She regretted it very much. Why did she ask that question just now? Sigh. This Yu Moyen was really too honest. He actually exposed himself like this. He was still too young. If the result of this battle was changed and she was the one responsible for it, would that child hate her? Under everyone's gaze, the captain of Antai City's 7th high school was like a flying dragon. He kept changing, and Yu Moyen was on the stage. He didn't move at all. He let the opponent move back and forth, like an old monk meditating. Another moment later, Yu Moyen finally opened his mouth. He was puzzled. "Have you turned enough?" That student thought he had succeeded. He snorted coldly. "Not enough." All of a sudden, he leaped into the air. When he was 7 or 8 meters high in the air, his long sword sprinkled down thousands of cold stars. His body movement became more and more elegant, displaying an exceptionally pleasing light body movement technique. He even circled back and forth in the air, displaying himself to the greatest extent, even though the 6 judges couldn't stand it. But they had to admit that this kid's basic skills were really good. After all, in the eyes of those who didn't know how to watch, this kid still had the upper hand. He had the upper hand and was full of initiative. But at this time, Umo Yin suddenly shouted from below, so annoying, turning back and forth to avoid the battle. Go down. Before he finished, his whole person jumped up. Under everyone's gaze, his whole person, along with the 7,000 pounds of weight, quickly leaped into the air. He jumped 10 meters high and kicked out with a loud bang. With a loud bang, that student who was still in the air was kicked 20 meters away by Umo Yin. He flew out of the area of the arena and crashed into the stands. After Umo Yin finished his kick, his entire body actually paused in the air for a moment. When he landed lightly, he actually landed back at the position he was previously standing at. The 6 judges' eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Umo Yin landed with the 7,000 pounds of weight without making any sound. It was as if what fell was just a feather. Damn! The 6 referees all had the same thought in their minds. They were all martial artists who didn't know how difficult it was to do this. They looked at each other. Everyone saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Number 1, this competition, there was a monster. Number 2, this student, our school wants him. Umo Yin stood on the stage. He raised his head and looked at the 6 judges. After a long time, he didn't hear the winner. He just shouted, I win. I'm Umo Yin. I'm Phoenix City's 2nd high school's Umo Yin. Umo Yin looked at the sky. He touched the jade pendant on his chest and shouted, Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Umo Yin. Old principal, did you hear that? I win. On the other side, the 4th participant from Ontai City's 7th high school gave up. He admitted defeat and no longer put up a fight. His opponent could carry 7,000 pounds of weight and jump 10 meters to kick someone. This kind of reality, how could he still have the courage to fight? Even the 2 teachers in charge didn't have any other methods. The difference in strength was too great. If he forced himself to fight, not only would it be throwing an egg at a rock, it would also be overestimating himself. At this moment, the 6 judges finally woke up from their daze and announced Phoenix City's 2nd high school's victory. Phoenix City's 2nd high school entered the top 375. Although the judges didn't understand what this kid was shouting about, shouting so loudly and excitedly, it didn't affect their love and desire for Umo Yin. This student, our Jade's son, high martial arts wants him. Luo Yinling swept her gaze over the other 5 judges like a tigress. She looked like a fiend, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription. Today it's another 12,000. Chapter 319. TCH, who do you think you are? You think you can take him just because you want him? The other 5 teachers weren't willing to give in, ignoring Luo Yinling's ferocity. A monster like Umoyan might not even be seen once in a few years, and you, Luo Yinling, just want him? What a joke. Are you kidding me? It's not time yet. Everything will have to wait until the end of the competition. Another teacher came out to smooth things over, but the phone in his hand sent out a video, which was Umoyan's competition video. Below it was a text that was blindly typed with both hands. Discovered a monster. This is a competition video with a weight of 7,000 pounds. Phoenix City 2nd high. Umoyan, applying for maximum enrollment rights. The competition in the morning ended. Phoenix City 2nd high won both rounds and was the first to enter the 375 Longhu list. The rest of the competition was for the schools that were eliminated to fight each other again, and then choose the eliminated team. That all the schools that were in the top 375, the teachers and the seeded contestants all had a heavy expression on their faces. They were all trying to figure out how to deal with Umoyan. Most of the results were, hopefully they didn't get Phoenix City 2nd high, or at least Umoyan's teammates wouldn't be so strong, or else they wouldn't be able to fight. Then all the teachers and the few judges regretted. How could they forget to ask if Umoyan was the captain of Phoenix City 2nd high? Usually, the captain of a battle team would be the strongest person in the battle team. But it shouldn't be too surprising. With this kind of strength, it would be a joke if he didn't become a captain. After a short break, the afternoon competition started again. This time, many people focused their attention on Phoenix City's second high school. Then, everyone was surprised to find that the person who went to draw the lots for the whole team wasn't the strongest Umoyan in everyone's hearts. Instead, it was a tall, handsome, and confident young man. Could it be that Umoyan isn't the captain? Isn't he the strongest member of Phoenix City's second high's team? Everyone's hearts were clouded. It was still the three groups, and Luo Yinling and the other 5 judges were still the judges. In order to watch Phoenix City second high's competition, Luo Yinling and the other judges were already looking forward to it, so they didn't have any interest in watching the previous battles. Finally, it was Phoenix City's second high school's turn. Their opponent this time was Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School of the Central Plains. Although Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School wasn't one of the favorites to win the championship, they weren't weak either. In the past, they had been ranked in the top 100 or even the top 50. After hearing about their opponents, the 6 people from Hiku City's No. 1 Middle School gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for Phoenix City's second high school, Zhuo and the other 5 were still trying to level up. You've been stifled. Zhuo looked at Long Yuxing. You go. Hu Riyun and Luo Lai, who were behind him, covered their faces with their hands. They had a subtle feeling that they were too ashamed to face anyone. Zhuo patted his chest and said that he had already arranged everything when he asked Zhuo. In the end, it was actually an array formation. Now that the 6 of them had reached a certain level, whoever was eliminated would go on stage. How could this be called a deployment of troops? Don't insult these 4 words. Long Yuxing's face was sullen. He muttered and cursed. 4 of us were fucking suppressed. He stood up while cursing and walked to the stage indignantly. His face was full of depression. Once they saw that Phoenix City's second high school was the same as last time, only sending 1 person to fight, everyone fell into an atmosphere of confusion. Was Phoenix City's second high school trying to stir up trouble again? Or did Phoenix City's second high school plan to send only 1 person to defeat the opponent every time? This was too arrogant, wasn't it? But the one who came out this time was still very pleasing to the eye. He was really handsome. Reality proved that being handsome wasn't just a matter of talent. It was also a matter of skill. Just like writing a book, whoever was handsome would write well. For example, there was a person called Wind dominating the world, who was the most handsome and wrote the best. Long Yuxing's fighting style was very ordinary. It wasn't as shocking as Umoyan's, and he didn't show any signs of burden. But he stood on the stage like a pillar of the stream. When one came up, he kicked back. 4 kicks in a row, one after another, he kicked back 4 people. That was to call a day. I am Long Yuxing. After defeating his opponent, Long Yuxing raised his head and roared, Phoenix City's second high school. Long Yuxing. In an instant, his voice was deafening. Looking at Long Yuxing, who was roaring in the middle of the stage, Hu Riyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why would they roar towards the sky after winning? It was as if they were trying hard to let someone hear them. It was as if they were reporting to someone. Thinking of the old principal's obsession, Hu Riyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. They couldn't help but burst into tears. Old principal, did you hear that? Did you see that? These are the children reporting to you. We won. Long Yuxing's battle was as eye-catching as Umoyan's in the eyes of the 6 judges. Long Yuxing. Luo Yinling smiled and asked, looking at your clothes, you should be carrying a burden on your body too? Long Yuxing, yes. Then how much weight are you carrying? I'm about the same as him. Long Yuxing's weight was actually 8,000 pounds, but he didn't want to specifically say it. It was only 1,000 pounds more than Umoyan. What was there to say? If I exceeded was 60,000 pounds, I would definitely announce it to the world. I would have to roll around the entire day to announce it. Another monster. Luo Yinling praised and said, Student Long Yuxing, consider our Jade Sun High Martial Arts. Jade Sun High Martial Arts has a strong teaching staff and great support for outstanding students. Shameless. Shut up. The other judges were anxious. You, Luo Yinling, relied on the fact that you're a woman and unscrupulously snatch people away. So what if you're a woman? Facts have proven that in some areas where you need to shamelessly break the rules, women are indeed better than men. The 5 male judges suddenly had an idea. Why don't we change the judges to women next year? Men are at a disadvantage. Until now, we haven't even mentioned our own school. This Luo Yinling has already said it twice. She didn't even change the words. Phoenix City's number 2 high school won all 3 matches and advanced into the top 180. Zhou Xiaoduo had a piece of paper hanging on his nose. He used the Qi observation technique and scanned Moyen, Long Yuxing, and the other 4 judges to observe their luck. Not bad. Through these few matches, my divination method is indeed correct. Even in a single match, there's a battle for luck. The winner can snatch some luck from the loser's side. After only 2 battles, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyen's luck had grown a little stronger than before. Next match, Wanli Xiao. Zhou Xiaoduo arranged. My name is Wanli Xiao. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, Wanli Xiao. Wanli Xiao's clear voice echoed throughout the entire arena. This was a proud announcement and also a proud report. Proudly, to the world, I'm showing off my Phoenix City's number 2 high school. Old principal, did you hear that? When Wanli Xiao, a girl, defeated the opponent's team with an extremely valiant fighting style, the 6 judges became increasingly impatient. The 3 people who came out of Phoenix City's number 2 high school were all fierce people, and the team from Phoenix City's number 2 high school had a total of 6 people. Could it be that the 6 people's cultivation and strength were all at the same level? There were still 3 people who hadn't appeared yet, but they had already advanced into the top 90. Their strength was unfathomable and unfathomable. Wanli Xiao, Luo Yinling asked with a smile as before. At this time, another judge straightforwardly interrupted her. His voice was louder and his attitude was more amiable. Moreover, his speed was even faster. Wanli Xiao, you also have a burden on your body, right? Can you tell me the exact amount? Luo Yinling, who was interrupted, gloomily glared at him, but she received a proud look in return. I have a burden. The exact amount is about the same as Long Yuxing and Yu Moyen. Wanli Xiao answered casually. She had already made her move. For people with discerning eyes, the scope of her strength was more or less revealed. There was no point in hiding it. However, Luo Yinling once again couldn't remain calm. A girl also had a burden of about 7,000 jin. That was a completely different concept from the previous 2. Wanli Xiao, our Jade Sun High Marshal, our Sky High Marshal, our Front River High Marshal. No one was an idiot. Everyone knew the difference. Left and right, there was already someone taking the lead. For a moment, the judges' table was filled with clamor. Wanli Xiao blinked and said, 6 teachers, there's still many matches later. Why don't we wait until all the matches are over? Then we can decide what to do next, okay? Okay. Hee cough cough cough. The 6 judges all knew that they were too eager for quick success. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 5 male teachers all picked up their cups and drank water at the same time to hide their embarrassment. Only Luo Yinling didn't care. She directly asked, Wanli Xiao, who is the captain of your Phoenix City's number 2 high school? Is it Yu Moyen or Long Yuxing? Or you? Wanli Xiao stared blankly and said with a smile, none of them. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? PFFF. The 5 male judges who were drinking water all spat out the water in their mouths. Only one sentence echoed in their ears. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? This sentence really made them speechless. Then the few of you, are any of you vice captains? Luo Yinling also choked. She almost couldn't get up. None. Wanli Xiao's face blushed. We're just ordinary team members. The worst kind. Cough, 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 cough. Luo Yinling finally couldn't help but cough. The 3 monstrous geniuses who defeated the opponent's team by themselves didn't even get to be vice captains in their own team. Furthermore, the worst kind, Chapter 320. The judges were a little confused. If this kind of monster was only the weakest ordinary member in the team, then how strong would the captain and vice-captain be? This was definitely a dream team. Unfortunately, they had already entered the top 90. They would not be referees for tomorrow's match. But the moment they thought of this, the 6 judges' eyes started to turn. What should they do? If this kind of genius was seen by the people behind, they would definitely want to snatch him. Tomorrow, why not get someone to be the substitute referee tomorrow? And they would go in to watch the match and see if they could find a chance to get closer to each other. Then it would be easier to talk later. These few matches were really won effortlessly. They really could not see anything else. They could only see that his talent was outstanding and his strength was even more shocking. Very quickly, the matches in the afternoon also ended. As for Phoenix City's second high school, these few words spread like wildfire. In just a short period of time, all the participating teams knew about it. The most popular candidate for champion. The most popular candidate for this year's Longhu list. Phoenix City Second High. Yu Moyin, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu. At that night, all the teams that entered the top 90 had an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. But after discussing and discussing, all the people from the various schools felt dispirited. There was really nothing they could do. Even if they wanted to come up with a targeted strategy, it would be difficult to implement. After all, the opponents still had 3 people who had not fought yet the morning of the second day. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others walked out of the Jade Spring Hotel, they immediately felt the subtle feeling of being the center of attention. This kind of attention was probably even higher than being the champion team of Hidden Dragon First High School. They were really the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was very complicated. This was an entire team of geniuses. If the cultivation of the remaining 3 people was similar to the previous 3 people, then this team of 6 people was a standard dream team. A true genius team. Indisputable. Yesterday, the little girl said that the remaining 3 people included the captain and vice-captain. How could the captain and vice-captain's strength be inferior to ordinary members? Even if one thought with their knees, that was impossible. If that was the case, it would be a joke. Morning. The first match. It was still Zhou Xiaoduo's turn to draw lots. This match, they finally drew an old opponent, and it should be Phoenix City Second High School's old opponent, Boyang City First High School. Li Zhongming. Zhou Xiaoduo had a meaningful look in his eyes. I'll leave this match to you. Don't embarrass Second High. Li Zhongming was as sleepy as usual. He said in a daze, "It's okay, Zhou. Don't worry." This time, the venue of the competition had changed to the first division. The number of spectators in the first competition zone greatly exceeded the number of spectators in the other competition zones. Most of the referees and teachers had come to watch the match. Although Luo Yanling and the others didn't get to sit in the referee's seat, they were all sitting in the first row to watch the match. When the 6 of them saw that the 6 of them from Second High had arrived, they all revealed amiable expressions. However, their expressions immediately turned hostile. However, this hostility was directed at the people around them. No one is allowed to compete with me. Luo Yanling warned them one by one. Ha, TSK. He. Wei Heizi, back then you wrote me a love letter. Now the newcomer is better than the old. However, as long as you don't compete with me this time, I'll give you a chance. Luo Yanling helplessly began to seduce him. You also said that the newcomer is better than the old. With such a newcomer, I don't mind being a bachelor for the rest of my life. Wei Heizi rolled his eyes. If I don't compete with such a genius, my principal will swallow me alive when I get back. Good, you're so good. Luo Yanling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. At this moment, dong, the bell rang. The match began. The first match was between Phoenix City Second High and Boyang City First High. On the opposite side, the 6 of them from Boyang City First High had a heavy expression on their faces. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The match had already begun, but they were still discussing their tactical countermeasures. On the other side, Li Zhongming came to the stage listlessly. He kept yawning as if he hadn't slept the entire night. He stood there with his head drooping. His eyes were squinted as he nodded his head. It was as if he would fall asleep in the next second. What's going on? Luo Yinling was a little confused. Could it be that he's been drugged? The teachers at the side were also bewildered. They made the ideal judgment that was most suitable for the current atmosphere. This situation didn't seem right no matter how they looked at it. Why is there no movement in the second high's resting area? Fuck, they're actually playing poker. One of the judges was so angry that his mouth was floating. Isn't this child's play? Just how little attention do they have on their opponents? They actually sent someone who hasn't woken up yet. Fuck. Someone from Boyang City First High's team slowly walked out. I, Zhang Fong. I'm from the Central Plains, Boyang City First High. The one on the opposite side. Sign up. Zhang Fong shouted loudly. He appeared even more heroic and imposing. Hearing this, Li Zhongming seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on an imposing appearance. He shouted, I, Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. Phoenix City Second High. Li Zhongming felt that his previous sentence wasn't loud enough due to his drowsiness, so he shouted again. He faced the audience and said loudly, I originally didn't want to explain. Reputation doesn't bother me, but I'm not only representing myself, I'm also representing Phoenix City. If I were to embarrass our old principal, it would be my fault. My name is Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. I'm practicing my family's great dream divine art. He roared. It's not that I'm not awake. Uff. Many female teachers couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he's making me laugh to death. Great dream divine art. This shout startled many people who were about to fall asleep. They woke up with goosebumps all over their bodies. Fuck. I'm looking for you when I'm sick. Zhang Fong was speechless. Why are you so loud? Cut the crap. Li Zhongming was swaying. Hurry up and finish this. I still want to go back to sleep. Clang. Zhang Fong unsheathed his sword and said calmly, I don't know if you can still sleep after being defeated today. Li Zhongming yawned and praised. The way you draw your sword is very handsome. Come on. Before he could finish his words, his body suddenly rolled up like a tornado and crashed straight into Li Mu's body. It was obvious that he had just started, but the sound of air breaking was heard. The sound of the wind was so strong that everyone could hear it. Zhang Fong saw that his opponent was coming at him fiercely. The sword in his hand stabbed forward. It was obvious that he was going to use the move of man and sword as one. Unfortunately, before the sword could light up, it was already hit by Li Zhongming. Ha! The long sword broke with a loud sound. Bang! Zhang Fong was punched in the chest. Crack! 3 of his ribs were broken. Puffed. He kicked Zhang Fong's lower abdomen again. His whole body flailed and fell out. He started to vomit blood in midair. Before he landed, he had already fainted. Li Zhongming shouted, Next! Hurry up! I'm in a hurry. At this moment, the few judges on the stage were all teachers from famous colleges and universities. Each of them had sharp eyes. They could see Li Zhongming's uniqueness at a glance. The two of them were communicating through sound transmission. I saw it clearly. How fast is his speed just now? It's about the speed of the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. This brat should be carrying a heavy load on his body. A very heavy load, which means that he is carrying a load of at least 7,000 pounds. In the innate realm, he has reached the speed of the embryonic breathing realm. This brat has huge potential. Yes, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zhongming had fought 4 matches in a row. He won all 4 matches. He defeated his opponents with ease. He defeated his old rival, Boyang City No. 1 Middle School, alone. None of his opponents were able to last 1 round. I am Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School, Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming shouted devoutly, as if he was worshipping. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 45. Record complete victory. He had come all the way here with ease. With the highest score, he directly entered the top 45. Triumphant progress. The next battle, the top 20. So far, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School had only sent out 4 people. There were still two people who had not moved. Next battle, Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo arranged in a low voice. Okay, Swollen, it's up to you. You must defeat him directly. Understood. Next to him, Hu Riyun expressed her sincere puzzlement. She asked Zhuo Xiaoduo, as the team leader, don't you plan to fight? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, you're right. For the time being, I still want to observe the situation. I really don't plan to fight. I really don't need to fight now. The few of them are enough. He chuckled with a heartless look on his face. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's view, the current battle was a battle for luck. Li Chenglong and the others could snatch some luck from their opponents after every battle, and only one person could enjoy it. Such opportunities were rare. Naturally, he wanted to give his brothers as much as possible. If he could not fight, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he did not need to fight at all. There was no harm in giving all the luck he could get from this competition to Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing, and the others. This would be of great benefit to them when they went to a new school in the future. In the top 20 battle, Li Chenglong did not disappoint. He defeated his opponents with one move throughout the entire battle. Thus, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 20, leading all the participating teams to advance first. On the big screen, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School was in first place. Hu Ruoyan looked at the big screen. The words of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School were highlighted in red, and her eyes were filled with tears. Old principal, did you see that? In Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. All the teachers and students in the school were watching the broadcast. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School's name had always been in first place. From 375 to 180. Since then, it had always been in first place, never falling behind. In the school, the cheers were louder and louder. All the students were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 321. Phoenix City's No. 2 high school entered the top 20 with a perfect record and an undisputed first place. Red name, first place. Li Changjiang was excited when he saw this. Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho were also here. They were just as concerned about this as Li Changjiang was. After all, this was the most recent thing that their teacher was concerned about. Seeing this, tears welled up in the eyes of the two of them. Their eyes were moist. Teacher, you should have seen this before leaving. Did you hear that? Your students, after winning, roared towards the sky on stage. Phoenix City's second high school. You should have heard it, right? Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down their cheeks. She thought about how one of the lifelong wishes of that respectable and amiable old woman was about to be fulfilled in a few days. There was less than a month left before she passed away, but she was destined to never see it again. She was filled with hatred in the underworld. How could she not be sorrowful? The three men hid in the principal's office. They locked the door and watched the live broadcast. Their eyes were filled with tears as they hugged their heads and cried. After a long time, Li Changjiang calmed down. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Stop crying. Stop crying. He kicked Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho and said angrily, why are you crying? Is this the time to cry? You're only in the top 20. Don't you think it's too early to cry? Even if you want to cry, wait until you get first place. Jiang Zhongbin was still sobbing. He was stunned when he heard this. Sun Fengho was also stunned. He wiped his eyes and sat up straight. The two quickly sat upright on the sofa. They picked up a cup of tea and drank to cover up their embarrassment. However, the two felt that they were deceiving themselves and were embarrassed. How shameful! How shameful! You dare to hit me? You're going against the heavens. I'll cry if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Zhongbin was embarrassed. He said, do you think I'm crying because of the tournament? That's not a big deal. Even if I get first place, I won't cry. Sun Fengho said, you're right. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation and strength, it's natural for them to win first place. What's there to cry about? Li Changjiang is really ignorant and has dragged us down for no reason. Jiang Zhongbin agreed repeatedly. That's right, isn't it? Li Changjiang. Sun Fengho then threatened. Headmaster Li, you should pay more attention to what you say in the future. Don't make a mistake, and let me have the chance to remove you from your position as headmaster. You know what I mean, Jiang Zhongbin said. Actually, there's no need to remove him from his post, even if he made a mistake. I could just arrest him and send him in. There's a lot of good food for him. As he spoke, he glared at Li Changjiang. You know what I mean? Li Changjiang was speechless. Just now, the two of them were crying so hard that they were about to faint. All I did was give them a few words of advice. Why are they coming at me together? Don't cry if you want to. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes and continued watching the live broadcast. Jiang Zhongbin and Sun Fengho pretended to fiddle with their phones, but at some point, they turned their heads back and focused on watching the live broadcast. In the afternoon, the top 20 candidates had been decided one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others had been idling around. After all, before the top 20 were decided, they had nothing to do. Since there was nothing to do, the 6 of them went back to their rooms to meditate. Zhuo Xiaoduo rejected him in every way possible, but to no avail. Li Chenglong shamelessly stuck to Zhuo Xiaoduo to practice martial arts. Zhuo Xiaoduo was at his wit's end. Thus, Li Chenglong once again enjoyed the most passionate physical contact that he hadn't had in a long time. On the other hand, Hu Riyun and Luo Lai fell into an unprecedented state of being badly battered. A large group of teachers from different high martial arts schools came over and surrounded the two of them tightly, leaving no room for escape. Building relationships, building friendships, saying nice things. Hu Riyun and Luo Lai had never been treated with such high standards in their lives. They were surrounded and flattered by a group of people whose status and cultivation were far higher than them. Teacher Hu, these few students of yours are really good. How old are they? Can you tell us a little about their family background? How long have these few students broken through to the innate stage? They should be going to high martial arts schools soon, right? These few students should have suppressed their realms before they broke through to the innate stage, right? How many times did they suppress their realms? Can you tell us? Just an approximate number is fine. These few students haven't decided which high martial arts school they want to go to, right? Why don't you consider us? We are brothers with second high school. We are old friends. Everyone knows the situation in our high school. The best choice is for the sake of those children. Teacher Hu, I'm from Shangjing. I heard that teacher Lu Chunchuan's family is from Phoenix City. Do you know him? Hu Riyun felt that her head had swelled by more than 10 times in just a moment. This wasn't a few, nor was it a few dozens. It was hundreds of people talking at once. But she didn't dare to offend any of them. I've just broken through to the innate stage. I've always been a teacher in the martial disciple class. I really don't know much about this group of children. Hu Ruoyan frowned and pointed at Luo Lai. But Teacher Luo is their current form teacher. As the saying goes, don't let your friend die. It was a textbook example of diverting trouble. Form teacher. Everyone immediately rushed over to Luo Lai. Teacher Luo, these few students are all from your class? You're a great talent. Ah, Teacher Luo, nice to meet you. Teacher Luo is really a talented person. He's brimming with talent and beyond all expectations. Teacher Luo, can you introduce these few children? These teachers of high martial arts schools were all the best of the best. Each and every one of them had extremely sharp eyes. Although Li Chenglong and the others had only fought once, in the eyes of these people, even if they couldn't see through them completely, at least they could see their unlimited potential and unlimited future. Of course, they had their flaws, but their potential was unusually huge. Their future was even more impressive. In a battle of the same age, in the same realm, all of them defeated their opponents in one move. They swept away everyone. This was an existence that completely crushed those in the same realm. How could they not be tempted? They believed that as long as there was a suitable teacher to guide them, they would be able to stand on their own in no time. In the future, their names would shake the world. Even their names would go down in history. It would be reasonable for them to become legends. And as long as this student's name shook the world, The first to receive rewards would naturally be the school that this student came from. And for a teacher to have such a student in his life, it would be enough to comfort him for the rest of his life, and he would have no regrets. Right now, there were a total of 6 students of the same level here. Moreover, if they didn't fight for this kind of student, if other schools were to rope them in, there was a high possibility that they would suppress their own school in some future occasions. If a leader really dug up old scores and found someone to take the blame, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Teacher Luo, please introduce them. All the high martial arts teachers begged at the same time, saying the request that everyone had been yearning for the most. That's good too. Luo Lai didn't have any intention of taking them. Instead, he intended to explain the details of these 6 children to the various high martial arts schools. After all, choosing a relatively reliable school for these 6 children and building up their reputation in advance was one of the purposes of his visit this time. For the sake of the children, it was necessary to hand over the children he raised to others. But it still depended on whether the person who entrusted the children to him could be at ease. Since everyone came with the intention, I won't hide anything. Through the previous few matches, everyone already has a certain understanding of the other 5 children from our schools. Then, I'll first introduce the 6th person that you haven't met yet. It's that handsome and tall boy. He's about 9 meters tall. This boy is their captain, Zhuo. This child has a lot of ideas, but he's the most upright person. Luo Lai said, this child's organizational skills are extremely strong. He's always been kind to others. He's upright and outspoken. He won't be swayed by external factors and is extremely persistent. His relationship with his classmates can be said to be excellent. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. After listening to this introduction, all the teachers had a good impression of this Xiaoduo, who had yet to appear. A leader who could make so many geniuses accept him wholeheartedly, this child. Must be extraordinary. At the side, Hurian almost laughed out loud. She tried hard to control her expression so that she wouldn't lose control. Everything else was fine. Only the last 2 sentences. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. Although these 2 sentences were true, the main point was that they fight together every day. However, there's no grudge, only closeness. What's his cultivation level like? A teacher asked. It was still a question that everyone was eager to know. He's the captain, Luo Lai said reservedly. The captain that everyone expects. His words immediately made everyone understand what was going on. Their expectations as Xiaoduo immediately became even hotter. Vice Captain Li Chenglong. He's the one who fought this morning. Luo Lai said, this student Li Chenglong, other than his own cultivation level and strength, he also has an encyclopedic memory. He has an eidetic memory. He's smart and resourceful. He's the successor of Phoenix City's ancient martial arts Li family. Encyclopedic memory? Eidetic memory? Hearing this evaluation, the eyes of a few of the teachers lit up. Wan Lixio, the only girl in this small team. She's smart and farsighted. She's beautiful and intelligent. Her aptitude is also good. She's hardworking and doesn't have the slightest bit of a girl's squeamishness. You have to know that her father is the governor of Phoenix City, Lord Wan Pingyuan. For such a family to have such a character, it's really commendable. Yes, girls should avoid being coquettish and lazy. They shouldn't be down to earth. Being evaluated as hardworking was already a great compliment. It was really commendable and hard to come by. The student who fought in the 2nd round is called Long Yuxing. He's hardworking and smart. His personality is good and his aptitude is good. He's from the ancient martial arts Long family. The reason why I mention him first is because he and Wan Lixio are a couple. They're engaged. Luo Lai continued to introduce. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Does this mean that if you get 1, you get 2? This is really worth it. Chapter 322. The first student to fight is called Yumoyan. UMO, Yin had it the hardest. His family was poor, and the reason why he was able to reach his current cultivation base was all because of his own hard work. Luo Lai sighed and said so. I hope that no matter which school accepts you, Moyen, please take good care of him. He will not disappoint. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Jade Sun High Marshal will waive all fees and high scholarships. Give them to you, Moyen. I'll find a rich teacher for him. Give him money every day. When he grows up, he'll have a wife, a cultivation partner. If there's no other way, I'll give him my daughter. I'll do what I say. The one who spoke was Luo Yanling. She was small and had arrived a little late. Facing these tall and strong male teachers, and under the premise that everyone's cultivation base was about the same, she couldn't squeeze in. She could only jump high outside. Now that she heard that Yu Moyen, who she was most interested in, had such a poor family background, she immediately shouted and wrote a large check. But this check was not an empty one. It was real and not fake. And the dozens of teachers who squeezed in front were all twitching their mouths. These conditions, they really couldn't beat them. The ones in front were all fine. But things like having a wife or a cultivation partner, they really didn't dare to do it. The last one, Li Chongming, is that kid who always looks like he can't wake up. Luo Lai's face was full of smiles. Jade Sun High Marshal was also a famous school. Giving such generous conditions was enough to show their sincerity. Li Chongming is also a direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family. He cultivates his family's dreamed divine technique. I won't say anything else, but I'll say one thing. This kid has great potential and can't be compared to ordinary people. At this moment, one of the teachers asked, Teacher Luo, each of your students is not bad. If I may be so bold as to ask, based on the strength of these students, they must have suppressed their realms before breaking through, right? Can I ask how many times they suppressed their cultivation base? Luo Lai laughed. This I really can't say. Sorry. Understood. All the teachers nodded their heads repeatedly. They looked at Luo Lai with even more respect. Suppressing the number of breakthroughs in one's cultivation could be said to be a student's biggest secret. This kind of secret could only be found out by the student's homeroom teacher or the student's direct master after entering the higher martial arts level. It could be said to be absolutely private. For Luo Lai to be able to keep such a secret for his students, such a teacher was worthy of respect. By the way, this was Xiao Duo. Is he known as the Iron Fist Prince? A teacher asked abruptly. This teacher was really well informed. The nickname Iron Fist Young Master seemed to have only appeared once, but now he was asked about it. The corner of Luo Lai's mouth twitched. He braced himself and said, although this nickname is a little silly, it is still true to its name. You must know that the attack power of his fists is extremely high. None of the students in the same batch can go against him. The reason why they dare to take a punch from him is probably because of this. Those guys gave him such a nickname. Why do they call him by it here? He sighed. To be honest, I'm really speechless about this. This nickname is really too simple and crude. After this explanation, all the teachers present laughed at the same time. Indeed, this nickname was too simple and crude. It directly announced what he was best at. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. The teachers all had benevolent and kind smiles on their faces. Many of them had already started to plan Zhou Xiao's future path in their hearts. A few of them sneered in their hearts. Was it really not good to have such a nickname? Was it really too simple and crude? That would depend on how you teach him. If it were me, I would definitely make this nickname the best protection. A few of the teachers understood the situation and then left. They sent the information back to the headquarters. Definitely a genius. No matter if it's someone who has already appeared or not, they are all great geniuses. I recommend the highest enrollment authority. As for Zhou Xiao's group of 6, there were many people who did not make a move at all. For example, Martial Hidden Dragon of the Central Plains, Martial High Cloud of Shangjing, and Martial Ancestor Dragon of Shangjing. The top 3 martial artists in the Star Soul realm did not make a move. After all, these 3 high schools had never lacked genius students. It had always been the geniuses who cried and screamed to squeeze into these 3 high schools. The three high schools had never taken the initiative to recruit any students and give them such benefits. So Xiaoduo's group of 6 were indeed geniuses. At that time, the three high schools did not deign to lower themselves to take the initiative to recruit them. Although the teachers of these high schools kept their eyes on them, they also sighed in their hearts. It was really a pity that such geniuses landed in other schools. However, they did not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. For the entire afternoon, Luo Lai's high school teachers came in batches, sent away batches, and came in batches. Luo Lai's mouth was already dry from all the introductions. He repeated the same words 7 or 8 times. When he saw Hu Ryun, she had already hidden to the side, as if it was none of her business. Don't you need protection for cultivation? I'll protect the children. That's the most important thing. Sai, men are so thin-skinned. Luo Lai was extremely envious of Hu Ryun. Why did I snatch the position of head teacher at that time? Sai. The top 20 were only decided when the sky was almost dark in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon, Yun Duan, Ancestral Dragon. The three high schools did not make a move. Hearing Luo Lai's feedback, Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely unhappy. Am I not a genius enough? Not only him, but Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Li Qinglong's target were also these three famous schools. However, they did not get any response. At this moment, they were all silent. Hu Yun naturally knew what was on their minds. She comforted them gently. It's okay. There's still tomorrow. Try your best to show your strength. Naturally, everyone will look askance. But from tomorrow onwards, a fierce battle will begin. Luo Lai said in a low voice. Now, the ones with the highest chance of winning are not us. It's Hidden Dragon number 1 High School, Fenghai number 3 High School, Yangluo number 1 High School, and Shuaicheng number 1 High School. Our Phoenix City number 2 High School can only be ranked 5th. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. It can't be. Haven't we always been ranked first in terms of points? Sai, being ranked first in terms of overall points does not mean that we are also ranked first in terms of deterrence. After all, we have not encountered many strong teams all the way until now. Luo Lai said, to be called a school with sufficient deterrence, there must be at least one or more embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Now, in the top 20 schools, every team has such fierce characters. There is no lack of later-stage embryonic breathing realm geniuses. Furthermore, we have never encountered a team like this before. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that our overall points were the real number 1, and your performance was sufficiently dazzling, we wouldn't even be able to keep our title of number 5. Luo Lai said, so don't let your guard down in the future battles. So Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and said, oh. Li Qinglong frowned and said, Teacher Luo, I would like to ask you a question. If we did not suppress the agitation of our vital essence with our current strength, would we be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm now? Luo Lai thought for a while and said with deliberation, to be fair, with the strength that you possess now, you have undoubtedly surpassed the average embryonic breathing realm. But the standard that we're talking about is the most average embryonic breathing realm. If you did not suppress the agitation of your vital essence to break through. Now, you may not be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm. Luo Lai said very pertinently, don't think that. Only you can suppress the agitation of your vital essence. In fact, suppressing the agitation of your vital essence has long been the consensus of advanced practitioners. Being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm does not mean that they did not suppress the agitation of their vital essence when they were in the innate realm or martial arts master realm. So, the battle situation is not optimistic. You must act carefully and avoid being blindly optimistic and thinking that you are infallible. The 6 of them nodded silently at the same time. Hu Ruiyun said, Teacher Luo is right. With your current experience and knowledge, you may never be able to imagine that some ancient martial arts clans would crazily pour out resources to their genius heirs. I have heard of it before. It was our Phoenix City number 1 middle school's young Master Blueblade. Back then, when he was practicing, he was not just practicing by himself. In his clan, 5 clan elders who were nearing the end of their lifespans took turns to imbue him with power. They changed one every week. Originally, sacrificing the strength and life of the older generation to imbue him with power would only allow him to absorb 10% of it. However, his clan supported him at all costs and forced him to rise. Moreover, when he was in a lower realm, he did not suppress the agitation of his vital essence. In the later stages, when he could no longer suppress it, the clan's #1 expert personally helped him suppress the agitation of his vital essence and even expanded his dantian. It was this kind of support that allowed young Master Blueblade to become so famous today. Hu said softly, "In fact, this kind of situation is not rare at all in some clans or sects. There are too many people who do this. It is definitely more than what I have just said. It is even crazier. Also, there are records in ancient books about using blood essence and divine blood to benefit oneself. There are many people who go around gathering the blood essence of divine beasts or the blood essence of experts above the imperial god realm and use it to fuse with their blood. Even more extreme is yin and yang harvesting to strengthen the cauldrons. The chosen cauldrons are all young men and women, and they are all talented people." Luo Lai said, "That is the theory. Do you understand now? You do not have to belittle yourselves and be unconfident in your own strength. At the same time, you have to be cautious. Do not underestimate any enemy. Even if they do not win as quickly as us, it does not mean that they are weaker than us." Today's 4th update. Please vote. Recommend vote. Chapter 323. In this world, we are not the only ones who can hide our strength. It is normal to hide a trump card. Even if we have many trump cards, we may not be able to protect them completely. Luo Lai said seriously. "And this is Jianghu. This is Jianghu, students." Luo Lai said these few words very solemnly. Every word was spoken with a heavy tone. Jianghu. Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. He turned around and looked at his teammates. He shrugged and laughed weirdly. "Jianghu, so scary. Are you guys scared?" This sentence caused a new round of laughter. Li Qinglong laughed loudly. "What's there to be scared of?" "That's right, what's there to be scared of?" Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing shouted at the same time. Wan Lixiu pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, she was too embarrassed to say, "What's there to be scared of?" Huff, huff. Li Zhongming opened his eyes in a daze. He wiped his saliva and asked blankly, "What are you guys talking about?" Luo Lai touched his forehead and was speechless. "Have confidence in yourself. Don't worry too much." Xiaoduo waved his hand. "What's there to be scared of? One word, do it tomorrow. Just do it." The 6 of them shouted in unison. Then they high-fived each other and went into their own rooms to recharge their energy. Hu Ruoyan nodded. Her face was filled with gratification. Whether it should be said or not, Luo Lai's words were still very damaging to their morale. It was their first time participating in this kind of competition. The most important thing was their drive. If this drive was worn away, they would suspect that their opponents were hiding their strength. It would be really bad if they were constantly restrained. Fortunately, Xiaoduo jumped out at the last moment and said something funny to help everyone regain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, it would be Hu Riyun's turn to think of a way to dispel this layer of concern. "Teacher Luo, although what you said is pertinent and the situation is like that, what you said is too serious. The children know how to improvise," Hu Riyun said with a frown. Luo Lai obviously realized this as well. He wiped his sweat and said, "Yes, yes." There was a hint of lingering fear in his actions. If because of what he had said, Xiaoduo and the others would have their hands tied and feet tied in the following matches, affecting their performance and stopping them in the top 20. Even if Luo Lai were to die as an apology, he would still be filled with hatred. The morning of the 2nd day arrived quickly. On this day, the sky was cloudy and windy. The sky was gloomy, giving people an indescribable feeling of discomfort. When Hu Ryun and Luo Lai led their team out, they met Teacher Li from Fenghai 13 Middle School, who was also leading his team out. Both parties stopped at the entrance of the hotel at the same time. On the other side, Teacher Li smiled faintly and glanced at the faces of Zhuo, Xiaoduo, and the others. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Teacher Hu. Congratulations to Second High School for being in the limelight and entering the top 20 again." Hee. Hu Ryun said faintly. Could it be that Fenghai 13 Middle School has been eliminated? Teacher Li's smile did not change at all. She said faintly, "I'm sorry. Our luck is good this time. It didn't take much effort to enter the top 20. It seems that both sides can't avoid a battle in the end." Hu Ryun said faintly, "I'm looking forward to it." Originally, the conversation could have come to an end and they would not have a falling out. However, at this moment, one of the two girls in white suddenly opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Teacher, is this Teacher who the one you mentioned who was crippled in the past? The genius who fell into the mortal world, but I don't know who crippled him?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly focused and an extreme killing intent rose in his heart. Teacher Li said indifferently, "To be honest, I'm also very sorry." I felt guilty for a long time. I really didn't expect that a very light blow back then would cripple someone. Fortunately, Teacher Hu has recovered now. Otherwise, how can I be at ease? Luo Lai took a deep breath. Surnamed Li Chengxiu. "You're too much. Too much. I'm sorry." Teacher Li on the other side laughed loudly. There was not the slightest intention of apologizing. However, geniuses must be protected. Like you guys who come out to show off, if a few more of you are crippled, then it will be even worse. Hu Ryun's eyes flashed with extreme anger. The meaning of this sentence was simply full of malice. Luo Lai said tit for tat. "Likewise, you have many geniuses. To be able to enter the top 20, you all have a few skills. If you're crippled, then it's too much of a pity." "Is that so?" Li Qingxiu on the other side laughed loudly. "Ah." One of the two girls in white behind him curled her lips and smiled, saying, "Teacher, if you let the students follow in their teacher's footsteps, it won't be good, right?" She said it won't be good, but her smile was very meaningful. Li Chengxiu shook his head repeatedly. "This is tradition, understand?" They laughed together. At this time, the leader of Fenghai 13 also opened his mouth. He used a disdainful gaze to sweep over Zhuo Xiaoduo and said with a crooked mouth, "Iron Fist young master, you're the only one in your group who hasn't made a move yet. I really want to see what kind of trash this new Iron Fist young master is after your Phoenix City Second High's old principal died, and what kind of ability you have." Everyone in Phoenix City Second High was furious. This kid's mouth was really too cheap. Provocation was provocation, but he bluntly used the old principal to talk about it. This made people unable to tolerate it. Even if both sides were enemies, at least they should maintain some respect for the deceased. They only heard Zhuo Xiaoduo laugh and say, "I'm not looking forward to playing with you. You look like a green tortoise that's about the same as your teacher, Li's ugly melon crack jujube. I don't have the slightest bit of interest. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. But I actually like the two girls behind you who just spoke. I only like to play with them. I can play however I want, no matter where. In the forest, in the grass, in the water, on the mountain, it's all fine. I don't care about the place. Even if it's a threesome, I won't refuse. Hey, leader, how many quality goods like this do you have in your school? I feel that I still have quite a surplus. If you give me 3 or 5 more, I can still kindly accept them." So Xiaoduo said with a smile, "I don't mind having more. I can do it. I'm very good at it. If you don't believe me, let them come and try. 202 at a time, absolutely the market price. I'm honest with both the old and the young, and I won't go back on my word. Cash transaction, a new number." So Xiaoduo, the leader roared, his eyes revealing an extreme killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill you." So Xiaoduo laughed. "I don't want to lower myself to the level of a dying person. But I can't bear to kill the two girls behind you just like that. They're so soft and tender. Even if I really want to kill them, I'll have to play with them first. No matter how pink they are, they're still pink first. As for whether or not they'll become skeletons later, it depends on my mood. Who knows? Maybe they'll serve me well. The two girls' faces were already filled with extreme anger. Swishao-duo, you're courting death. With a clang, they flashed their weapons and were about to rush over. Teacher Lee's face showed anger. He raised his hand to stop his two students and said coldly, Phoenix City's second high. Is this the kind of upbringing? Hu Ryun still said indifferently, Feng Hai's 13th high. Is this the kind of school spirit? Despicable character. Teacher Lee looked at Zhuo and pointed his finger fiercely. Even if there's a conflict, why insult women? Hu Ryun stepped forward and blocked in front of Zhuo. Her finger also pointed at the leader opposite her. Despicable character. Even if there's a conflict, how dare you insult a well-respected deceased? The two girls in white behind him gritted their teeth. Zhuo, you're dead. Zhuo rolled his eyes. Hey, sorry, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? It's too funny. You don't really think I'll play with you too, right? You two look like two piles of shit. How can anyone be interested in you? You're overestimating yourselves. He put on a fearful expression and shivered all over. Swollen, are you interested? I withered when I saw it. Me too. Li Chenglong trembled. So ugly. Oh my god, how can it be like this? Li Changming said, why don't you give it to old you? Yu Moyin shook his head and said angrily, how dare you look down on me like this? I won't do it even if you give me money. The other side was furious, but they had nothing to say. They knew that whatever they said now would only bring shame to themselves. Fine. Teacher Lee gritted his teeth. See you in the arena. He led the team out. The leader stayed at the back. He suddenly stopped and shouted, Zhuo, do you dare to fight in the life or death arena? I, Wu Yintian, want to fight you. Zhuo smiled darkly. You're a coward and you dare to fight in the life or death arena. I think you're just a coward. You don't have the guts. Do you dare? Wu Yuntian asked seriously. Are you an idiot? Zhuo said, don't you understand human language? Okay, Wu Yuntian shouted. See you in the arena. Zhuo laughed and suddenly said, thank you. Wu Yuntian turned and left. Seeing Wu Yuntian turn and leave, Wan Lixio's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Teacher Hu, when you were injured that year, your cultivation stagnated. Is it related to this Li guy? Hu Ryun said indifferently, it's all in the past. Why bring up the past? It has nothing to do with your competition. Wan Lixio smiled coldly. Now, it might have nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with us. This Li guy, I won't let him leave South G City. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and gasp in amazement. Wan Lixio was the eldest daughter of the governor, but normally she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. She did not have the slightest bit of haughtiness, nor did she put on any airs. However, when these words came out of her mouth, people did not even have the slightest suspicion. With Wan Lixio's family background, it would be an exaggeration to say that killing a martial arts teacher who was only at the peak of the inner core realm was a certainty. It would be more appropriate to say that it would be foolproof. Xiao is so domineering. Xiaoduo praised. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you talk about what happened in the past, Teacher Hu? Chapter 324. Hu Ryun brought the students into the car. She closed her eyes and lightly said, at that time, everyone was still young. I was only a martial warrior. By chance, I organized a few school parties. Our Phoenix City was a small border city. At that time, we were the ones who were helped. With that said, everyone understood at once. This kind of thing happened often before. For example, in the suburbs of Shangjing, or in a big city, in a remote school, the so-called mutual exchange and mutual promotion was claimed to let the superior people reminisce about the good things, and the backward people learn from the advanced experience. Deep down, this was a very brainless way of doing things. It was unknown which official had a screw loose in his head to do this kind of stupid thing. Getting together like this, other than raising one side's sense of superiority and attacking the other side's self-esteem, it also left a flashy dream in the hearts of many students. There was no substantial benefit at all. At that time, second high school was the one who was helped. The other side was undoubtedly Fenghai 13 High School. When children of about the same age got together, it was easy to imagine that it was easy to make friends. However, when it came to conflicts, it was also very fast. Hu Ruiyun was the most beautiful girl in the two schools at that time. At the same time, she was also the one with the best qualifications. A lot of things were derived from this. At that time, the young Li Qingxiu of Fenghai 13 High School had a lot of ideas. However, Hu Ruiyun and Li Changjiang were childhood sweethearts. They had long been in love with each other. Regarding this sudden idea, they naturally rejected it. After rejecting it, this student Li Qingxiu used a heavy hand in a spar. No one would have thought that this young man who had just confessed his love for her would be so vicious. That heavy hand directly destroyed Hu Ruiyun's dantian, which led to the tragedy of Hu Ruiyun's life. Later, Hu Ruiyun stayed in second high school as a teacher, and this young man, surnamed Li, also stayed in Fenghai 13 High School as a teacher. After a long time, Li Changjiang wanted to find trouble with him many times, but the internal conflict between the two teachers had a huge impact. It could be said that the grudge between Phoenix City's second high school and Fenghai's 13th high school was also caused by this teacher Li. During the first encounter between the two schools, the students from Fenghai's 13th high school were precisely this teacher Li's favorite students. Moreover, in the competition, while gaining the upper hand, he also ruthlessly dealt heavy blows. In the future, this cycle of revenge had continued until now. Hu Ruiyun gave a brief account of the past. In the end, she said indifferently, "Sho, this is a grudge between the older generation. Don't get involved. Just focus on the competition." Wan Li Xiu was about to say something, but she was stopped by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, Of course. Let's not talk about whether we have the strength or not. Just our status alone is not right. Don't worry, Teacher Hu. I only have one goal, which is to bring back at least 4 of the 6 people who came here. Hu Ruiyun nodded and immediately warned, Don't take risks. It's not worth it to take risks for the grudge between the older generation. We're not dead yet. It's right for us to solve this grudge by ourselves. Besides, the grudges between the older generation have nothing to do with the students. The students are innocent. Why should we let them go back lying down? Hu Ruiyun said, This will affect the children's life. So Xiaoduo, Wan Li Xiu, and the others secretly rolled their eyes. Among the 1 man and 2 women who spoke, which one was innocent? It wouldn't be too much to beat them to death. Seeing that the 6 people didn't speak, Hu Ruiyun said in a heavy tone, Do you understand? Understood. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's lead, the 6 people all looked obedient, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Li Chenglong changed the topic very sensibly. With a face full of surprise, he asked, Zhuo, you actually didn't read the fortune of the 6 people? Zhuo Xiaoduo's bad habit of reading the fortune of his opponents before fighting was no longer a secret among Li Chenglong and the others. It was a habit. I was afraid that reading their fortune would dirty my eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes revealed a sharp look. However, that Wu Yun Tian hid his cultivation. He's quite a character. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid that the few of you won't be his match. This guy has already reached the embryonic breathing realm. Yu Moyan insisted, I want to fight. I want to give it a try. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the fluctuation of luck on top of Yu Moyan's head and said indifferently, This fight is mine. The other party has already called out the Iron Fist Prince. What are you trying to do? Are you the Iron Fist Prince? Yu Moyan was exasperated. So you've been scheming since the day of registration? Zhuo Xiaoduo was calm and unruffled. He nodded continuously with a face full of smiles. He closed his eyes and rested. He thought to himself, Didn't read their fortune? How is that possible? It would be weird if I didn't read their fortune. These guys are all shrouded in a deathly aura. It's obvious that they need me to release their souls. If you guys go up, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them. It's against the heavens. Drawing lots. Zhuo prayed in his heart. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school that he drew his lot and looked. However, he was greatly disappointed. It wasn't Fenghai City's 13th high school, but another martial arts school. Zhuo first looked at the opponent's fortune, then looked at the people who were going to fight. He immediately decided on the person to fight. Yu Moyan, didn't you want to fight? Fenghai City's 13th high school doesn't have a spot for you. However, I can give this opponent to you now. Go up and beat them up. Yu Moyan was unwilling to do this. He knew that if he really fought in this round, when it was Fenghai City's 13th high school's turn, there would be no room for him to fight. While he was hesitating and dilly-dallying, he was unprepared for Zhuo's kick. Get out! Yu Moyan was kicked out like a ferocious dog. He was so angry that smoke came out his head. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhuo, how can you be so selfish? You want to eat all by yourself. We won't give in. Everyone around was confused. What did he mean? Eat all by himself? How did he eat all by himself? How did he become selfish? Everyone really didn't understand what he meant. The captain of Phoenix City's second high school crossed his legs and said leisurely, You don't agree? Why don't you be the captain? This sentence not only made Yu Moyan choke, it also made everyone who heard it choke. How despicable. Everyone wanted to ask Yu Moyan to reply. If I could be the captain, would it be your turn? However, Yu Moyan obviously wasn't so stubborn. Seeing that it was a foregone conclusion, he swallowed his anger and took a stance on the field. He vented all his anger on his opponents. Come up quickly. Let's finish this quickly. I still have other things to do. When this sentence came out, many people who were paying attention almost fainted on the spot, especially teacher Luo Yinling. Her heart was filled with pain. So little Moyan has no status in their team. When Jadesun High School comes, I will take good care of him. I will let him improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, he will find his captain and get justice. If this sentence was heard by Long Yuxing and the other three, including Yu Moyan, they would only sigh and say, Teacher, you think too much. We have long given up on this unrealistic hope. In this round, the top 15 of the top 20, the second high school's opponent was South G City's third high school. Facing Yu Moyan's provocation, this team's response was very interesting. A member at the end of the line was the first to step out. He only exchanged 3 moves with Yu Moyan before he was knocked back by Yu Moyan's punch. He clutched his chest and said, We surrender. This surrender was not only his personal surrender, but also the surrender of South G City's third high school. They forfeited. However, this surrender made countless spectating teachers nod their heads. Phoenix City's second high school had won 5 matches in a row. They were strong, had great talent, and had the potential to win the championship. As for South G City's third high school, they obviously didn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Instead of fighting with all their strength and having to surrender due to injuries, it was better to conserve their strength and prepare for the next round of elimination. Perhaps they could fight for a chance to enter the top 15. South G City's third high school's decision seemed to be a sign of weakness, but it was actually very wise, because their next opponent would definitely be a team that had just finished a fierce battle. They would definitely take advantage of this situation. Next, it was another round of waiting. Due to the fact that there were only 10 matches in the current round of 20 to 15 participants, the amount of time used was far more than the previous few days. So Xiao and the rest naturally couldn't return to the resting room to cultivate. They still stayed near the arena, but no one was idle. Each of them took out the Star Soul Jade they carried with them and concentrated on cultivating, racing against time. It was worth mentioning that after Yu Moyan and the others broke through to the Xiantian realm, except for Wan Lixio's spatial ring, which was given to her by her family, the other 4 boys' spatial rings were all bought from Zhuo. Zhuo had only said that he was selling them, and each of the 4 boys had already snatched one of them. Until now, the 1 meter higher master Zhua had received. For promissory notes, Long Yuxing and the other 3 didn't even pay in cash. Because of this matter, Master Zhua, who was greedy and stingy, had already lost his temper several times. However, Long Yuxing and the others turned a deaf ear to him and refused to pay. I owe you. It's not like I won't give it to you. When it's convenient for me, I'll get it to you. Look at how anxious you are. Do we look like people who refuse to pay? Why are you so anxious? We're schoolmates. Are you afraid that we will refuse to pay? In this regard, Zhua Xiaoduo was at his wit's end. He could still snatch the others back, but the 4 rings were bound to his divine soul. How could he get rid of these 4 fellows who refused to pay? As soon as the spatial rings were mentioned, Master Zhua's eyes turned red. This is the first time in my life that I've been taken advantage of like this. The 4 of you just wait and see. Until 11 o'clock. The top 15 were finally decided. Zhua Xiaoduo went forward to draw lots, and he met Wu Yuntian head-on. The 2 of them looked at each other face to face. Zhua Xiaoduo didn't give way. Wu Yuntian was slightly shorter than Zhua Xiaoduo. So Zhua Xiaoduo looked down at him with his head slightly lowered, while Wu Yuntian looked up slightly. It was their eyes meeting. Chapter 325. Zhua Xiaoduo lowered his head and stared at Wu Yuntian. Then he rolled his eyes and showed the whites of his eyes. The look in his eyes clearly expressed one word: trash. He rolled his eyes again and gave him a look of disdain. Idiot. Since he lowered his head, no one except Wu Yuntian could see his expression. Wu Yuntian wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he decided to draw lots first. He took a step back, curled his lips, and walked past Zhua Xiaoduo. I'll let you be proud first. I'll beat you to death later. However, the moment Zhua Xiaoduo saw him curling his lips, he exploded without warning. Wu Yuntian, are you crazy? What did the referees do to you? You scolded them? How can you be so uneducated? At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was waiting for the lots to be drawn. The effect of Zhua Xiaoduo's sudden shout was earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Their gazes followed the sound and looked over, especially the few judges and referees. Their faces became gloomy all of a sudden. Scolding the judges? Wu Yuntian felt blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, Zhua Xiaoduo, don't you dare slander me. When did I scold? Scold the teachers? Wu Yuntian was halfway through his sentence when Zhua Xiaoduo suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at his eyes. Wu Yuntian subconsciously paused midway, and the words that came out of his mouth became, when did I scold? Scold, teacher? You scolded them just now. Zhua Xiaoduo looked simple and honest. He said disdainfully, I can't stand despicable people like you who say one thing and mean another. You didn't scold them just now, so why did you say when you scolded Teacher Ma? I didn't say who you scolded. Why are you in such a hurry to distinguish the details? Zhua Xiaoduo was filled with righteous indignation. Since you didn't ask, then let me ask you. What did Teacher Ma do to you that you scolded him? Among the judges, there was a teacher with the surname Ma. Master Zhua already knew about this. This was also the reason why Master Zhua had an idea. That Teacher Ma happened to have a long horse face. He looked quite fierce. He was ashamed of his inferiority and cared a lot about his appearance. One could even say that he was afraid of it. At this moment, his face was even more gloomy. The other teachers were also flabbergasted. They really didn't notice any small movements here just now. Did Wu Yuntian really scolded him? If he didn't scold him, then there was no need to argue about the details. So Wu Yuntian scolded his face. Teacher Ma, Teacher Wu scolded you. And scolded Teacher Ma. Scolded Wu scolded him. Teacher Ma's face turned gloomy. He glared at Wu Yuntian and said, check the surveillance footage. The other teachers were also gloomy. Some felt that Teacher Ma was making a mountain out of a molehill, but some felt that it was necessary to clarify this matter. The surveillance video was quickly shown. Although it was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, no matter if it was from the left or the right, Wu Yuntian's mouth seemed to move when the two of them brushed past each other. He curled his lips and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo cried out with a surprised expression. It seemed like the truth was out. Wu Yuntian had indeed scolded him, and from the way his lips moved, the words he scolded at that moment should be extremely vulgar. At this moment, all the judges looked at Wu Yuntian with unfriendly eyes. We worked so hard to be judges. Are we here to be scolded? Besides, who do you think you are, Wu Yuntian? Wu Yuntian felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to wash away this injustice. He said angrily, I didn't scold him. I didn't scold him. I really didn't scold him. So Xiaoduo was also angry. You scolded him. You scolded him. You scolded him. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. He was simple and honest. Instinctively, he gave off a feeling that this child's words were reliable. Definitely reliable. This child didn't look like the kind of child who liked to lie and slander others. He also had a strong sense of justice. Yes, yesterday his form teacher seemed to have emphasized this personality of his, righteousness. He couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was gloomy as he said, Let's forget about this matter. Hurry up and draw the lots. Wu Yuntian felt that something was amiss. Was he holding a grudge? He hurriedly shouted, Teacher Ma, I really didn't scold you. Teacher Ma waved his hand in disgust. All right, hurry up and draw the lots. You've already wasted a lot of time. Wu Yuntian was extremely angry. He turned to Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo, I have no grievances with you. Why did you frame me? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were full of surprise as he asked, Yes, you have no grievances with me. Why would I frame you? Wu Yuntian was provoked by this rhetorical question. He almost vomited blood. You're shameless. Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He cried out as if he had been wronged. It's just a drawing of lots. Who wants to cause trouble and complicate matters? The problem is that you've gone too far. Teacher Ma came all the way here to judge the winner and uphold justice for us. You're so selfless and upright. How noble are you? What do you mean by saying that I'm ugly the moment you come up? Did I eat your rice just because I'm good-looking? I, Zhou Xiaoduo, can't stand people like you. If I can't stand you, I'll say it. I'll say it. There's no such logic in this world. Zhou Xiaoduo said hatefully. How did Teacher Ma offend you? Why did you do this? Don't be afraid of others talking about it. Wu Yuntian felt his vision turn black. He shouted crazily, I didn't scold you. I didn't scold you. If you didn't scold me, then why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Xiaoduo said angrily, So many people have seen the surveillance footage. Don't tell me that I've wronged you. Did I frame you? If you don't move your mouth, then am I framing you or am I framing myself? Do you think I'm stupid? Wu Yuntian threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he didn't clear up the matter today, the judges and referees would definitely have opinions about him. The most direct consequence would be that his future would be affected. He said firmly, You keep saying that I scolded Teacher Ma. Then answer me. What did I scold? So Xiaoduo turned around and bowed to Teacher Ma. Then he turned around and said, I really don't dare to repeat what you said. Teacher Ma is an elder worthy of my respect. I've asked you to scold him once too many times. Now you want to repeat it? Wu Yuntian was furious. He said, You don't dare to say it? So Xiaoduo said, I don't dare to say it. Then how do you prove that I scolded Teacher Ma and that you're not slandering me? Wu Yuntian thought that he had succeeded. This, do I still need to prove it? Zhou Xiaoduo looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread his hands and said, I think that justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue anymore. Under the eyes of so many people, there's no need to argue. Teacher Ma is magnanimous and Wang Han is tolerant. Let's just draw the lots and not waste any more time. Wu Yuntian was so angry that he almost fainted. He felt like he had no way to defend himself. I. On the stage, Teacher Ma let out a thunderous roar. Hurry up and draw the lots. Teacher Ma's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The way he looked at Wu Yuntian was as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The truth was right in front of him. Why do you want Zhuo Xiaoduo to repeat what he had scolded? Do you think I don't know what you're scolding? Other than my face being too long, what else do I have that makes people look down on me the moment they meet me? Why did he have to repeat it? This kid really has a wicked heart. Fortunately, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't repeat those two words. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoduo, this kid, was indeed a person with a strong sense of justice. Not bad. The other teachers also felt that the development of today's situation was too strange. There seemed to be something fishy going on. But since the person involved had spoken, and their suspicions were just suspicions, maybe Wu Yuntian had really scolded him? Just as he said, there was no enmity between them. Then why didn't Zhuo Xiaoduo slander him? Furthermore, Wu Yuntian's mouth had indeed moved. This was irrefutable evidence. On the stage, Teacher Li, who was leading Feng Hai, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Hu Riyun and Luo Lai were beaming with joy. Only the people on both sides could be sure that Wu Yuntian had definitely been tricked by Zhuo Xiaoduo. But as for how he had tricked him, they still couldn't figure it out. However, no matter how he had done it, this matter really made people feel good. When Zhuo Xiaoduo went forward to draw the lot, Wu Yuntian was so angry that he was twitching nonstop. He couldn't help but tremble, and his face was as white as paper. Even though they were separated by a short distance, he could still feel that Teacher Ma's gaze was as sharp as a sword as it swept over his body. And all of this was caused by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was still cautious, honest, simple, honest, and honest. He went forward to draw the lot obediently. Before he could even take a look, he heard Wu Yuntian beside him laughing heartily. His voice was filled with hatred as he said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, it's our turn next." Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo opened it and deliberately made a surprised expression. Feng Hai 13 High School, Wu Yuntian was full of resentment. He finally found a chance to vent. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're destined to suffer retribution for using tricks and tricks to make trouble. Yes, you've successfully framed me now. But this afternoon will be the time for me to take my revenge. Everyone looked over and saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he said angrily, "Wu Yuntian, what do you mean? Are you trying to vent your anger on me because of what happened just now? So you want to kill me during the competition? Kill you?" This sentence seemed to remind Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian laughed and said cruelly, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, since it's our turn, do you dare to draw the lot for the life and death battle?" Chapter 326. This was something that both sides had agreed upon in the morning, but people outside of the two schools didn't know about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked confused. What? Life and death ring? What is life and death ring? All the referees' faces changed when they heard this. Life and death ring? Wu Yuntian wanted to start a life and death ring because of this? You were exposed for scolding a teacher, and now you want to fight with the person who exposed you? If this wasn't pure revenge, then what was? It seemed that this guy's heart was narrow-minded and evil to a certain extent. On the stage, a female referee was already yelling, "Wu Yuntian, calm down. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Zhuo Xiaoduo also had a look of understanding and comforted him. "Wu Yuntian, you really have to calm down. It was just an accident. Besides, the teachers didn't blame you, right? You don't have to be so angry. It's important to calm down before a big battle." He was actually trying to be a good person. Wu Yuntian was completely mad at this moment, and he asked loudly, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you don't dare? You coward." This morning, Zhuo Xiaoduo interrupted him with a fierce expression. Who? Who doesn't dare? I just feel that it's a bit too much to fight to the death over such a small matter." Wu Yuntian yelled, "I'm only asking you if you dare. Do you sign it or not?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were full of anger. He looked like a pitiful and honest student who was forced to the extreme, and even his breathing was heavy. After a while, he said with grief and indignation, "You want to kill me over such a small matter?" Wu Yuntian yelled, "I already planned to fight with you in the life and death ring. Why, you don't dare to sign it." "Who said I want to fight with you in the life and death ring?" Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. "Do you really want to kill me?" Wu Yuntian's face was ferocious. "Coward, you don't dare to admit what you promised? Are you afraid of death at this moment? You don't want to sign it? You don't dare?" His interrogation grew more and more contemptuous, more and more angry, and more infuriated Zhou Xiaoduo. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you coward! 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 Cowards who only know how to scheme against others. Don't dare to fight me to the death." "Who wouldn't dare?" Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. At the judging panel, Teacher Ma reminded him loudly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, ignore him. This place." However, in that instant, Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to have been provoked and lost his rationality. He shouted, "Life and death arena it is. Wu Yintian, you've gone too far. Today I, Iron Fist young nobles with Xiaoduo, will fight you to the death." His face was full of grief and indignation, and his whole body was full of grievances. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What kind of quality is this? What kind of upbringing was this? You scolded your teacher in front of everyone, and you still think you're in the right? Do you have to fight to the death just because someone said you were wrong? All right, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Let's put aside who's stronger and who's weaker and who's stronger. I won't take this lying down even if I die. Let's fight then. Life and death arena it is. Who's afraid of who?" Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more agitated. He jumped up and down on the stage, his expression more and more sorrowful. His mouth was like a cannon. "What kind of world is this? Bah, that's the kind of person you are. He's just a scum of society when he grows up. He's going to fight to the death if he does something wrong. Who's afraid of you? I can't take it anymore. There's actually such a person in this world." His voice grew louder and louder. Coupled with his face full of indignation and cursing, Wu Yuntian's voice was completely drowned out by him. Wu Yuntian's heart was probably filled with the cruel pleasure of getting his revenge, so he didn't respond. "Finally, I've caught you. Let's see how you're going to escape from the life and death arena. Let's see how you're going to frame me. Curse and be agitated. The louder you curse now, the worse you'll die later." On the stage, a few of the head judges stood up. It was obvious that they wanted to stop the fight. The life and death arena was never a small matter. The students who were able to make it here were the cream of the crop from their respective universities. They were all geniuses from different universities. If any of them died, it would be a loss. Moreover, the students who were able to make it this far usually had their own families behind them. If any of them died here, it would cause a huge uproar and cause endless trouble. When Wu Yuntian saw this, he was afraid that someone would stop the life and death arena. He shouted, "Zhou Xiaoduo." Zhou Xiaoduo stared back at him with red eyes. "Why are you calling me your father?" "Life and death arena. Clap your hands and swear. Do you dare? You think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Clap, clap, clap." "Wait." On the stage, Teacher Ma, who was the head judge, flew up and shouted to stop them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhou Xiaoduo's and Wu Yuntian's palms had already collided. There were 3 consecutive sounds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, clapping their hands and swearing an oath, the life and death arena could not be changed. These 2 students were not just students. They were also the team leaders of their respective universities. They represented the reputation of their respective universities. Now, if anyone took a step back, the entire university would not be able to raise their heads. They would be scolded for being cowardly for many years. The tragedy that was destined to happen could not be undone. In the life and death arena, one must die. Moreover, these 2 were the team leaders. After drawing lots, it was no longer a matter of 2 people, but 2 teams. The life and death arena of 2 teams. Sigh. Teacher Ma's long face was filled with anxiety. He pointed at Zhuo and was exasperated. Yu, can't you tolerate this temper of yours? Zhuo said respectfully, Don't worry, Teacher Ma. This is just my temper. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. If there's anything I don't like, I'll say it. This temper of mine has caused a lot of trouble. It's okay. I'm used to it. Teacher Ma sighed. This is the life and death arena. Zhuo said righteously. Everything is destined to be like this. It's fate. This student would like to be so bold as to say that this kind of despicable person, regardless of whether I hear or see him, I will still say what I have to say. This time, next time, it will always be the same. Good boy. Teacher Ma sighed softly. You must be careful. If you don't die and can pass this stage, you can consider joining Huayang Gaolu. Thank you, Teacher Ma. At the side, Wu Yuntian also bowed solemnly. Teacher Ma, I really didn't. Teacher Ma snorted and turned to leave. A student like you, no matter how high your aptitude is, Huayang Gaolu will never accept you. A student who doesn't respect his teachers, no matter how high his talent is, no matter how great his future achievements are, can you expect him to get back to his school? Do you dare to count on him? Moreover, he scolded me. Wu Yuntian. In the stands, Li Chengqiu's face was gloomy. He muttered, Huayang Gaolu. So what if you're Huayang Gaolu? You actually said it as if it's a famous school. If I didn't know, I would think it's one of the 3 famous schools. TSK, you don't know your limits. Oof. They were far apart from each other, and it was very noisy. He thought that Teacher Ma wouldn't be able to hear him. But unfortunately, since the incident just now, Teacher Ma had been paying attention to all the students of Fenghai 13 High School and the 2 leading teachers. He spread out his divine sense to capture the movements on the other side. All of a sudden, with a long roar, Teacher Ma leaped several hundred meters into the air and slapped Teacher Li's face. Then, he gave him a round of beatings. After a round of beating, Mr. Ma stood up again. He pointed at himself and scolded, You're right. My Huayang High School is not a famous school. I don't even know how long my face is. But I'll say it here today. In the future, no one from Fenghai 13 High School will be accepted by Huayang Gaolu. We can't afford it. Li Chengqiu covered his swollen and bleeding face and didn't dare to make sound. Even if the other teachers didn't understand what happened here, when they heard Teacher Ma's words and saw Li Chengqiu's face, they immediately understood. In an instant, many teachers' eyes were filled with anger. Even if you're dissatisfied with this teacher, don't involve the school. Huayang Gaolu is not a famous school. Then Fenghai 13 High School is a famous school. This teacher Li Chengqiu actually rose to the level of Huayang Gaolu because of Teacher Ma's face. He deserved to be beaten to death. Then, everyone's thoughtful eyes focused on Wu Yuntian again. With such a teacher, it was possible for this student to scold the teacher in a low voice on the stage. At this time, all the students from Fenghai 13 High School were pale. This time, Fenghai 13 High School was famous. A student was caught secretly scolding the referee teacher on the stage. Not only that, the student's teacher was also caught scolding someone else's school. This was simply an unlucky day. At this moment, all the teachers from the various high martial arts schools were looking at them with undisguised disgust. Zhuo, Wu Yuntian shouted furiously, sign the life and death agreement. He took it for granted that Zhuo was to blame for all the mistakes and all the consequences. If this bastard didn't frame him, how could things have come to this point? Well, although he thought so, it wasn't wrong, because it was the truth. That Zhuo rolled his eyes and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Our competition will only start in the afternoon. It's not a competition, it's a life and death battle. On the opposite side, 6 people, including Wu Yuntian, roared together. Their aura was actually very strong. The way they looked at Zhuo was full of undisguised murderous intent. On the other side of the stage, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all in admiration. Even Yu Moyan, who had been thinking about it, knew clearly that if he was on the stage, he would never be able to cause such a big storm. Only someone like Zhuo, who was sinister and cunning, would be able to seize the slightest opportunity and use a combination of punches to make the entire school unable to make a comeback. They had to admit defeat. Sinister, too sinister, a true sinister old fox. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced and full of admiration. Long Yuxing and the others were in admiration. His maneuver was godly. Chapter 327. Zhuo was also surprised by the current situation. He was just used to taking advantage of every loophole in the enemy and creating traps out of habit that, in fact, his original intention was very simple and pure. After the winner and loser of the life and death arena was clear, he could still stand on the high ground of righteousness. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to kill Wu Yintian. This was very important. Someone would definitely die this time, but this was not the key point. The key point was that there would definitely be revenge after the death, whether it was from Fenghai High School number 13 or the family of the deceased. It was for this reason that Zhuo was eager to lock down the dead person in this battle. Perhaps Wanli Xiu was not afraid of revenge, but Long Yuxing and the others might not be able to withstand it. If they all came for him, he might not be afraid of them. Sigh. Long Yuxing and the others were too honest after all. But in this way, the moral high ground became extremely important, especially crucial. The first step was to tarnish Wu Yuntian's reputation. There were so many teachers around, and the evidence was vague, but that was enough. The second step was to continue the same before the final battle and make the situation worse. The third step was to kill the person involved. The fourth step, to wait for the other party to come for revenge. And then, I am the witness of the whole world. What right do you have to take revenge on me? Everyone had seen what had happened back then at the fifth step after that. Your family is so unreasonable. I will call on all the witnesses to destroy you. This was not completely impossible. At the very least, some people would intervene because of this. That would be a free help. As long as today was done well, all of this was possible. Masters was acting like an award-winning actor, and the situation was carried out perfectly according to his script. But what he did not expect was that the leader of the other party, Teacher Li Qingxiu, would be so cooperative when he just wanted to settle the life and death arena. The words that were whispered at the bottom were simply too awesome. And the most awesome thing was, he was caught red-handed by the person involved, Teacher Horseface. It was even more wonderful. Too cooperative. I didn't even want to ruin your school directly, but now you're pushing your own school into the toilet. I believe that this way, all the teachers in the entire competition venue will be on my side. This will lay down a solid foundation for me to deal with you all in the future. The above is an excerpt from the Zhuo Life and Death Arena event standard format work report. Zhuo had already learned one thing. Always occupy the moral high ground. Furthermore, he had to stand on it. And he had to continue standing there. No matter who it is, I will stand on it. With this as the foundation, he would be able to defeat any enemy with ease. Zhuo's usual routine was, you think I've thought of the first step, but I've already thought of the ninth step. In fact, I've already thought of the end point, your end point. This was the essence of Master's life philosophy. The drawing of lots ended. In the afternoon, Phoenix City's 2nd high school fought against Fenghai City's 13th high school. This news swept through the entire city like a hurricane. So much so that the spectator seats in the first competition area were completely filled before lunchtime. Yes, it was filled. It wasn't as simple as just filling up the seats. Although there were no crawlers or hangers, there were many people standing and squatting. The entire seating area was filled to the brim. Even further ahead, countless live streamers had set up their cameras. Thousands of mobile phones were already on standby, ready for battle. Our countrymen were like this. Perhaps there would only be a few people who would really fight. However, there would always be an endless number of people watching the show. They didn't care who won or lost, who was righteous or evil, who was wronged or who was plotting. They didn't care about all of this. They only cared about whether their live stream would be popular, whether they could bring in topics and traffic, whether they could cash in and raise money for them. As for the rest, they only cared about watching the show and nothing else. Yes, it would be more exciting if their head were knocked off. It didn't matter if they had the head of a hero or a hooligan, as long as it was exciting. You're going to fight in the afternoon? Hurian looked at Zwishaoduo. Although it was a question, her tone was firm. Zwishaoduo smiled slightly. Teacher, your justice naturally needs to be brought back by your own student. Huriyun's eyes were watery. She smiled in an unusually gratified manner. Then she said softly, Xiao Duo, the life and death arena is not an ordinary competition. You must remember, don't hold back. Although most of the people who die in the life and death arena are weak, it's not like there aren't any strong people who die in the life and death arena. And the strong people who die in the life and death arena, there is only one reason for their death, and that is mercy. Huriyun warned word by word. Zwishaoduo took a deep breath. I won't. What do you mean by being soft-hearted? Yes. The rest is to pay attention to your safety. If you feel that your life is in danger, you must immediately jump down from the arena. Huriyun said in a low voice, don't be afraid of losing face. After jumping down from the arena, your life will be saved. Understand. Luo Lai also came over to warn him. However, compared to their worries, Huriyun and Luo Lai were full of confidence in Zwishaoduo. They were confident that he would win. When had this kid ever fought a battle that he was not confident in? No, not even once. That the same advice also appeared among the few people in Fenghai City's 13th high school. Li Qingxiu and the other teacher in charge of the team guided them patiently, giving instructions to the entire team. Your ability to hide your cultivation is your greatest weapon. There's no point in hiding it now. When you fight, don't hold back. But be careful. Once you attack, it must be a fatal blow. Don't give the opponent a chance to recover. Yes, teacher. When we fight in the afternoon, the opponent will most likely send Zwishaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. Since Zwishaoduo is known as the Iron Fist Young Master, he must be very accomplished in his fists. Don't fight with him rashly before you know his strength. According to Luo Lai, Zwishaoduo's ability is at least above Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the rest who have already fought. This is especially true in terms of fist techniques. Be careful. Understood. With your cultivation bases, I'm not worried at all. Gao Yin'er, Gao Ping'er, the two of you. Teacher, we must fight. Gao Yin'er's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Zwishaoduo has humiliated me. I will never let him go. I must kill him with my own hands. Li Chengxiu's face showed hesitation. I am afraid you are not Zwishaoduo's opponent. Gao Yin'er gritted her teeth and said, that's where Zwishaoduo only has innate realm cultivation, while we sisters have already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. If we still can't win, what's the point of living? If we can't wash away such humiliation with our own hands, what's the point of living on? Li Chengxiu and the other teacher leading the team were silent for a while. Both of their hearts were filled with disapproval. You call this a great humiliation? If you didn't provoke the other teacher, would he scold you? It's more like you brought it upon yourself. The so-called karma is nothing more than this. However, they definitely couldn't say that about their own students in front of them. You can discuss and decide on the specifics of the battle formation. The other teacher leading the team said, there's one thing that is especially important. In the life and death ring, if you can kill your opponent, you naturally have to kill without leaving any leeway. However, if you realize that you have lost your chance of winning and your life is in danger at any time, you must not be afraid of losing face and jump out of the ring immediately. If you lose your face, you still have a chance to win it back. Once you lose your life, you will really lose everything. The two teachers retreated, leaving the 6 people to discuss tactics. Teacher Li, even if you can go back this time, I'm afraid that you will be in big trouble. Just like Zwishaoduo, although they kept reminding, the teachers of Fenghai City Martial Arts School were very confident in their own student strength. They felt that they would never lose. They even felt that this time, Fenghai City Martial Arts School was more prepared and stronger than every year. They were going straight for the championship. This time, sigh. Li Chengxiu sighed instinctively after comforting his students. It was a matter that only he understood for the time being, and he had to face it. This time, he was in big trouble. Today's accident made almost all the teachers of high martial arts schools have a bad impression of himself and the students of Fenghai City. This influence was extremely bad. Not only did it affect the perception of Wu Yuntian and the others, but it also affected the promotion of the other students of the school. Let's wait until we win in the afternoon and talk about the follow-up. Li Chengxiu frowned. I didn't expect that the student of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School to be so insidious. However, as long as our school can win the championship or even the top 3, we can still recover a considerable amount of influence. But if nothing will happen. As long as we can kill as many students of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School as possible, the momentum will naturally come back to our side. Another teacher comforted. I hope so. Li Chengxiu regretted just thinking about it. Why did he have to provoke Hu Ruoyan? The series of events that had occurred were truly unexpected. 1:30 in the afternoon. The competition had not yet started, but the spectator stand were already crowded. Even the aisles were full of people. There were really a lot of people waiting for a ticket. The first few rows of the spectator stand were basically all high martial arts teachers. Some of them simply stood in front of the ring with their hands behind their backs, just watching. Teacher Luo Yanling was in a tight suit, standing in the front position, always on guard. Her purpose was to be ready to rescue at any time. As for breaking the rules, I'm just saving the students. Besides, even if I break the rules, who dares to come up? Whoever comes up, I'll shout that I want to catch a hooligan. Teacher Luo had already made up her mind. Of course, this preferential treatment she only intended to give to Yu Moyan. Even if the other geniuses performed better, she would not be tempted. She only had eyes for Yu Moyan. She had taken a fancy to this seemingly honest and quiet child. Chapter 328. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With the sound of the bell, Zhou Xiaoduo and Wu Yuntian stood on the left and right of the ring respectively. Above them, the high school teachers had already prepared the life and death agreement. Horse-faced teacher Ma stepped forward and read out the various matters expressionlessly. Once the life and death agreement is signed, there will be no regrets. Now, you still have the chance to go back on your word. No one is allowed to interfere. Wu Yintian looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo, you coward. Are you going back on your word? Zhou Xiaoduo did not even look at him. He said firmly, as a man, what joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? After saying that, he took a step forward and took the lead to pick up a pen and sign his name. Wu Yintian laughed. Straightforward. You're a real man. He signed his name too. Teacher Ma sighed and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Take care. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Ma held the life and death agreement in his hand and walked around the ring. He read it out loud again for everyone to bear witness. At this point, the competition officially began. Zhou Xiaoduo did not go down from the ring. He just stood there while Wu Yintian went back to arrange the deployment. The life and death agreement was signed by the two captains. It was equivalent to the two teams. There was no room for carelessness in the tactical arrangements, especially when the strength of the opposing team was not to be underestimated. There was no room for carelessness. But now, Wu Yintian felt that the other side had added at least 30% or more. Zhou Xiaoduo, the candidate for the battle, was left on the ring. At the very least, he was a participant in the first battle. He was no different from a live target. At this moment, all they needed to do was to figure out how to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo. It was too advantageous. Zhou Xiaoduo stood on the stage, looking like a handsome young man. He was tall, had a fair complexion, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Every aspect of him was proof that he was a handsome young master in this chaotic world. coupled with his righteous aura and honest face. He looked like the honest and reliable type. Just looking at him made many female audience members fall in love with him. This child is really not bad. This figure is really strong. One look, and I can tell that he has a good personality. Very honest, very honest. Yeah, I hope he doesn't lose. On the stage, Zhuo maintained his honest and sincere demeanor. He took a few steps forward and suddenly revealed a somewhat bashful smile. Seemingly a little embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, My name is Zhuo. Cough, cough. I'm a student of Phoenix City Second High School. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. Everyone gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Young Master. Actually, my family is very poor. I don't deserve the name Young Master. Everyone was speechless. You're focusing on the wrong thing, kid. You should be worried that your nickname of Iron Fist Young Master has exposed too much to how could it be related to the question of whether or not she was worthy of Gongzi? This is my first time fighting in the life and death arena, and I've never fought with such rules before. Zhuo's face was simple and honest. He scratched his head and said, That's why I have a few questions to ask the judges. He turned around and bowed seriously. I hope the judges can answer my questions while you're busy. The judges all like this honest, courteous, and honest kid very much. Compared to a certain person's bad performance, he was much better. They spoke almost at the same time. What questions do you have? Just say it. We'll answer it for you. Zhuo said, What I'm worried about is actually after I win. Because if I lose, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Everyone smiled at the same time, but they felt their hearts clench. What a good child, so honest. What I want to ask is, if I kill the other party, will the family behind them take revenge on me? I heard that the contestants who can represent a school are either very strong themselves or have a family behind them that is very powerful. Zhuo looked worried. My family is just an ordinary family. What I'm most worried about is bringing disaster to my family. Now, everyone had a better impression of this kid. Teacher Ma looked kind and said, I'll answer your question for you. In the life and death arena, as long as the life and death agreement is signed, it's a personal grudge between the signatories. There are no regrets in life and no regrets in death. If you die, you die. If you die without regrets. Since there are no regrets, you won't be allowed to take revenge. Zhuo said worriedly, People are born biased. Even if the rules don't allow it, the relatives of the deceased may not be willing to give up on revenge. If something happens after that, what should we do? Teacher Ma said solemnly, As long as you're still breathing, spread this news. All of the teachers here will testify for you and support you. We're not supporting you. We're supporting the rules. No one is allowed to trample on the rules. There was once someone who died in the life and death arena, and the family took revenge. Later, this family was completely wiped out by the joint forces of various parties. There's a precedent for this. Everyone knows that if anyone deliberately violates this taboo, they're seeking death. There's a reason for this. Many teachers nodded. Indeed, this was the truth. The life and death arena is a matter of honor for a martial artist. Life and death are things that a martial artist has to face at all times. Since you've signed a contract, you have to abide by it. The whole continent is bearing witness to it. Zhuo said, I don't doubt Teacher Ma's words, but I'm just an ordinary student. I'm still worried. Consider it as me being petty. Can you give me the contact details of all the teachers? If something happens to me in the future, I can get someone to spread the news. This way, the people who break the contract will not be able to get away scot-free and ignore the rules. Okay, no problem. The teachers agreed and left their phone numbers one after another. Zhuo recorded it seriously and bowed. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, teachers. Really, my heart is filled with warmth. In this world, there are still many good people. All the teachers are righteous and have students all over the world. You're really my role model. Phoenix City's second high school. Hu Riyun and Luo Lai lowered their heads and massaged their temples. To outsiders, they seemed to be sad, but in reality, They were trying their best to endure that this kid was really good at acting. As for Long Yuxing and the others, their faces were immediately filled with heartfelt admiration and admiration. They were even gasping in amazement. It was a marvelous sight. His acting was really too strong. They believed that just this act alone was enough to make the opponent's mind unstable and furious. It was expected that their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he had accumulated a strong network of contacts for himself. These contacts were all connections, and they were all very high-level ones at that. They were all teachers from various high martial arts schools. Which one of them had a lower cultivation level than Huayan? So was really making a fortune. This was all knowledge. He had to learn it. It was really awesome. Long Yuxing and the rest thoughts were not wrong at all. On the opposite side, the first contestant, Gao Yin'er, who was dressed in white, had already stood up. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's side seemed to be holding a press conference. They kept exchanging contact details and did not have any intention of responding to Gao Yin'er. However, the other side's communicators were all judges and high martial arts teachers. Gao Yin'er did not dare to interrupt at all. She could only stand and watch from aside. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo, bowing continuously. He was honest and sincere, and his mouth was as sweet as honeyed. All kinds of pretentious actions made her hate him so much that her heart was about to split open. She was fuming with anger. Even her heart was beating faster, and her temples were throbbing. You're so fucking polite. Why are you participating in this competition? Why are you learning martial arts? This bastard. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally done with his work. He bowed respectfully and made a circle with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Thank you, teachers. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, would like to invite all the teachers here to be witnesses. In this life and death arena, if our Phoenix City's second high school loses and dies in battle, we will still have no complaints. No one is allowed to take revenge for us. Otherwise, we will bear the name of martial artists in the underworld. No regrets in victory or defeat. No complaints in life or death. Zhou Xiaoduo said passionately. This is the declaration of I, the Iron Fist Young Master, Zhou Xiaoduo, in the life and death battle. There was a round of applause. It was very warm. Opposite him, Gao Yin'er's face was red with anger. She said, Zhou Xiaoduo, you pervert, are you done? Hearing this, many people's faces turned ugly. Pervert? How'd he pervert you? He hasn't even spoken to you, okay? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said apologetically, Please wait for a moment, miss. I only have one sentence to say. Why are you so talkative? Gao Yin'er was impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said loudly, I only have one last sentence to say. Chapter 329. Zhou Xiaoduo's appearance was greeted by cheers from the audience. Zhou Xiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. We don't know how strong the Iron Fist is, but the title of Young Master is unparalleled in the world. Good style. A high martial arts teacher blurted out a compliment. But the opponent couldn't do it. Gao Yin'er didn't expect Zhou Xiaoduo to perform a martial arts salute at the beginning of the battle. She didn't know how to react for a moment. At this time, Zhou Xiaoduo was already in a fighting posture. He knew that the opponent would attack at any time, so he didn't bother to return the salute and pulled out his long sword with a clang. Many teachers secretly shook their heads. This was a martial arts salute before a battle of life and death, but he didn't even return the salute. How did the teacher teach him? This was the most basic integrity of a martial artist. Okay? They couldn't help but feel that all the students in Fenghai City's number 13 high school were like this. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yin'er's whole body was like a swallow on the water. Her body was light and graceful, and her sword light was restrained. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a stream of light, aiming directly at Zhou Xiaoduo. When she arrived in front of Zhou Xiaoduo, the sword light suddenly lit up. Zhuo, hand over your life. A loud shout. Zhuo lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His eyes were focused, and he suddenly punched toward the incoming sword light. Good. A high martial arts teacher couldn't help but cheer. His punch was really just right. At first, he didn't move to deal with the changes by staying still. Now, he only punched once, but it was the critical moment when the opponent's sword momentum was exhausted and couldn't change the move anymore. What a good Iron Fist young master. He really lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at this punch, the title of Iron Fist Young Master was well-deserved. Bang! His fist collided with the tip of the opponent's sword without any tricks. The sharp and shining tip of the sword didn't pierce through at all. It was bounced off by the punch. Gao Yinner's body rolled and retreated 7 or 8 meters. On the other hand, Zhuo stood up and walked towards Gao Yinner with nimble steps that were neither fast nor slow. You cheated, Gao Yinner screamed. You have gloves on your hands. Zhuo said helplessly. Student, I'm known as the Iron Fist Young Master. Isn't it normal for me to have gloves on my hands? Is this cheating? The onlookers also laughed disdainfully. There was nothing wrong with what he said. You're holding a sword, so is it fair for the other party to fight you barehanded? How could he openly accuse them of cheating? What kind of logic was this? Or was this the logic of Fenghai City's number 13 middle school? However, everyone could see that Gao Yinner's agility was far above that of Zhuo. What was more important was that Gao Yinner's cultivation had exploded to its limit and revealed her true strength. Embryonic breathing realm. Once he collided with Zhuo, he could not withstand his opponent's strength. He immediately used his body movement skill to dodge the attack, then slowed down a little before attacking again. He seemed to be at ease. The situation was at a stalemate. At the very least, it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. However, many of the teachers felt that it was a pity. This Zhuo was really a rare genius. Using his bare fist to fight against a sharp sword. Using his innate cultivation to fight against an embryonic breathing realm practitioner, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand every time. If it were not for the fact that Gao Yinner's body movement skill and cultivation were excellent, she would have been defeated for a long time. It could be said that this child, Zhuo, was a battle genius. At this moment, Gao Yinner let out a long whistle and suddenly unleashed her sword power. The sword wind made a hissing sound as it cut through the air. Streaks of sword chi appeared in an unprecedentedly swift and fierce manner. They rushed towards Zhuo from all directions, forming a four-sided encirclement with the intention of killing him. She thought that she had already figured out Zhuo's ins and outs. She was determined to counterattack and attack with all her might. Every move, every style, and every sword was aimed at a vital point. Zhuo's fists fell like rain. He tried his best to block every sword attack, but it was a pity that he missed a lot. As he let out a loud cry, his shoulder was slashed by the incoming sword chi. Following that, his thigh was also slashed and fresh blood dripped out. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. However, at this moment, Zhuo seemed to have lost his temper. With an angry roar, he suddenly changed his pace. There was a faint twinkle of starlight. Then, his whole body actually broke through the sword net and rushed forward. At this moment, Gao Yinner's sword was aimed at Zhuo's throat, which was a vital point. The distance between the two of them was so close that it was difficult to dodge. Many people held their breaths and stared at the battle. There were even more people who had predicted the outcome of the battle and simply closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Zhuo was in danger. Gao Yinner's sword was aimed at Zhuo's throat. Although Zhuo courageously broke through the sword net and had room to attack, he was inferior to his opponent in terms of attack distance, attack strength, and landing position. How could he turn the tables? However, at this moment, Zhuo suddenly stopped and made an extremely bold and strange move. He tilted his head abruptly and then violently to one side. With this change, not only did he avoid the sword that was aimed at his throat, but he also used his shoulder and head to clamp the attacking sword. At the same time, his right fist roared like thunder and smashed heavily on Gao Yinner's delicate head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and brain matter burst out. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly stepped back. A sword fell from his neck to the ground with a clang. Opposite him, Gao Yinner's beautiful head was directly smashed into pieces. Only her delicate headless body was left, powerlessly falling to the ground. This shocking turn of events was truly shocking and unimaginable. Gao Yinner, who had the absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, was actually smashed into pieces by a punch. No one would have thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be able to win in such a manner. The degree of danger was truly at its peak. That was a sword that clamped the opponent's strong sword aura with his neck. If there was even the slightest mistake, Zhuo Xiaoduo would definitely be the one to die. There was no chance that he would be beheaded by a sword. However, it was meaningless to talk about this now. Zhuo Xiaoduo had won, and Gao Yinner was dead. Zhuo Xiaoduo was bleeding from many places on his body. His neck was badly mutilated. It was obvious that the sword was not completely unscathed. At this moment, his eyes were full of astonishment. He stepped forward and said in a sorrowful voice, "I'm sorry, I couldn't stop." Everyone saw it clearly. At that moment, if Zhuo Xiaoduo could not defeat Gao Yinner, then Zhuo Xiaoduo's head would have fallen off. How could he stop in such a situation? This was something that everyone could understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you murderer! With a cry, Gao Pinger rushed out with a sword light and stabbed at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was retreating. This sudden attack came without any warning, rushing out just like that. This was no different from a sneak attack. It was even more despicable. Isn't this a sneak attack? Teacher Ma's face was full of dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the emotional aftermath of the murder of your family member? What kind of people does Fenghai High School cultivate? Teacher Ma did not have a good impression of Fenghai High School at all. Even if there was nothing wrong with it, in his eyes, there was no redeeming quality. There were exclamations from the audience. On the stage, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was retreating, seemed to be completely surprised. He was completely caught off guard and shouted, "You're sneak attacking!" He used the star steps again. Starlight flashed again and again. Then his whole body rose into the air. He punched the tip of the sword. Then his feet strangely staggered. With a roar, he kicked out 17 or 18 times in a row. And in this series of counterattacks, none of his kicks missed. Gao Pinger, who rushed out angrily, was kicked in the temple by Zhuo Xiaoduo. The second kick landed on the lower abdomen, the third on the chest. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, until the 18th kick landed on the head with a bang. Another beautiful head also exploded. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had probably unleashed all of his strength in a hurry. It was easy to unleash, but difficult to retract. Only after he had kicked all of them did he fall from the sky. He fell to the ground and was battered and exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to hold onto a pole to stabilize himself. It could be seen that the scene just now was very thrilling. It was so fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had landed on the ground, roared again, "Shameless! How dare you sneak attack on the life and death arena?" Then he got into a fighting posture and tried to turn around. As if he did not know that his opponent had been kicked to death. After he turned his head, he was suddenly stunned. He scratched his head in confusion and murmured, "How did he die?" It could be seen that his outburst just now was an unintentional act that he did not realize. Everyone was speechless. Apart from a few people who were close to Zhuo, who saw the scene clearly, the rest of the people didn't see it clearly. With a flash of sword light, the beauty in white who tried to sneak attack died. All of this happened too abruptly, too quickly. It's an instinctive reaction. Teacher Ma took a deep breath. This is an extreme outburst of instinct. But this kid actually learned the Dragon Gate kick and Starry Sky steps of Kunlun Taoism. And he learned it well. He almost integrated it into his instincts. This is a level that can only be achieved when one is extremely familiar with it. The whole place was silent. In the blink of an eye, Two beautiful girls who had a good figure and temperament. Died just like that. And they died so miserably. The first one fought for a long time and used all her strengths. She forced the opponent to use up all the strength of 9 oxen, 2 tigers, and a camel before she died. But what about the second one? Did he deliberately come out to die? Did he want to die? The opponent was completely unprepared. You jumped out to launch a sneak attack and got killed instantly. This does not seem to make sense. On the opposite side, Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, and the rest were all cursing angrily. Their faces were full of grievances. You guys actually launched a sneak attack. Please guarantee the monthly votes. Recommendation votes. I'm leaving for the gathering soon. Chapter 330. Shameless Sneak Attack. Even in a normal arena, there is no sneak attack like this. Yes, this is the life and death arena. They actually use sneak attacks. Is this how the teachers of Fenghai 13 teach their students? Luckily, our boss reacted quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were killed by a sneak attack, would they just say that they were angry and impulsive, and everything would be fine? Too despicable, too shameless. I'm so angry, so angry. The 5 people's faces were filled with anger, their blood boiling, as if they had suffered a great grievance. Moreover, the whole audience echoed at the same time. Yes, this is clearly a shameless sneak attack. It's really too shameless. Whether they died or not is another matter, but this is a sneak attack for sure. Unexpectedly, not many people noticed that the Phoenix City's second high school, who looked so wronged, had already won 2 matches in a row without suffering any injuries. And the Fenghai 13 high school that was being condemned had already paid with 2 fresh lives. Hu Ruiyun looked helplessly at Li Chenglong and the others who were possessed by drama queens. These guys' anger and dissatisfaction couldn't be said to be fake, but the truth was that they couldn't go on stage, not because of the sneak attack. Hu Ruiyun and Luo Lai looked at each other, both feeling very tired. They really didn't know what to say about the team that they had brought up. One drama queen was performing on stage, acting with all her heart, while the other 5 were tearfully cooperating with her. Their acting was superb, simply at a textbook level. Both of them had a strange idea. Why don't we go back and suggest that the Phoenix City's second high school be changed into a film and television school? They don't even need to study. Each one of them is a proper movie king before they even graduate. On the opposite side, Wu Yuntian looked at the 2 corpses on stage, his eyes lifeless. He was very interested in this pair of sisters and had been painstakingly pursuing them for a year and finally made some progress. But now, his head was gone. So Xiaoduo walked step by step back to his original position. Everyone could see that this kid's mental state was a bit unstable. He was still in shock, and his face was as pale as paper. His 2 legs even seemed to be trembling. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had really frightened him. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was kind. Xiaoduo, you can ask for a break and substitute someone to go on stage. This was said with good intentions, even kindness. Xiaoduo had already fought 2 matches in a row, and both matches were filled with danger. Even if he still had the strength to fight, the mental exhaustion would not be small. Furthermore, the other members of second high school had not even made a move yet. At this moment, it was reasonable for them to switch out, and no one could object. But how could Wu Yuntian allow Xiaoduo to rest? This kid was still in shock, his strength. This was the best time to take his life. He drew his sword. Xiaoduo, the famous Iron Fist young master of Phoenix City, is he going to run away like a turtle? Ma! But when he heard Wu Yuntian's words, as if he was provoked, he immediately stood up straight and shouted angrily, "You're the turtle!" A few of the judges said together, "This is a life and death battle. Once the battle is over, whether you want to continue or not is up to you. Don't be provoked." Wu Yuntian shouted, "You don't dare to fight with me? You don't dare." Xiaoduo, if you don't dare to fight, then you're a coward. I'm a hero. Then come, let's fight. Let's fight. Duo was furious. You think I'm scared of you? The judges sighed softly. This kid was good in every way. Why was he so easily provoked? He had already fought 2 matches, and his ultimate moves and fighting style had already been figured out by his opponent. If he continued fighting, it would be very dangerous. Wu Yuntian slowly drew his sword. The sword in the scabbard was already rubbing against the scabbard. Even though it was not out of the scabbard, it was already emitting a sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. It was breathtaking. With such momentum, anyone could imagine that when this sword was drawn, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Duo, you killed 2 of my classmates. You have to pay with your life. Wu Yuntian stared into Xiaoduo's eyes. Every word was like a malicious spirit demanding his life. Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this, and then he was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's not talk about the life and death battle. It's either life or death. If you didn't force me to sign the life and death battle, how would I have fought with them? And how would they have died? In a life and death battle, if they didn't die, then I would die. Is it wrong for me to kill them? Wu Yuntian, if we trace the cause of their deaths, it's definitely not me, it's you. It's you. It's you who killed 2 of your classmates because of your selfish desires. Xiaoduo roared. You're the murderer. Xiaoduo's words seemed to be sophistry, as if he was twisting words and forcing logic. But for some reason, the more they heard, the more they felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it at all, because Xiaoduo had never asked for the life and death battle. Everything was because Wu Yuntian was relentless, using all kinds of words to provoke him, using all kinds of methods to force him to sign the life and death battle contract. Now that your own people have died, you're actually blaming him for killing your people? Do you think I can only let you kill them? There's no such logic in this world, right? The murderer, tracing back to the source, was indeed this Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian's face was gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Xiaoduo, give me your life. Xiaoduo looked up to the sky and laughed. I, the Iron Fist Prince, Xiaoduo, am not afraid of you. Bring it on. Let's see who will win. Clang! An intense sword hum rang out, and a blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to be blinded in an instant. Wu Yuntian unsheathed his long sword. The moment he unsheathed his sword, he had already performed the move of becoming one with his sword. Together with his sword, the sword light shot up to the sky like a rocket, bringing along a long tail of flame as it shot towards Xiaoduo. Wu Yuntian obviously hated Xiaoduo to the core. He didn't want to be entangled with this brat anymore, and only wanted to tear Xiaoduo into pieces with one strike of his sword. So Xiaoduo shouted, "Come on!" Following his shout, the starlight under his feet lit up again. With a wave of his hands, 2 almost invisible lights flashed and disappeared. Following that, Xiaoduo performed the star steps with all his strength. His eyes were filled with brilliant starlight, and his footsteps were unpredictable, rushing towards Wu Yuntian's sword. The white light flashed and disappeared in the sword light. Wu Yuntian, who had been charging forward with an imposing aura, did not know why, but his sword light suddenly became chaotic. Following that, he let out a heart-wrenching, extremely painful scream. Despicable. My eyes. His footwork was also suddenly messed up. Xiaoduo had already rushed forward like a meteor chasing after the moon. His body was overflowing with boundless starlight, gorgeous and magnificent. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the elegant young master, a peerlessly beautiful young man, stepped on the starlight, elegantly and at ease, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, like a swimming dragon. He was really, really handsome. As the endless starlight surged, the Dragon Gate kick appeared, brazenly attacking. Boom! The kick was aimed at Wu Yuntian's crotch. After the successful attack, he didn't hesitate, and kicked again and again, like a continuous stream of 36 kicks. all aimed at the same spot, like a meteor falling one after another. It was all in the crotch. Somewhere on the spectator's stand, someone snorted in an extremely angry voice. Bastard. What? This match is being watched by the whole nation. Boom, 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 dot, as Xiaoduo was shouted loudly, his whole body spinning in the air, and as he rose, Wu Yuntian's body was also kicked up into the air one after another. Once the Dragon Gate kick was used, the speed was almost as if there was no need to change space. It was really too fast, as if there was no way to stop. 36 kicks landed on the crotch of Wu Yuntian's pants. His entire body was kicked 40 meters into the air. After the last kick, Wu Yuntian's entire body exploded in midair, turning into minced meat that scattered in all directions. And after the last kick, Xiaoduo seemed to be in a state where he couldn't control himself. His two legs were like a whirlwind, kicking out 17 or 18 times in the air, before finally stopping. Countless pieces of minced meat could be seen everywhere on the spectator stands. There were bodies everywhere. Wu Yuntian's crotch was directly smashed by Xiaoduo's Dragon Gate kick. Wretch, wretch. Instantly, the sound of vomiting was heard. It was really too disgusting. Many people were nervously watching the battle on the stage with their mouths agape, not daring to breathe. Who would have thought that pieces of minced meat would fly into their mouths? Chapter 331. The live stream was broadcasted. The internet was already in an uproar. Did I see wrongly just now? May I ask where the iron fist of this Iron Fist Prince is? I didn't see the iron fist, I only saw the crotch kick. It's so skillful. This leg technique is awesome. What kind of leg is this? It's so suitable for women's self-defense. Please tell me its name. This is the Dragon Gate kick, the unique skill of the Kunlun sect. The Dragon Gate kick is awesome. It's really the best crotch kick. Awesome. Broken voice. I didn't expect the Kunlun sect's Dragon Gate kick to be used like this. I didn't think much of the Dragon Gate kick before, but now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. This leg technique is suitable for crotch kicks. The person above is a genius. The crotch kick is awesome. They were led astray by their own eyes, and the audience was singing praises of the crotch kick. Xiaoduo wins. Teacher Ma stood up to announce the result, and then said, Xiaoduo, come forward. So Xiaoduo tidied up the dust on his body, walked forward obediently, and said respectfully, Hello, Teacher Ma. Hello, judges. This kid is so polite. Many judges praised him in their hearts. He was honest, sincere, and courteous. Most importantly, he was so handsome. Just the fact that he was pleasing to the eyes alone was enough to give him bonus points that now everyone knew that Xiaoduo had other means to win. Although they didn't know what it was, they shouldn't ask in public. This was obviously Xiaoduo's life-saving trump card. Asking would be equivalent to harming him. But they couldn't help but be curious. Xiaoduo, a female teacher said pleasantly, in these few battles, did you bring any heavy equipment? This was a question based on experience. After all, Long Yuxing and the others were all carrying a considerable amount of weight on their bodies while they were fighting. As the team leader, Xiaoduo might be fighting in the life and death arena, but he might have brought it. Xiaoduo hesitated. Facing the eyes of more than a dozen teachers, he finally nodded shyly. Yes. Yes. These two words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of all the teachers. The life and death arena actually had a weight-bearing state. Was he courting death, or was he overconfident? This match came too quickly. My emotions are also a little out of control because of the excitement. Xiaoduo was an honest man. He stammered, I forgot that I have heavy equipment on me, so I can't perform accurately. Did he forget that he was carrying weights? Causing me to misperform time and time again. This place made everyone feel dizzy again. However, after thinking about it for a while, it seemed to make sense. After all, Xiaoduo had lost control of his body after winning 2 matches. It was obvious that it was the result of poor control. Can I ask how heavy you are? The female teacher's eyes were already burning with passion. With innate cultivation, he had defeated 3 embryonic breathing realm practitioners in 3 consecutive battles. Furthermore, he was carrying weights. If he wasn't a freak, then what was he? Xiaoduo touched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm slightly heavier than my classmates, about 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin. Before today, Xiaoduo felt that it would be too shocking if he had to carry 60,000 jin of weights on his body. Hence, he changed it to a pair of 5,000 jin of weights on his arms. The few teachers' eyes bulged at the same time. What the fuck? Can I see? Teacher Ma rubbed his hands. Yes, most of my weights come from a pair of arm guards. Rather than calling it a weight, it's better to call it a weapon. Xiaoduo rolled up his trousers and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his arms. Frowning, he calculated and said, the arm guards on both arms are 5,000 jin each, so it's 10,000 jin in total. There's some other weights on my body and legs. At most, it's a few thousand jin. Altogether, it's not even 15,000 jin. All the teachers sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Carrying 15,000 jin of weights, he could still jump freely and move normally. He could jump in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He could step into the starlight with the star steps and kick open the dragon gate. This kid was just an innate expert, but he was already an innate fighting embryo breath and won instantly. Such aptitude. Being a freak was no longer enough to describe him. This was a heaven-defying style. Teacher Ma's eyes were burning. Xiaoduo, thank you for speaking up for us just now. Huayan High Martial Arts. If you have anything to say it after the competition. Another teacher interrupted him sternly. The life and death arena is not over yet. If you talk nonsense, won't you disturb Xiaoduo's state of mind? Teacher Ma gritted his teeth and looked at the teacher with a gaze as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. Xiaoduo had defeated the opponent's captain, so there was no suspense. Although there was still one more round according to the rules, who would dare to come up and die? What did he mean by the life and death arena was not over yet? This bastard obviously didn't want me to say anything. Poor me, I had to lower my status and use what happened just now as a topic. What the fuck? The female teacher who spoke just now smiled even more gently. Xiaoduo, let's talk about the competition just now. I'm Ding Xiulan from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. I'm really curious. How did you win just now? Although I know you must have used a hidden weapon, I really couldn't tell what kind of hidden weapon it was. And that leg technique of yours. At the critical moment of life and death, what kind of leg technique did you use? The other teachers were holding their breaths and admiring him. Look at him. He naturally revealed his identity according to the context. The whole process was natural, and he even used the words to ask a question. He was really good. This eloquence was really good. He was indeed from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. He was so pretentious that he could even play mind games better than others. They were ashamed of their inferiority. However, this question was also what everyone wanted to ask the most. Teacher Ding, you have sharp eyes. I did use a hidden weapon. Xiaoduo took out a handful of sparkling and translucent small gourds, small buttons, small orchids, they were all very delicate, very beautiful, sparkling and translucent. Isn't this an ordinary low-quality jade? A teacher picked up a small gourd and said in surprise, This, is it? That's it, Xiaoduo said innocently. Why do you use these flashy things? Why don't you use a stronger material? What kind of lethality can these hidden weapons have? The teacher frowned and felt that it was very inconceivable. Why do you want to practice hidden weapons? Another teacher asked. It's quite beautiful. A female teacher said. It's just that it's not lethal enough. There are different opinions, and they all focus their attention on Xiaoduo. I'm just thinking that these hidden weapons don't have much lethality. So Xiaoduo smiled honestly and said, Hidden weapons can easily kill the enemy in a sneak attack. But with mine, it won't be fatal under normal circumstances. I'm still at the stage of learning, and there's still some time before I can really fight against the Umno Alliance on the battlefield. Hidden weapons are a kind of transitional weapon for me, and they can't be used as a trump card for a long time. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I guess I won't use them anymore. This kid is really kind-hearted and thoughtful. As for using hidden weapons and leg skills, so Xiaoduo coughed and explained embarrassedly. Actually, the nickname Iron Fist Young Master is just a normal disguise. My current life-saving method is this hidden weapon, and the Dragon Gate kick, which is my real trump card. In the battle, just now, if Wu Yuntian really rushed over with the cultivation strength he showed and the power of his moves, I might really be in danger. After all, my cultivation is not enough, so I chose to use a hidden weapon to interfere. At that time, he was so angry that he hit me in the eyes. So Xiaoduo looked ashamed and said uneasily, "This is a battle of life and death, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right?" No. How can it be considered breaking the rules? Of course it's fine, it's fine. Several teachers nodded in affirmation at the same time. They warned each other with their eyes and felt a little ashamed. This child was really honest. In just a few words, he actually revealed his trump card. Sai, as teachers, it's really not nice of us to use our status and power to get this information out of him. I hope no one will tell this to others. Teacher Ding Xiulan of Shangjing Ancestral Dragon High School looked at the others and said, "This is a life-saving trump card, and it can't be revealed." The other teachers nodded in agreement. This was a necessary guarantee. Each and every one of them looked at Xiaoduo with an indescribable admiration and fondness. What a good kid. He respected his teachers and was gentle and courteous. He was honest and sincere, and he was loyal and righteous. He was determined, righteous, and handsome. So Xiaoduo, your temper is too straightforward. Teacher Ding Xiulan sighed and said, "When you encounter injustice, you stand up for justice. When you meet people who are good to you, you pour your heart out. If you do this, you will suffer in the future. Sai, you can come to Ancestral Dragon High School. I will do my best to teach you." Otherwise, when you enter society in the future, with your straightforward temper, the other teachers admired him more and more. They were so impressed that they wanted to prostrate themselves. This act of poaching was really done without the slightest trace of human activity. So Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide and said seriously, "Teachers, you are all respected elders. You are all respected seniors. Of course, I have to tell the truth. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say it. I'm not stupid." Ha! Good kid. All the teachers felt a burst of warm feeling. Such a good kid was a peerless genius, a peerless demon. If he could come to their school and become a legend, it was foreseeable almost all the teachers present had this thought in their hearts. There was a cry from the opposite side. Teacher Li Chengqiu of Fenghai City's number 13 high school said angrily, "So Xiaoduo, you murderer! Fenghai City's number 13 high school will never let you go." Chapter 332. Li Qingxiu was going crazy. 3 top geniuses from 2 big families had died in one battle. It was not hard to imagine what he would suffer when he returned. Before anyone could speak, Ding Xiulan had already stepped out. Her expression was cold, and her voice was cold. "Li Qingxiu, as a teacher, you should be a role model. What you said just now, only you could say that. I only ask you, was the life and death battle proposed by your people? Let me ask you again, did your people sign the life and death contract? The third question is, what are the rules of the life and death battle?" Ding Xiulan did not hide her disdain. You forced others to sign the life and death contract, forced others to fight to the death. Now that your own people are dead, you actually say that the other party is a murderer? If this sentence was said by a student of 13th high school, I can understand it as a moment of anger, and the teacher did not teach properly. But as a teacher, you actually said such words. How can you be a role model? Let's not talk about others, as long as I Ding Xiulan, am in this world, Fenghai City's 13th high school, and the families of the dead students, including everyone. If anyone dares to play dirty and make a move on Zhuoshaoduo or the students of Phoenix City, I, Ding Xiulan, will fight to the death with you. Ding Xiulan's face was cold, and her voice was powerful. This is the rule of martial arts. This is the fate of martial artists. This is the Longhu ranking battle. This is high martial arts enrollment. Who dares to offend? Ding Xiulan looked around. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Life and death are predestined. Our ancestral Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Who is not convinced? Stand out. At this moment, Teacher Ding Xiulan was really domineering and awe-inspiring. The other teachers also agreed. That's right. Teacher Ding is right. I agree. If anyone wants to take revenge on Zhuoshaoduo, they must first go through me. Ma Zhangxi, Teacher Ma also stood out. Our Huayang High School will not sit by and watch this kind of phenomenon. We will definitely put an end to it. Below the stage, Teacher Luo Yinling shouted. Our Northeast Jade Sun High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate it will be severely punished. Our Hidden Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate the rules will be in vain. The few teachers who spoke too late cursed in their hearts while shouting out the name of their school. Otherwise, these geniuses would really be taken away by Ding Xiulan that this woman really wasn't a good person. Looking at how she grasped the opportunity and how she was the first to stand out, the gazes of those young men were burning with respect. Damn it, it was so good to be a woman. She could act shamelessly as much as she wanted. These beautiful words were really beautiful. Countless male teachers felt that their gender was really wrong. Competing with this group of female teachers, there was really no advantage at all. At the very least, he had never even thought about such a thing before. It's not that our thinking isn't meticulous. It's purely the disadvantage of our gender. As a man, it was too unfair. Zhuoshaoduo's eyes were brimming with tears. Thank you, teachers, for speaking up for me. Thank you so much. With your words, my heart instantly calmed down. My home is instantly safe. Ding Xiulan gently nodded and said, Xiaoduo, don't be afraid. Teacher will stand up for you. The other teachers felt their teeth ache again. They really wanted to leave in a huff. She was too shameless. With this tone, she actually directly called Xiaoduo and called herself a teacher. Your ancestral Dragon High School is one of the top 3 famous schools. Is there a need to? Do you lack geniuses? Is there a need to lower your status to compete with us? Is there a need to? Ding Xiulan's gaze locked onto Li Qingqiu and said in an unusually dignified manner, Li Qingqiu, I only want to ask you, in the following 4th battle, is your Fenghai 13 still going to fight? Fight or not? This was a question. The numerous teachers present all looked at this teacher, Li, with ridicule in their eyes. They saw him standing there like a wooden chicken. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He said dejectedly, No, we admit defeat. Teacher Ma Zhangxi snorted and said, Admit defeat? According to the rules of the life and death ring, once the life and death contract is signed, the battle will be fought to the last one. How can it be settled by just admitting defeat and forfeiting? Li Qingqiu said with grief and indignation, We have already admitted defeat. Could it be that the teachers of high school have to be so overbearing? Do you have to watch the seed students of our school die? Ma Zhangxi said coldly, Did we force you to sign the life and death contract? You were full of murderous intent and forced the opponent to sign the life and death contract. If you were the one who had the upper hand now, would you be merciful and let the defeated opponent go? Li Qingqiu, if you can't afford to play, why should you sign the life and death contract? Li Qingqiu's face was ashen, extremely twisted and ferocious. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ma Zhangxi shouted, What? Spitting blood to gain sympathy. The life and death ring is not something that you can cancel with a mere mouthful of blood. Li Qingqiu, Quickly let your side enter the life and death ring. Continue to fight. Enter the ring. Ma Zhangxi shouted loudly. The remaining 3 students of Fenghai's 13 middle school were all pale, their bodies trembling like sieves. For the first time, they felt that the road of martial arts was actually so dangerous. The feeling of imminent death was so real and urgent. Ma Zhangxi really hated Li Chengxiu to the bone. Otherwise, from his standpoint, he would have tried to mediate the situation and asked Sui Xiaoduo for a favor to end this match. However, Li Chengxiu's words were harsh, and he even scolded Huayang and Gao Wu together. Since this enmity had already been formed, this was a great opportunity to hit him when he was down. Even if he wanted to kill him, why not? He just wanted to make him lose face. Anyway, he would definitely not dare to send another student to the ring. If he sent another student to the ring, it would not be Sui Xiaoduo killing people, but Li Chengxiu sending students to their deaths. How could the families of the remaining 3 students let go of the initiator of this battle, Li Chengxiu? Teacher Ma, Teacher Ding, Sui Xiaoduo said with a face full of pity. Student Sui Xiaoduo, what do you want to say? Since the other party has already admitted defeat, victory and defeat are clear. Let's just forget about it. After all, the other 3 students did not sign the life and death arena contract. Forcing this life and death arena contract on them, I feel a little bad. Sui Xiaoduo's face was honest and sincere, and he couldn't bear it. As the winner of the life and death battle, I will end the rest of the battle with the result of not winning the remaining 3 battles. Is this okay? Sui Xiaoduo said in a deep voice. This sentence immediately won the cheers of the audience. Countless people felt that. This child was too good at heart, too kind. He was really a good child with a kind heart and took the overall situation into consideration. This kind of child, and this kind of peerless talent at that, was really hard to find even with a lantern in hand. In time, he would definitely be a pillar of the Astral Soul's mainland. Today was just the beginning of his legend, the first battle of the mythical voyage, the first chapter. The battle for the top 20, Phoenix City's 2nd high school versus Fenghai City's 13th high school, ended. Phoenix City's 2nd high school strode forward with its head held high, advancing into the top 15, while its opponent, Fenghai City's 13th high school, sadly ended, announcing their withdrawal from the competition in advance. There was no other reason than that the team was directly crippled. 3 of the 6 contestants were dead, and the captain and vice-captain were dead. The surviving team members had already lost their will to fight. That afternoon, Li Chengxiu and the other teacher hurriedly left Nanji City with the 3 remaining team members. Before the life and death battle ended, Li Chengxiu and the other teacher's cell phones were exploding with calls. This match was broadcasted live on the internet. Life and death battle. 3 people died on the spot. This kind of thing, this kind of result, might be a lively event in the eyes of others, but in Fenghai City, it was a big deal that had already set off a tsunami. The principal's office of Fenghai City's 13th high school had been smashed into smithereens by the furious principal. In Fenghai City's school, the higher-ups of the Wu family and the Gao family were all present. Now that they could not find trouble with Sui Xiaoduo, their anger was directed at Li Chengxiu. It was clearly Fenghai City's side who proposed the life and death battle. Shouldn't they have absolute confidence? Why did things turn out like this? How did Li Chengxiu lead his team? How dare he agree to something like the life and death battle without absolute confidence? Fuck Li Chengxiu. Is his brain stuffed with suspenders? Without the instruction of the lead teacher, why would my T-honors sign the life and death battle contract? Li Chengxiu, you murderer. My 2 daughters are even more innocent. South G City, even opened up the martial arts nourishment chamber and provided the nourishment cabins for the participating students to use for free. This allowed the teams that made it into the top 11 to have the benefit of recuperation and nourishment. Although Phoenix City's second high school was in first place in terms of points and also had this treatment, all of their members were in good condition and their battle prowess was not affected at all. Originally, they did not need this kind of recovery aid. But the bad thing was that the other party was too obvious with their intention of giving way. Your Phoenix City's second high school probably doesn't need the nourishment cabins. These words were said with a hint of hypocrisy. Of course we do. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who valued wealth more than life, did not wait for the others to speak. He immediately agreed without hesitation. We really need them. Thank you for the considerate arrangement of the large competition. Thank you. The other party could not help but be dumbfounded. Out of all the teams, you're the only ones who do not have any injuries. Every one of you is full of energy. What do you need the nourishment cabins for? To soak in a bath. We have been fighting fiercely for several days. Our muscles and bones are already aching. We need to recuperate. Thank you, thank you. When can we go? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of enthusiasm. He held the other party's hand and did not let go for a long time. This person's face was distorted. We can do it now. You guys are the first in the large competition. Naturally, you guys will be the first to recover. Every team has 5 hours of recuperation time. Because there are a lot of injured people in this large competition, more nourishment cabins will be used than usual. Great. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles. Wait for me. Let us pack up and take off all the weights. Then take us there. As he spoke, he led the few fellows into the inner room. He even slammed the door shut. The other party's nose was almost flattened by the door. He was speechless and puzzled. You guys are not injured. Why do you need the nourishment cabins? Do you really want to soak in a bath? Inside the room, Long Yuxing and the others who knew the purpose of the nourishment cabins were also puzzled. Zhuo, we are not injured. Why do we need the nourishment cabins? You don't really plan to use that thing to soak in a bath, do you? Long Yuxing asked, puzzled. I say, you 5 iron fools, why can't you think deeper? Zhuo Xiaoduo was exasperated. Can't we enter the nourishment cabins if we are not injured? Who said that? Who made the rule? If we are not injured, why we go in? Is it just to soak in a bath? Wan Lixio looked puzzled. Stupid. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his voice. If any of you talk about soaking in a bath again, be careful. I will get angry with you. The nourishment liquid in the nourishment cabins is the purest spiritual energy. How can it be compared to bath water? Even if you're not injured, you don't even know how to drink it? This is a great bargain delivered to our doorstep. What? Wan Lixio's voice almost changed. Drink. The others were also horrified. They looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo as if they were looking at a crazy demon. Boss, even if you value money more than life, you can't be so extreme, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. What? Am I wrong? Or is that thing poisonous? Yes, it's not poisonous, but... Wan Lixio looked conflicted. Will we die if we drink it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked again. No, but are there any benefits to drinking it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked 3 times. Of course there are benefits, but... Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and interrupted them. Since it's not poisonous and you won't die from drinking it, why are you hesitating? You don't want to take advantage of it delivered to your mouth? So Xiaoduo pointed at the 5 people. You want to become strong masters with this kind of awareness? You want to catch up with me? You don't even dare to drink a mouthful of the nourishment liquid. Do you think it's dirty? Do you know how much you can gain from drinking a belly full of nourishment liquid and slowly digesting it? Do you know how much your cultivation base can increase after drinking it? Do you know how much it can increase your strength? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the 5 people in surprise. What is in your brain? Is it brain matter? Why do I look down on each and every one of you now? This kind of look down? Why don't you look down on us forever? Seeing that everyone was still conflicted and hesitant, Zhuo Xiaoduo directly ordered, since we're going later and the matter is settled, I'm not afraid to tell you that if anyone doesn't drink it, if anyone doesn't drink enough, I'll beat him to death when he comes back. Also, don't even think about participating in the competition after this. I'm the captain, and I have the final say. Wait here. Let's go. So Xiaoduo opened the door and left. The 5 people behind him. Each of them had different expressions as they followed him out shyly. When the 6 people from Phoenix City No. 2 High School finished using the nourishment pods and left, the person in charge of looking after the nourishment pods discovered that a large portion of the nourishment liquid had gone down. The person in charge of the nourishment pods couldn't help but be shocked. These children looked fine, but it turned out that they had suffered serious internal injuries and had to use so much nourishment liquid to heal. It really wasn't easy. No wonder they could get first place. They had risked their lives to get it. When Hu Ryun and Luo Lai returned from a meeting, it was already past dinner time. They frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't I see you guys eating when we were eating?" Then, when they carefully sized up the few of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As far as the eye could see, Xiaoduo and the rest of the 6 people were lying on the sofa with big bellies, holding their stomachs and groaning. The size of their stomachs was not much different from that of a pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Hu Yun and Luo Lai's eyes almost popped out. "You guys, what kind of food did you secretly eat? Why are you so full?" Wan Lixio blushed and hid her head in her armpit, not saying a word. Li Qinglong looked around and saw that no one was speaking. He coughed and played the role of vice captain. "Cough, it's like this. In the afternoon, we went to the nourishment pods to soak for a bit. And then?" Hu Ryun and Luo Lai stared at him and asked. "Unders was orders." Li Qinglong held his stomach and said with difficulty, "We drank all the nourishment pods in the nourishment pods." At this moment, Hu Ryun and Luo Lai's feelings and thoughts were simply indescribable. It was a subtle feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. It was said that it was the essence of spiritual energy. Yu Moyan held his stomach and said, "It was very beneficial." Hu Ryun was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say. Spiritual energy. Of course, it was the purest form of spiritual energy. It was indeed beneficial. This. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Have you guys not thought about how many people have soaked in it?" Luo Lai was speechless. As was said, "We were the first batch to use it this time." There was a high chance that the nourishment pods were newly infused. Even if they weren't, nourishment pods are still nourishment pods. There is no difference in essence. Drinking it will bring us more benefits. It's better than being beaten to death because of lack of benefits. Long Yuxing held his stomach and explained weakly. The key was that he was too full. He really didn't have the energy to speak. Chapter 334. Xiaoduo was at the side, holding his stomach as he tried to digest. He rolled his eyes. "Look at how reluctant these guys are. Humph. You will know the benefits after you digest it. You don't know how to thank me. You still owe me money for the space ring." Hu Ryun and Luo Lai went outside to rest as if they were sleepwalking. It looked like the 6 of them didn't need to eat for the time being. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Hu Ryun said softly, "It would be strange if these guys don't succeed in the future." Luo Lai nodded. It was hard to accept at the beginning, but after thinking about it, what they said and did was right. Use all means to become stronger. This is the heart of a strong warrior. Luo Lai sighed and felt sad. Why didn't I think of drinking a little at that time? Ugh, Hu Ruoyun retched instinctively. Until the afternoon of the second day, their stomachs were still bulging. According to Zhua Xiaoduo's words, even if you have to pee, you have to endure it and focus on cultivating. Try to absorb as much as you can. If you really can't absorb anymore, then do those useless things. It's really useful. Wan Lixio was exultant. I feel that a lot of new vitality has seeped into my meridians. This growth is still happening. I really want to drink more. Everyone else's faces were also filled with joy. Don't you think it's dirty now? So Xiaoduo looked at Wan Lixio and teased. Dirty? It's still dirty, but it's really useful. Wan Lixio was embarrassed. For strength. Zhuo Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said, "Now, I'll teach you another lesson. Once you enter the higher martial arts level, challenge the strong once in a while. Let yourself be seriously injured, or at least make it look like you're seriously injured. Then try to enter the nutrition cabin. Let me tell you, the nutrition cabin of the higher martial arts level is much stronger than what we're drinking now." The five people's eyes lit up as they nodded their heads, looking as if they were deep in thought. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know that his impromptu training had caused a lot of trouble for the major martial arts schools in the future. Now, he was listing out the remaining 10 teams. Hu Riyun and Luo Lai had agreed to Zhuo Xiaoduo's request and brought back the videos of the other teams' previous matches. The 8 of them each had a computer and were watching videos with their headsets. Zhuo Xiaoduo was watching 3 videos each. After he finished reading, 3 of the teams were directly thrown into the cold palace by him. The captains of these 3 teams are at most as strong as Yu Moyin, Li Zhongming, and Long Yuxing. The others are nothing special. It would be strange if Zhuo Xiaoduo was interested in such an opponent. He strolled behind the other 7 people. "Stop. Xiao, let's pause for a moment. Long Yuxing, your pause. Teacher Luo, your pause." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. "I have to watch these 3 videos one by one." These 3, Hu Ruoyin also paused her own video and said, "Hidden Dragon 1, Feng Hai 3, Yang Luoi." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and said, "Yes. I suggest you watch Xue Cheng as well," Hu Ruoyin said. "Apart from us, this is the most popular team to win the championship. I don't need to watch Xue Cheng." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Hu Ruoyin's page and said, "The 6 people in Xue Cheng are the kind of people who can make friends. They're very open and chivalrous." "Oh," Hu Ruoyin frowned and wondered, "Are you praising them? Why do I feel that it doesn't sound right?" Everyone roared with laughter at once. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, "It's really a compliment. Although I don't agree with their approach, it doesn't mean that I don't have a good impression of these 6 people. On the contrary, I really appreciate them. They're standard martial artists who follow the standard spirit of martial arts. They won't hide anything. There will be a dignified army throughout the whole process. The 2 armies will confront each other with pure strength. They disdain to use any tricks," Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously to Long Yuxing and others. "These 6 people, after you go to your respective high martial arts universities in the future, if you're destined to become classmates with them, you can make friends with them. Each of them belongs to the kind of people who can entrust their backs to you. You can't be wrong." Wan Lixio and others wrote it down seriously. They had never seen Zhuo Xiaoduo praise anyone. This was the first time in history. People who could be evaluated by Zhuo Xiaoduo like this must not be wrong. This was already the consensus of the 5 people, also known as basic common sense. The headmaster of Xue City No. 1 Middle School was the general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan, the Sword of No Return. When Gu Qianfan was the first vanguard of the Southern Army, he would go forward in every battle and would rather break than bend. His Sword of No Return meant that he would rather go straight and not ask for something in a curve. Once the sword is out, there is no turning back. Hu Riyun sighed and said, "Headmaster Gu Qianfan later encountered the Grand Sage of Fire in a battle. Half of his body was destroyed by the true essence fire. The frontline doctors tried all means but still couldn't repair it. His life was in danger. In order to save his life, Marshal Nan Zhengxian personally asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill. The one who had the Heaven Reversal Pill was Old Minister Nan of the Ministry of Finance, who was Marshal Nan's father. The old man's request was that the Marshal of the Southern Army should come back to take over the Ministry of Finance when his term was up. Otherwise, he would not give the Heaven Reversal Pill. Marshal Nan agreed immediately and asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill to save Gu Qianfan's life. Gu Qianfan felt ashamed to face Marshal Nan. He was disabled, so he resolutely retired from the army. Later, he became the headmaster of Xue Cheng No. 1 Middle School until now. Since then, all the students from Xue Cheng No. 1 Middle School have been like this. They would rather break than bend and die than submit. Shueicheng #1 Middle School will never accept those who have a slightly wrong character, even if their qualifications are incredible. Hu Ruiyun said, Gu Qianfan is a legendary figure. It's natural for him to teach such students. It's not surprising. He's indeed a legendary figure. It's just a normal operation to teach 6 upright heroes in one breath. Zhou Xiaoduo said, You don't say. The 6 of them are like the same mold. It's amazing. He smiled and said, In fact, if Long Yusheng and Yu Moyan hadn't been with me for a long time, they should be such people. Li Qinglong said lazily, I know. One who stays with ink will be stained black. Swollen, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes showed a fierce light. Give me the money in your space ring quickly. Li Qinglong coughed and replied very casually, What are you shouting for? I don't have money now. When I earn money in the future, I will naturally give it to you. Why are you in a hurry? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay it back? So Xiaoduo was speechless and said to Hu Riyun, Look, what kind of quality the students in our school have. Hu Riyun pursed her lips and smiled. I remember that Li Qinglong was very honest before he met you. I also think that what he said just now is really right. One who stays with the cinnabar is marked by the red. The students taught by the old headmaster Gu are first class, open, and above board. Well, Xiaoduo, I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. So Xiaoduo was hit by this sentence and directly closed his eyes. He silently turned around and watched the video. As Xiaoduo watched, he constantly paused and tilted his head to watch. After a while, the others gathered behind him. The captain and vice captain of Hidden Dragon High School #1 are both hiding their strength and hiding a lot. The 2 girls should also be hiding their strength. I feel that the one with the highest combat power in Fenghai High School #3 should be #2. The captain is not necessarily the strongest among them. So Xiaoduo frowned as he watched and said, The tall girl from Yangluo High School is very noteworthy. Her strength is unfathomable. She is the one who hides her strength the most out of everyone. Right now, our biggest opponent is still Hidden Dragon #1 High School. They should have used the benefits in room #1 as soon as they came, causing their strength to increase by another step. However, because of this benefit, their control of their own aura is no longer perfect, and there are many unnatural situations. It should be because they are not used to the sudden increase in strength. After Zhou Xiaoduo finished his comments, he continued to watch. After watching for a while, he paused again. Then he continued to comment. How can you tell? Hu Ruiyun was a little surprised. Because my ability to hide my strength is far better than theirs. When it comes to hiding strength, I am the ancestor. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said proudly, Hiding my strength like this is the right way to do it. I am worthy of the Best Actor award. Their so-called concealment is only at the entry level and is not worth mentioning. I believe that their concealment was already seen through by the referees, but absolutely no one saw through my concealment. So Xiaoduo showed a lonely expression and sighed. There are too few people like me in the world. Other than wanting to laugh, everyone was speechless. You are so insidious that you actually know how to be insidious and still boast about yourself for 2 days in a row. So Xiaoduo stayed in his room and studied the battle video. He felt more and more that there were indeed many geniuses in this world. He had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world before. Facing such a group of insidious people, Zhou Xiaoduo felt very melancholy. How annoying. Why are these people so insidious? Until this night, Zhou Xiaoduo ordered, Everyone take off the weights. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was very serious. From tomorrow onwards, prepare for a fierce battle. Not confident? Hu Ruiyun's face also became serious. It's not that we are not confident. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was sullen. In the current situation, we have to try to hide our strength as much as possible so that it will be difficult for our opponents to determine our strength in the future. If we stick to the traditional method, when we start a match with any of the families, there's a possibility that the next opponent will take advantage of our weakness. Our goal is to win, So, of course, we have to avoid this situation. So, after tomorrow's battle, everyone will start a special training. Make changes or create reverse traps based on our own weaknesses. And this will require the rich martial arts experience of the two teachers to help us complete. Luo Lai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This is definitely not a problem. We will do our best." Fourth update. Looking for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 335. Not only that, but we also have to study the traps that they may set for us. At my current level, I'm not afraid of any of them, but Swollen, and the others. If we're not careful, it's very likely that we'll be defeated. I hope that my teammates can complete this competition with a complete victory, but now it seems that it's a little difficult. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "There are only 30 pills with special effects to recover true inner force. It's not enough." So Xiaoduo said. Hu Ruoyun frowned and said, "How many more do we need? I'll think of a way. We need at least 12 more pills." Zhou Xiaoduo estimated. "I'll go and get them." Hu Ruoyun turned and left. "Tomorrow, I want all of you to keep your spirits up. Now, remove the weights and get used to your current state. Then, train your speed accordingly. Don't panic and be in a state of panic." Zhou Xiaoduo said. It was a quiet night. The next morning, the weather was great. The sun was shining brightly, like a fire. Zhou Xiaoduo brought his team to the arena very early. It was still the first group. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xiaoduo and his team of 6 arrived with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The eyes of the referees, who had been waiting for them, lit up. They looked more expectant than before. Previously, these 6 little fellows were all dressed up like they were going for a spin. But now they were all agile and elegant. It was obvious that they had removed their own weight. They had been carrying weights before and had swept the competition. Now that they had removed their weights, how powerful would they be? One by one, the teams came to the arena. The 11 teams were brimming with energy and vigor. 5 matches will be held today. After the 5 matches, the 5 defeated teams and the team with a bye would draw lots again. The losers would be eliminated directly, and the winners would advance to the top 8. The first group. All the matches would be completed here. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, the weather was already unbearably hot. When Zhou Xiaoduo and the others arrived, the other teams were already in place. As Zhou Xiaoduo walked forward, there were many teachers who greeted him cordially. "Zhou Xiaoduo, you look very energetic today." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. "Teacher, you're even more spirited." "Zhou Xiaoduo, why are you so late today?" "I'm sorry, teacher. There was a traffic jam." "Zhou Xiaoduo, do your best." Teacher Ma Zhangxi shouted. "Thank you, Teacher Ma. Zhou Xiaoduo will never forget your kindness." "Good child." Teacher Ma was comforted. Zhou Xiaoduo. After countless greetings, Zhou Xiaoduo smiled all the way. Gradually, his face became stiff. "Yu Moyan." In front, Teacher Luo Yinling jumped out. "Good luck." "Thank you, Teacher Luo." Yu Moyan also had feelings for Teacher Luo, so he responded gratefully. The students from the other 10 teams were all dumbfounded by this situation. Why were the students from Phoenix City's number 2 high school so popular? Why did it seem like the hundreds of teachers present at the scene all recognized them? All of them couldn't be the descendants of some big shot, could they? Hu Riyun and Luo Lai had just sat down when a few teachers came to find them. "Teacher Hu, Teacher Luo. That's me. What can I do for you, teacher?" "It's like this. We're from the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee. We have something to ask the 2 of you." Hu Riyun and Luo Lai were both puzzled by the arrival of these people. Why would the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee look for them? They didn't violate the rules. The 2 teachers hesitated for a moment. They considered their words carefully and said, "It's like this. Just the day before yesterday, Teacher Li Chengxiu from Fenghai No. 13 High School took the remaining 3 students and withdrew from the tournament. They returned to Fenghai. Teacher, who should know about this? Hu Rian said, I know. At that time, Teacher Li Chengqiu expressed his intention to forfeit. We didn't have the intention to kill them and agreed to their forfeit. Since they forfeited, they should go back. Yes, this part of the situation is basically the same as what we know. The teacher nodded and said, It said that Teacher Li Chengqiu and Teacher Hu. When you were young, you had old grudges. Hu Rian nodded honestly and said, This is not a secret. What happened back then? Teacher Hu was very generous. He told them about the past in detail. The teacher took notes seriously, and his eyes swept over Hurun. Xiao Duo, who was following by the side, felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but ask, Teacher, from what you're saying, could it be that something happened to Teacher Li on the way here? The teacher glanced at Xiao Duo and sighed. That's right. Teacher Li was attacked on the way back. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's such a thing? That's so satisfying. Zhua Xiaoduo's face was full of surprise. Then he said, I mean, this is really indescribable. This Teacher Li has offended too many people in these 2 days. It's really good to be kind to others. The teacher opposite them was stunned when he heard this. It should be said that the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. That Li Qingxiu had really offended a lot of people these 2 days. Just the fact that he was found out on the spot while cursing Huayang High School in the stands. He believed that a lot of people wanted to beat him up. He was unlucky, no matter who did it. The words satisfying were really appropriate. Hu Rian laughed and said, Teacher, are you suspecting that I attacked Teacher Li Qingxiu? The teacher's expression turned awkward. He paused and said, According to the investigation, Teacher Li's enemy. Ahem. Then he saw Teacher Ma Zhongxi shake his head with a confused face. The so-called won't investigate was, of course, just empty words. So Xiao Duo was puzzled. Who did this? I deliberately saved it to play in Fenghai. Chapter 336. On the rostrum, a high school teacher from the organizers stood up. He seemed to be a leader as he began to read the rules and introduce the 11 teams that had entered the current round. Then, it was time for the team leaders to draw lots. This time, there were 5 matches at the same time. They were all held in the first district and the first arena. The competition schedule was very concentrated, and the winning and losing principle was to win 3 out of 5 matches. This meant that if a team of 6 people was lucky enough, one of them would not even need to make a move to secure the victory. Or, if they were unlucky, the other 3 would not even need to make a move to lose. Of course, there have been cases of losing 3 matches in a row, and then the other 3 would win 3 matches in a row. In the end, it was a tragic situation of winning 4 out of 7 matches. The real-time ranking was as follows: Phoenix City 2nd High School, Hidden Dragon number 1 High School, Fenghai number 3 High School, Yangluo number 1 High School, Water City number 1 High School, Southern G number 1 High School, Shirko number 1 High School, Phoenix Tail number 1 High School, Song Mountain number 1 High School, Dragon Belly number 1 High School, Garrison number 1 High School. There were a total of 11 teams, and no one was absent. Besides Phoenix City 2nd High School and Fenghai number 3 High School, the other martial arts schools were all from the same city. It could be seen that the so-called number 1 high school is the key mentality was almost the same in the entire continent. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. Hidden Dragon number 1 High School. The men wore black robes, and the women wore plain long skirts. They were valiant and formidable looking. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They were all tall and slender. Looking at them, they were scenery. 4 men and 2 women. They were outstanding. Fenghai number 3 High School was dressed in black. No matter the men or women, they were all the same. They had a unique style. Water City number 1 High School. 3 men and 3 women were dressed in snow-white clothes. The sword hilts were exposed on their shoulders. They were like 6 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. The cold light flickered, and they were indomitable. Yangluo No. 1 High School. They were all dressed in blue robes. The 6 of them were all men. They sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. They did not care about their surroundings. The other schools also had their own unique characteristics. The most eye-catching people from Phoenix City Second High School. The first impression they gave was only one word: rustic. How uncouth. It was probably because these guys were wearing the school uniform with the school emblem embroidered on it. Originally, if this was the end of it, it would still be passable. However, the neat words on their backs, Phoenix City's Second High School, pulled down the style of this set of uniform by a few notches. It was as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were from Phoenix City's Second High School. A martial arts teacher walked out with a box of lots in his hands. The drawing of lots begins. All team leaders, please step forward to draw lots. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up calmly, and the 11 captains took a step forward from their respective teams. None of them continued to walk forward. Instead, they swept their eyes across the faces of the other 10 people. The 11 of them felt their faces burning at the same time, as if there were 10 different weapons circling around their faces. Behind them, all the teachers in charge stood up at the same time, retreated 4 positions, and sat down on the spectator stand. According to the rules, they were not allowed to stay beside the team. In other words, from now on, all decisions could only be made by the team itself. All the teachers in charge had a look of worry on their faces. Even if they were full of confidence in the team they were leading, there was no weakling among the remaining teams. No one dared to guarantee that their own students would win, take the lead, and come out on top. Even the teachers in charge of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who had always had the highest chance of winning, felt extremely uneasy at this moment. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been strange occurrences before. The simplest example was that the first and second strongest teams had drawn lots together. After an extreme battle, both sides had suffered losses. In the end, a student whose overall strength was below theirs easily took the lead and became the champion. Although luck was also a part of strength, and a very large part of it, losing like this was still not something one could accept. Therefore, this drawing of lots was luck, but it was also a skill. Zhuo Xiaoduo was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a laugh. Ha! Everyone hasn't moved yet. I guess everyone is waiting for me, who is ranked first, to move first? No problem, no problem. After all, not only is our Phoenix City No. 2 High School ranked first, but now it seems that among the 11 captains, I'm also the tallest. So Xiaoduo laughed and took the lead to walk out. Why don't we just line up according to height and walk over together? It'll look so neat. The other 10 captains all rolled their eyes. This guy, who wants to line up with you? Why should we listen to you? If we were to listen to you, wouldn't we become your accessories? Therefore, after Zhuo Xiaoduo, the 10 captains all stepped out and walked towards the high platform in 10 different directions. Neither fast nor slow, their footsteps were firm, and they moved forward courageously. The aura of the 10 captains was sharp, so Xiaoduo quickened his pace and was the first to arrive in front of the lot box. He said sweetly, "Thank you, teacher. Teacher, you've worked hard." When you come to Phoenix City, please let me know. This student will do his best to be a good host. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work today. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew the first lot under the teacher's comfortable smile. Without even looking, he retreated to the side. The next moment, the 10 captains came to the lot box and stretched out their hands at the same time. The host teacher, who was originally full of kindness, frowned at once. Originally, nothing had happened. Everything was normal. However, after seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's sweet-talking and extraordinarily polite scene, why did this teacher feel that? These 10 captains seemed to be a little lacking in quality. The teacher has been standing here for so long. You don't even know how to thank me? You're stretching out your hands? Are you robbing me? What about your upbringing? What about your manners? He couldn't help but take a step back and frowned. What are you doing? Line up one by one. I've already done everything for you in front. Why is it still so noisy? Where's your decency? The 10 captains' outstretched hands stopped in midair. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Zhuo. This bastard, he had unknowingly led them into another pit. Damn, why did I say another? Zhuo, who was being glared at by everyone, still had an honest smile on his face. He looked at everyone with eyes full of encouragement and said with a face full of righteousness, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to your teacher. Teacher has such a good temper. How can I really be angry with you?" The 10 captains were so angry that they almost fainted. If it weren't for the last trace of rationality holding them back, they would have attacked him on the spot and beaten this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. This bastard had an innocent and honest look on his face. However, only those who were involved in the situation knew that every word he said was a trap, and every sentence had a hook. How could there be such a despicable person in this world? How on earth did he train to look so simple and honest? Was this talent, or was it because of hard work and hard work? With a belly full of anger, they took a step back and took turns to draw lots. When they were drawing lots, everyone said, "Teacher, you've worked hard." This sentence was originally very normal. However, after this, why did it feel so suffocating when they said this sentence? They felt suffocated, but they didn't know that the teacher in charge of drawing lots was even more annoyed than them. If you don't want to say hello, then don't. Every one of you gritted your teeth and said, "Teacher, you've worked hard. I'm really fucking a dog. Are you fucking saying hello to me? Or are you venting your anger on me?" There really was no harm without comparison. Now they knew what was gold and what was rubble. After the drawing of lots, this teacher didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the stage and said a few words. There's something that I didn't want to say, but I really have to say it. The teacher held the empty lot box with a gloomy expression on his face. Our Central Plains Longhu ranking competition is held once a year. The original intention was good, but now there are really too many things that don't suit our Central Plains. One after another, they keep coming one after another. I have to say a few words. I'm just a teacher, and I know that my words carry little weight. However, standing here, I still have to remind everyone, what kind of place is the land that we're occupying? This is the land of ancient Shi and Guru in the ancient times. It's also the land of the saints and the legends, the land of etiquette. Not only that, it's said to be the ancient land of gods. In the ancient times, when students enter the examination hall, they have to kowtow to the teacher to thank him for his efforts. How can it be a trap in your eyes? How can it be a trap? How can it be a scheme? Is your self-esteem and pride so unattainable and untouchable? Look at your eyes. It's as if you want to swallow Zhuo alive. Why? It's a very normal thing, a very ordinary greeting. How can it be worth bearing such a grudge? Since you don't want to greet me, just draw a lot and get lost. Do you think I care about you calling me teacher? In the end, all of you are gritting your teeth and greeting me with an ashen face. Are you greeting me or cursing me? In the future, when you come up to draw lots, other than Zhuo, don't greet me. I am just Zhao's teacher, and I don't deserve a greeting from you bunch of geniuses. On the stage, this teacher vented his anger for a long time. His face was ashen, and he left in a huff. Chapter 337. This round of scolding made all the teachers in the high school fall into deep thought. Some of them even empathized with him. The scolding made all the participating students turn pale and tremble. The 10 captains stood on the stage. Each one of them was embarrassed and at a loss. This round of scolding was truly a torrential torrent of abuse, dripping with satisfaction. The only one who was not scolded was Zhuo. He was even praised that each of them felt as if they had been fucked. In Shui City First High, the captain thought for a moment and suddenly took 2 steps forward. He stood tall, bowed deeply, and said loudly, "Teacher, you're right. This time I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to all the teachers. Thank you again. You've worked hard. I'll be forever grateful. My impoliteness this time will be a stain on my life. When I return to Shui City, I'll go to the old principal's Don't Return Pagoda to face the wall and receive my punishment. Thank you, teachers. I know I was wrong." Zhou Yunqing's expression was clear. He bowed in all directions and left the stage with his head held high. The teachers' faces were filled with gratification. Even Zhou Xiaoduo's face flashed with a rare look of appreciation. This Zhou Yunqing from Shui City First High was indeed not an ordinary person. Perhaps some people would think that this Zhou Yunqing was very scheming and could take things lying down. However, Zhou Xiaoduo knew that this was not the case. This person was the kind of person who would rather break than bend. Once he knew he was wrong, he would apologize immediately. He would not wait until the next day. After Zhou Yunqing admitted his mistake and left the stage, the other captains could only apologize and thank him. However, the feeling of disgust in their hearts became even stronger. What the fuck was this? In this world, only Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Yunqing were sensible? If the two of you were so sensible, why didn't you go to heaven? The judges on the stage also felt uncomfortable, as if they had eaten shit. At the beginning, Zhou Yunqing's apology sounded a little sincere. But what's up with the other 9 fellows thanking us with expressions as if they had just eaten shit? Were they that disgusting? Was it so hard for them to accept a word of thanks? Were they trying to disgust them? Students these days, each and every one of them has such low quality. One of the teachers sighed and said, "Each generation is worse than the last. In the long run, only martial arts will remain, but they will forget to respect their teachers and their teachings. If they lose their reverence, it will be a disaster for the entire human race." Another teacher looked further ahead. Not bad, not bad. This was a matter of atmosphere, and it was indeed not to be underestimated. Looks like we'll have to pay more attention to this aspect of teaching in the future. Another teacher nodded deeply. Indeed, we can't afford to slack off. No matter how high his talent is, if he doesn't have any humanity, how can we hope that he can wholeheartedly protect this continent? In the long run, it won't be rare for people to become immoral, casually use the names of their elders to abuse others, or use the deeds of heroes to insult others. We must put an end to it. Once discovered, we must punish them severely. Cultivation of the martial arts, cultivation of the mind, all of these are important. Not a single one can be missing. But now, people have neglected the latter too. They shouldn't have. Yes, remember to report this to the martial arts department when you go back. All right. Below, the results of the draw were already being announced. Zhou Xiaoduo took the first lot and returned to his seat without even looking at it. "Who did you draw?" Wan Li Xiu asked nervously. "Of course it's a buy." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "Zhou is the one who's picking. It's a miracle if he didn't draw a buy." Didn't you see him sit down as soon as he came back? He didn't even look at it? Otherwise, wouldn't he have already started to arrange the troops? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. "It's a good opportunity for me to take a break." "Is it really a buy?" Several others were curious and came over to check it out. So Xiaoduo snorted and lowered his voice. He winked and said, "There's only one empty spot. If I don't take it out, do you think I'll just let someone else take it out to see what's going on?" He showed the lot. The number 11 on it was dazzling. Wow! Immediately, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped up from his seat excitedly. He was so excited that he attracted everyone's attention. He shouted happily, "What good luck! It's actually a buy." His voice was so loud that it was deafening. Immediately, it attracted everyone's attention. Immediately after, countless people cursed in their hearts, and there were even more people who were jealous in their hearts. How could his luck be so good? The results of the draw. Hidden Dragon number 1 High School versus Garrison number 1 High School. Fenghai number 3 High School versus Phoenix Tail number 1 High School. Yangluo number 1 High School versus Tsangsha number 1 High School. Water City number 1 High School versus Nanji number 1 High School. Shirko number 1 High School versus Longbu number 1 High School. Phoenix City number 2 High School, a bye. After the drawing of lots, the 5 competition venues were waiting for the 2 teams to enter the venue. The referees of each venue were also in place, waiting for the match. So Xiaoduo urgently assigned tasks. Go and watch the show. Through this competition, I hope to see the actual situation of these teams. I'll go and watch the battle between Hidden Dragon and Garrison. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, you two go and watch the battle between Feng Hai and Feng Wei. Li Chenglong, you go and watch the battle between Yang Luo and Song Shan. Yu Moyan, you're in charge of the battle between Water City and Nanji. Ma Zhangxi, you took the lead to break the rules and even threatened others. Why? Do you think your face is big now? You only have a fucking horse face. You only have a long face. You're not big. But at this moment, they were really embarrassed to slap Ma Zhangxi in the face. They could only let him stay. In the end, this was really not a big deal. Spying on the opponent's strength was the right thing to do. There was nothing to talk about. Hello, teachers. You've worked hard. As usual, Swishaoduo's mouth was as sweet as honey. He eagerly went forward and tried to worm his way into being friends with them. With the teacher's profound cultivation, it must be extremely boring for you to come and watch us play like kids. Yet, you still have to seriously watch and analyze our potential. It's getting more and more difficult. And you've been doing so much for your students all year round. When I think about it, I really feel that it's not easy for you teachers. This work doesn't seem difficult, but if you analyze it carefully, who knows how much effort you put in? It's really countless times more than the fierce battle. It might not be as worry-free as the battle at Sun Moon Pass. Teachers, thank you very much. So Xiaoduo bowed solemnly and thanked them. When the 6 judges heard these words, they all had the same feeling. What he said had hit the nail on the head. Wasn't it just like that? After so many years, who really looked up to the hard work of the high martial arts teachers? Easy? Who dared to say it was easy? They would directly knock out their teeth. Everyone, give me a few recommendation votes. It's a little too little. There will be a 4th update later. I believe that at that time, the teachers will have a better understanding of me. At that time, the suggestions will be more valuable and more comprehensive. This child, you are really not bad. The few judges were very appreciative. It was rare that this child was not anxious or impatient. Moreover, he was so clear-headed. He was simply experienced in worldly affairs. Indeed, only at that time would they be able to make the most direct and comprehensive judgment. The bell rang. 2 teams appeared one after the other on both sides. However, the 12 people on both sides of the battle were all shocked. That kid with a face full of smiles and flattery, wasn't that the captain of Phoenix City's 2nd high school? So Xiaoduo? This bastard. Why was he sitting at the referee's table? Oh no, he was sitting at the referee's table. But what was going on? We're all here for the competition. Why are you looking down on us from above? What's going on? Even if you were here to spy on us, you shouldn't be so open and above board, right? Could it be that you're watching a big show? The few people from Hidden Dragon number 1 High School especially felt that they were no different from a fucking dog. Why the fuck are you haunting us? Go and look at the other teams. Why are you staring at us? However, now is not the time to think about this, because the battle was about to start. They really did not have the time or the mood. There was no time to be distracted. On the opposite side, the 6 students from the Garrison number 1 High School were burning with fighting spirit. They deeply knew that there was a gap between them and Hidden Dragon number 1 High School. However, even if there was a gap, so what? If we fight to the death, we might still have a chance. Since that was the case, then, let's fight to the death. Everyone had the same thought, and their hearts shared the same reasoning. The moment the two sides came up, it was an explosive start of life and death. There is really no one else who is a match for this guy. 5 battles, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school has 3 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. The winner is number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. On the opposite side, the leader of the garrison store stood up with blood all over his body. He smiled slightly and said, "I originally wanted to fight all 6 battles, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to fight the 6th battle. However, we have already tried our best. We have no more regrets." He looked at the people from number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon and said calmly, "It is a pity that this is not a battle formation fight." This sentence caused the expressions of all the teachers present to change. The valiant spirit of the students from number 1 high school of the garrison store could be said to be the most suitable fighting style for a battle of life and death on the battlefield. If they met these people from number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon on the battlefield, the number of casualties would definitely be less than that of number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. Even if their cultivation was far inferior, even if their realms were not as good, when it came to a battle of life and death on the battlefield, the final winner might not be number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon. The leader of number 1 high school of Hidden Dragon was silent for a while. Then he said calmly, "Maybe, but in this battle, we have won." The leader of the garrison store said calmly, "From the beginning, we did not expect to win. We only used all our strength so that you won't have it so easy in the next battle. You people from Hidden Dragon have been in first place for too long. This time, even if we have to cripple ourselves, we will reduce your strength by 30%. He raised his head and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. He smiled and said, "Leader Zhua, do your best. Next year, I hope that Phoenix City's number 2 high school will be the defending champion." Zhua Xiaoduo laughed loudly and said, Thank you. You have worked hard." "If it is really as you said, I will treat you to wine for a year. Words are like the wind. It is a promise." The leader of the garrison store laughed and waved his hand. Then he carried one of his brothers on his back and another in his arms and walked down the stage with the other team members. Even though he was seriously injured, he still walked with his back straight and his aura was dignified. The people from Hidden Dragon turned their heads and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. Their expressions were unfriendly. No one would have thought that this round of the battle for the top 8 would be so tragic. Out of the 8 teams that had already fought, 4 of them were directly defeated. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were still fighting in an even more tragic manner. The current result was a tie of 3-3. The 2 captains were in the final battle of the 7th round. However, no matter who won or lost, these 2 teams were destined to not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. With little combat power left, what could they use to fight in the next round? So what should they do next? Zhua Xiaoduo's Phoenix City number 2 high school had a bye. Their strength was intact. It could be said that no matter which of the 10 teams they faced, Phoenix City number 2 high school would definitely win. All the teams that lost were all defeated. At most, they only had 10 to 20% of their peak strength left. Therefore, Zhua Xiaoduo's team could just go through the motions and be done with it. What should we do? A group of high school teachers had a headache over the current situation. If they were to rest for a day and then fight again, it would obviously be unfair to Phoenix City number 2 high school. They didn't get the bye by cheating. One had to know that luck was always a part of strength. Did they have to use time to erase the other team's advantage? Then what was the point of them getting the bye? After the last 2 teams finish fighting, we'll rest for 4 hours. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll start the second round. Okay, call the 2 lead teachers and team members from Phoenix City. Let's give them some work. I hope they can understand. Okay, after all, an extra 4 hours of rest was still unfair to the teams that got the bye, because as long as there were enough resources, 4 hours was enough to fully recover the strength of the participants. At least, they could recover more than half of their strength. Phoenix City Number 2 High School might have to pay a lot of unnecessary losses because of this break. However, to the surprise of the high school teachers, Phoenix City Number 2 High School didn't care about this at all. It's okay. Rest for a while. It's meaningless for us to fight a team that's already crippled. We'll just be a joke to them. Duo and the others accepted it without any hesitation. It was so quick that it was surprising and even inconceivable. The tournament committee was very pleased with Phoenix City Number 2 High School's Duo and the others' way of thinking about the big picture. After a round of praises, the matter was finally settled. 4 hours later, the 5 defeated teams and Phoenix City Number 2 High School drew lots again to determine the final 3 spots in the top 8. However, no one felt that there would be any suspense. Phoenix City Number 2 High School had strong soldiers and strong horses. Until now, they had never fought together. Every time, it was one person who defeated them. Even in a life and death arena, there was only one team leader. It could be said that they had come all the way to this point. In this kind of elimination round, no one thought that they would lose. 4 hours later, the 6 teams finally began to draw lots. Zhuoxiao's team was coincidentally the Garrison Shop. The 2 team leaders stood on the stage for a while. The Garrison Shop's team leader and the other team members looked at each other and smiled. We admit defeat. This decision disappointed the people who were prepared to watch a big show. There was a slight commotion for a moment, especially the 5 teams who had already finished and won. They even gave up on recuperating and gathered around to watch the competition. Everyone knew that Phoenix City Number 2 High School would be their strongest opponent. At this moment, other than the best opportunity to understand the situation of the other party, they were also praying for the team from Phoenix City's Number 2 High School to exhaust all of their remaining strength. Use the last of your strength to whittle down the strength of Number 2 High School. In the end, just as the 2 teams finished drawing lots, the other team from Garrison Shop Number 1 High School directly admitted defeat. At this moment, the 30 people from the 5 winning teams cursed angrily in their hearts. Damn it! Tens of thousands of mythical beasts roared in their hearts at the same time. Duo was also puzzled. He immediately asked, "Thank you. Thank you for letting us win. If I have the honor to meet you in the future, I must be friends with you." The Garrison Shop's team leader laughed. "Our Garrison Shop's goal is to be in the top 20. Now that we have fought until now, it has already exceeded our expectations. Actually, our biggest wish in these few years is to take down the high and mighty Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School. Now, we are not strong enough, so we can't do it, and we will place our hopes on you. As inevitable allies, no matter who we meet in this battle, we will not linger. We will not be a burden to our allies." He laughed and began to introduce his team members. "I am Meng Zhongjun. This is the vice team leader, Hao Han. This is the team flower, Zhen Piapiao. This is Zhang Haonan. This is Feng Junchen. This is Jia Kuang. The 6 of us. We are all military families and children of military personnel." Meng Zhongjun and the other 5 stood together and saluted. Congratulations to Phoenix City Number 2 High School for winning the first battle and slaying the Hidden Dragon. Zhuoxiao's face turned serious. He shouted, "Everyone!" Li Chenglong and the others immediately lined up neatly and saluted at the same time. "We will do our best. We will not let you down." The 12 of them bowed to each other and laughed loudly. Then Meng Zhongjun waved his hand and led his team members out of the arena calmly. There was not the slightest bit of dejection. However, on the other side, none of the 5 victorious teams looked happy, especially those from Hidden Dragon Number 1 High School. Their faces looked as if they had just eaten shit. Damn garrison shop. The 6 people from Hidden Dragon cursed. They didn't even try to hide their emotions anymore. When they fought against us, they fought with their lives on the line, not hesitating to perish together with us. Both sides suffered great losses, causing us so much damage. Now that they're facing someone else, they don't even fight. This group of bastards, their intentions are worthy of death. That afternoon, the top 8 emerged victorious. The rankings were as follows: Phoenix City number 2 High School, Hidden Dragon number 1 High School, Water City number 1 High School, Yangluo number 1 High School, Fenghai number 3 High School, Changsha number 1 High School, Phoenix Tail number 1 High School, Dragon Belly number 1 High School. Originally, Phoenix City number 2 High School had a bye. According to the tournament rules, they shouldn't have been able to return to first place no matter what. However, when they faced Garrison Shop number 1 High School, the other side chose to forfeit, allowing Phoenix City number 2 High School to take all 4 points. Combined with their previous results, their total points were still the highest among all the teams. They were still ahead of Hidden Dragon number 1 High School. This luck, they didn't fight for 2 rounds in a row and didn't suffer any losses. They were still in first place. That afternoon, they drew lots. The 8 captains from Phoenix City number 2 High School all took turns. This time, everyone learned their lesson and greeted the teacher first. However, the teacher's face darkened and he didn't say anything. When it was Zhua Xiaoduo's turn, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't greet him. He only smiled sweetly. The teacher actually took the initiative to greet him with a pleasant expression. Good luck, Zhua Xiaoduo. The other captains held their breaths in their chests. They only felt stuffy. What do you want us to do? Should we greet him or not? Last time, we didn't greet him and he scolded us. So Xiaoduo greeted him and he was praised. This time we greeted him first and his face darkened. So Xiaoduo didn't greet him. But as the teacher, you actually took the initiative to encourage him. What do you want us to do? They were so angry that they trembled. Just from weakening the other party's morale, attacking the other party's fighting spirit, and weakening the other party's fighting strength, it can be said to be a considerable success. This Xiaoduo is not only honest, sincere, reliable, intelligent, and awe-inspiring. Even the use of strategy and tactics is extremely ingenious. It's really hard to come by. He's a talent that will last forever. Teacher Ding Xiulan of Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High School liked Zhua Xiaoduo very much. She didn't hide it at all. The others rolled their eyes. Although he also wanted to say that, you said it first. Why did it sound so weird to me? Hu Ruiyun's face was distorted. She left a little unnaturally. Every time I hear them praise Zhua Xiaoduo, awe-inspiring, honest, and sincere, why do I feel so guilty? But that night, Zhua Xiaoduo and the others had a good sleep. They didn't even do their daily cultivation. They slept soundly the whole time. They slept until dawn. They walked out of the room energetically and had breakfast. Then, Xiaoduo began to chase them away. Did you go to the toilet? Big or small? Who would want to do that? Go quickly. Li Zhongming, are you still sleepy today? Li Chenglong, your hemorrhoids have healed? Xiao, your relatives didn't come today, right? Li Chenglong and Wan Li Xiao were furious. You're the one who has hemorrhoids. I don't have hemorrhoids. Li Chenglong scolded. You're the one who has relatives. Your whole family has relatives. Wan Li Xiao was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to kill someone on the spot. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't win, she would have done it countless times. Ha ha! Let's go. Zhua Xiaoduo waved his hand. The 6 of them followed Hu Ruiyun and Luo Lai out of the hotel and went straight to the arena. The early morning sun shone on the faces of the 6 of them. It dyed their bodies golden and brilliant. 8 o'clock in the morning. The first arena. There were 6 chairs on each side. After entering the top 8, they had the basic preferential treatment. They didn't have to sit on the ground anymore. There were chairs to sit on, and they could see everyone on their side from the opposite side. With the start of the match, Xiaoduo took the lead and jumped out. His tall and handsome figure was tall and straight. The eyes of the opposite side lit up. The captain of the Hidden Dragon team stood up and looked at them from afar. He revealed a confident smile. The opponent is Xiaoduo. As the captain, he jumped out first. Since that's the case, I will cripple him. I will take the first step and destroy their morale. Naturally, he couldn't wait to jump out. Good. I'm the captain of Hidden Dragon Team 1, Shimin Daqing. Please enlighten me, Captain Xiaoduo. Shimin Daqing's face was solemn. He clasped his hands and bowed. Xiaoduo was stunned. You're the captain for the first match? That's right. Shimin Daqing nodded and grinned. As the captain, it's natural for me to take the first victory. Xiaoduo nodded. I admire you, but you have to wait for a while. This time, I'm not in a hurry to start the match. I just want to introduce my team members. Also, I'm not the first to fight. Please wait patiently. Shimin Daqing's face suddenly turned purple. He was stunned. You're not the first to fight? Then why did you jump out? However, he had admitted that he was going to fight in front of everyone. It was too late to change his words. He had obviously fallen into a trap. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo, are you playing with me? Playing with you? Xiaoduo looked at him suspiciously. He sized him up and said, You don't have that organ. How can I play with you? Suddenly, his face turned pale. He took a step back and shook his head. I'll say this first. I won't take the back door. I'm a righteous person. Shimin Daqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Countless spectators were stunned for a while. Then they burst out laughing. At the judges' table, 3 of the judges at this table came from the 3 famous schools: Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts, and Yunwan High Martial Arts. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Deng Xiulan laughed and said, This temperament is not on the same level. Look at how angry the captain of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts is. Sigh, poor kid. He's so angry before the fight even started. Even if they're evenly matched, once he loses his state of mind, the chances of him losing will be higher, unless there's an overwhelming difference in strength. Another person, a teacher from Yunwan High Martial Arts, smiled and said, Xiaoduo has already angered him to this extent. How can he give him a chance to calm down? However, if Xiaoduo doesn't fight, it's basically impossible for the other little guys to defeat Shimin Daqing. This battle is not so much a battle of attrition. It's better to call it a battle of display. The other teachers smiled and nodded. This sentence was true. Xiaoduo had shown enough. This was giving the other students a chance to show off. And the strongest opponent, Shimin Daqing, was a touchstone. Because of Shimin Daqing's cultivation, the teachers knew better. In Xiaoduo's heart, it's already beyond the scope of victory and defeat. This kid is really good. Almost all the teachers had this thought in their minds. Sure enough, Xiaoduo laughed and said, Since you're in such a hurry and can't wait, then I won't be in a hurry to introduce our members, so as not to waste your time. Li Zhongming, fight. Li Zhongming shouted and jumped out with a whoosh. He took a few big steps forward. He raised his head and roared. I'm Li Zhongming from Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Today, I'm going to fight to the death. I won't stop until my blood runs dry. He pounded his chest with both hands and roared ferociously like a chimpanzee. He looked unusually agitated. Then, with a PU sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around to run again. Unfortunately, he ran a little too slowly. With a crack, one of his arms was broken by Shimin Daqing. Shimin Daqing gave chase again, but suddenly felt sleepy. As he ran, he couldn't help but yawn. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he didn't sleep well last night, he shouldn't be sleepy in the morning. Moreover, It was in this kind of fierce battle where his blood and chi were surging. He was thinking about it when suddenly another wave of white mist rushed over. At this moment, Shimin Daching was sure that this white mist wasn't poisonous. There was a high chance that it was just a trick. Without hesitation, he rushed through the white mist. With a flying kick, he kicked Li Zhongming, who was running in front of him, and sent him rolling on the ground. Then he felt his head become foggy. He became more and more sleepy, and his eyelids were fighting. His head became more and more confused, and he became muddle-headed, so sleepy. As for Li Zhongming, who was in front of him, it was unknown when he started to show signs of drowsiness and confusion. Gradually, the two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing after the other, ran half a lap as if they were sleepwalking, then they fell to the ground at the same time, sprawled out, and fell asleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Traces of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo's gaze was like an eagle's, watching the battle without blinking. After a while, Li Zhongming groaned. His body curled up, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood foam from the corner of his mouth. Shimin Daching, who was opposite him, also groaned and started to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Shimin Daching is going to lose. Ding Xiulan sighed. Li Zhongming is undoubtedly a genius for being able to do this. It's a pity that if he wins this battle, I'm afraid his vitality will be damaged and his path of martial arts will be severed. Sigh. The other teachers were also understanding people. They all sighed and nodded. On the other side was Xiaoduo, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw Li Zhongming spit out blood foam. When he took a closer look, his expression changed. He jumped out and said, "We admit defeat for this battle." Before he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Li Zhongming and slapped his danti on. He pried open his mouth and threw a pill in. Then, he poured a basin of ice water that he had prepared earlier on Li Zhongming's head. Then, with a slap, he slapped Li Zhongming's buttocks heavily. This slap on the buttocks was loud and crisp. It directly resounded through the entire arena. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Even though many people knew that this might be a necessary process and that the intention was to save someone, they still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some people laughed while thinking, how fleshy is this buttocks to be able to make such a crisp sound that it echoed through the entire arena. Li Zhongming slowly woke up. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He asked expectantly, "Did I win?" "I admit defeat for you." Li Zhongming panicked. "Then why did you wake me up? Give me half a minute, and I'll definitely drag him to death. At the very least, both of us will be injured. Then you'll be crippled for the rest of your life." At that time, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. They had to enter the village quietly. Don't shoot. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.